Paper 151, Tearing and Teaching by the Seaside. By March 10th, all the preaching and teaching groups had foregathered at Bethesda. Thursday night and Friday, many of them went out to fish, while on the Sabbath day they attended the synagogue to hear an aged Jew of Damascus discourse on the glory of Father Abraham. Jesus spent most of this Sabbath day alone in the hills. That Saturday night the Master talked for more than an hour to the assembled groups on the mission of adversity and the spiritual value of disappointment. This was a memorable occasion, and his hearers never forgot the lessons he imparted. Jesus had not fully recovered from the sorrow of his recent rejection at Nazareth. The apostles were aware that a particular sadness mingled with his usual cheerful demeanor. James and John were with him much of the time, Peter being more than occupied with the many responsibilities having to do with the welfare and direction of the new corps of evangelists. This time of waiting before starting for the Passover at Jerusalem, the women spent in visiting from house to house, teaching the gospel, and ministering to the sick in Capernaum and the surrounding cities and villages. The parable of the sower. About this time Jesus first began to employ the parable method of teaching the multitudes that so frequently gathered about him. Since Jesus had talked with the apostles and the others long into the night, on this Sunday morning very few of the group were up for breakfast. So he went out by the seaside and sat alone in the boat, the old fishing boat of Andrew and Peter, which was always kept at his disposal, and meditated on the next move to be made in the work of extending the kingdom. But the Master was not to be alone for long. Very soon the people from Capernaum and nearby villages began to arrive, and by 10 o'clock that morning almost 1,000 were assembled on shore near Jesus' boat and were clamoring for attention. Peter was now up, and making his way to the boat said to Jesus, "Master, shall I talk to them?" But Jesus answered, "No, Peter, I will tell them a story." And then Jesus began the recital of the parable of the sower, one of the first of a long series of such parables which he taught the throngs that followed after him. This boat had an elevated seat on which he sat, for it was the custom to sit when teaching, while he talked to the crowd assembled along the shore. After Peter had spoken a few words, Jesus said, "A sower went forth to sow. And it came to pass, as he sowed, that some seed fell by the wayside to be trodden under foot and devoured by the birds of heaven. Other seed fell upon the rocky places, where there was little earth, and immediately it sprang up, because there was no depth to the soil. But as soon as the sun shone, it withered, because it had no root whereby to secure moisture. Other seed fell among the thorns, and as the thorns grew up, it was choked, so that it yielded no grain. Still other seed fell upon good ground, and growing yielded some 30-fold, some 60-fold, and some 100-fold. And when he had finished speaking this parable, he said to the multitude, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." The apostles and those who were with him, when they heard Jesus teach the people of this manner, were greatly perplexed. And after much talking among themselves, that evening in the Zebedee garden, Matthew said to Jesus, "Master, what is the meaning of the dark sayings which you present the multitude? Why do you speak in parables to those who seek the truth?" And Jesus answered, "In patience have I instructed you all this time. To you it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to the undiscerning multitudes and to those who seek our destruction, from now on, the mysteries of the kingdom shall be presented in parables. And this we will do so that those who really desire to enter the kingdom may discern the meaning of the teaching and thus find salvation, while those who listen only to ensnare us may be more confounded in that they will see without seeing and hear without hearing. My children, do you not perceive the law of spirit which decrees that to him who has shall be given, so that he shall have an abundance, but from him who has not shall be taken away even that which he has? Therefore will I henceforth speak to the people much in parables, to the end that our friends and those who desire to know the truth may find that which they seek, while our enemies and those who love not the truth may hear without understanding. Many of these people follow not in the way of truth. The prophet did indeed describe all such undiscerning souls when he said, 'For this people's heart has waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest they should discern the truth and understand it in their hearts.'" The apostles did not fully comprehend the significance of the Master's words, as Andrew and Thomas talked further with Jesus. Peter and the other apostles withdrew to another portion of the garden, where they engaged in earnest and prolonged discussion. Interpretation of the parable. Peter and the group about him came to the conclusion that the parable of the sower was an allegory, that each feature had some hidden meaning, and so they decided to go to Jesus and ask for an explanation. Accordingly, Peter approached the Master, saying, "We are not able to penetrate the meaning of this parable, and we desire that you explain it to us, since you say it is given us to know the mysteries of the kingdom." And when Jesus heard this, he said to Peter, "My son, I desire to withhold nothing from you. But first suppose you tell me what you have been talking about. What is your interpretation of the parable?" After a moment of silence, Peter said, "Master, we have talked much concerning the parable, and this is the interpretation I have decided upon. The sower is the gospel preacher. The seed is the word of God. The seed which fell by the wayside represents those who do not understand the gospel teaching. The birds which snatched away the seed that fell upon the hardened ground represent Satan, or the evil one who steals away that which has been sown in the hearts of these ignorant ones. The seed which fell upon the rocky places, and which sprang up so suddenly, represent those superficial and unthinking persons who, when they hear the glad tidings, receive the message with joy. But because the truth has no real root in their deeper understanding, their devotion is short-lived in face of tribulation and persecution. When trouble comes, these believers stumble. They fall away when tempted. The seed which fell among thorns represents those who hear the word willingly, but who allow the cares of the world and deceitfulness of riches to choke the word of truth, so that it becomes unfruitful. Now the seed which fell on good ground and sprang up to hear, some 30, some 60, and some 100-fold, represents those who, when they have heard the truth, receive it with varying degrees of appreciation, owing to their differing intellectual endowments, and hence manifest these varying degrees of religious experience. Jesus, after listening to Peter's interpretation of the parable, asked the other apostles if they did not also have suggestions to offer. To this invitation only Nathanael responded. Said he, "Master, while I recognize many good things about Simon Peter's interpretation of the parable, I do not fully agree with him. My idea of this parable would be, the seed represents the gospel of the kingdom, while the sower stands for the messengers of the kingdom. The seed which fell by the wayside on hardened ground represents those who have heard but little of the gospel, along with those who are indifferent to the message and who have hardened their hearts. The birds of the sky that snatched away the seed which fell by the wayside represent one's habits of life, the temptation of evil, and the desires of the flesh. The seed which fell among the rocks stands for those emotional souls who are quick to receive new teaching and equally quick to give up the truth when confronted with the difficulties and realities of living up to this truth. They lack spiritual perception. The seed which fell among the thorns represent those who are attracted to the truth of the gospel. They are minded to follow its teachings, but they are prevented by the pride of life, jealousy, envy, and the anxieties of human existence. The seed which fell on good soil, springing up to bear some 30, some 60, and some 100-fold, represents the natural and varying degrees of ability to comprehend truth and respond to its spiritual teaching by men and women who possess diverse endowments of spiritual illumination. When Nathanael had finished speaking, the apostles and their associates fell into serious discussion and engaged in earnest debate, some contending for the correctness of Peter's interpretation, while almost an equal number sought to defend Nathanael's explanation of the parable. Meanwhile, Peter and Nathanael had withdrawn to the house, where they were involved in a vigorous and determined effort, the one to convince and change the mind of the other. The Master permitted this confusion to pass the point of most intense expression. Then he clapped his hands and called them about him. When they had all gathered around him once more, he said, "Before I tell you about this parable, do any of you aught to say?" Follow a moment of silence. Thomas spoke up. "Yes, Master, I wish to say a few words. I remember that you once told us to beware of this very thing. You instructed us, when using illustrations for our preaching, we should employ true stories, not fables, and that we should select a story best suited to the illustration of the one central and vital truth which we wish to teach the people, and that, having so used the story, we should not attempt to make a spiritual application of all the minor details involved in the telling of the story. I hold that Peter and Nathanael are both wrong in their attempts to interpret this parable. I admire their ability to do these things, But I am equally sure that all such attempts to make a natural parable yield spiritual analogies in all its features can only result in its confusion and serious misconception of the true purpose of such a parable. That I am right is fully proved by the fact that, whereas we are all of one mind an hour ago, now are we divided into two separate groups who hold different opinions concerning this parable, and hold such opinions so earnestly as to interfere, in my opinion, with our ability to fully grasp the great truth which you've had in mind when you presented this parable to the multitude and subsequently asked us to make comment upon it. The words which Thomas spoke had a quieting effect on all of them. He caused them to recall that Jesus had taught them on a former occasion, and before Jesus resumed speaking, Andrew arose, saying, "I am persuaded that Thomas is right, and I would like to have him tell us what meaning he attaches to the parable of the sower." After Jesus had beckoned Thomas to speak, he said, "My brethren, I did not wish to prolong this discussion, but if you so desire, I will say that I think this parable was spoken to teach us one great truth, and that is our teaching of the gospel of the kingdom, no matter how faithfully and efficiently we execute our divine commission, is going to be attended by varying degrees of success, and that all such differences in results are directly due to conditions inherent in the circumstance of our ministry, conditions over which we have little or no control." When Thomas had finished speaking, the majority of his fellow preachers were about ready to agree with him. Even Peter and Nathanael were on their way over to speak with him when Jesus arose and said, "Well done, Thomas, you have discerned the true meaning of parables. But both Peter and Nathanael have done you all equal good, in that they have so fully shown the dangers of undertaking to make an allegory out of a parable. In your own heart you may often profitably engage in such flights of the speculative imagination, but you make a mistake when you seek to offer such conclusions as a part of your public teaching." Now that the tension was over, Peter and Nathanael congratulated each other on their interpretation, and with the exception of the Alphaeus twins, each of the apostles ventured to make an interpretation of the parable of the sower before they retired to the night. Even Judas Iscariot offered a very plausible interpretation. The 12 would often among themselves attempt to figure out the Master's parables as they would an allegory, but never again did they regard such speculation seriously. This was a very profitable session for the apostles and their associates, especially so since from this time on Jesus more and more employed parables in the connection with his public teaching. More about parables. The apostles were parable-minded, so much so that the whole of the next evening was devoted to the further discussion of parables. Jesus introduced the evening's conference by saying, "My beloved, you must always make a difference in teaching, so as to suit your presentation of truth to the minds and hearts before you. When you stand before a multitude of varying intellects and temperaments, you cannot speak different words for each class of hearers, but you can tell a story to convey your teaching, and each group, even each individual, will be able to make his own interpretation of your parable in accordance with his own intellectual and spiritual endowment. You are to let your light shine, but do so with wisdom and discretion. No man, when he lights a lamp, covers it up with a vessel or puts it under the bed. He puts his lamp on a stand where all can behold the light. Let me tell you that nothing is hid in the kingdom of heaven which shall not be made manifest, neither are there any secrets which shall not ultimately be made known. Eventually all these things shall come to light. Think not only of multitudes and how they hear the truth. Take heed also to yourselves how you hear. Remember that I have many times told you, to him who has shall be given more, while from him who has not shall be taken away even that which he thinks he has." The continued discussion of parables and further instructions as to their interpretation may be summarized and expressed in modern phraseology as follows. 1. Jesus advised against the use of either fables or allegories in teaching the truth of the gospel. He did recommend the free use of parables, especially nature parables. He emphasized the value of utilizing the analogy existing between the natural and the spiritual worlds as a means of teaching truth. He frequently alluded to the natural as the unreal and fleeting shadow of spirit realities. 2. Jesus narrated 3 or 4 parables from the Hebrew Scripture, calling attention to the fact that this method of teaching was not wholly new. However, it became almost a new method of teaching as he employed it from this time onward. 3. In teaching the apostles the value of parables, Jesus called attention to the following points. The parable provides for a simultaneous appeal to vastly different levels of mind and spirit. The parable stimulates the imagination, challenges the discrimination, and provokes critical thinking. It promotes sympathy without arousing antagonism. The parable proceeds from the things which are known to the discernment of the unknown. The parable utilizes the material and natural as a means of introducing the spiritual and the supermaterial. Parables favor the making of impartial moral decisions. The parable evades much prejudice and puts new truth gracefully into the mind, and does all this with the arousal of a minimum of the self-defense of personal resentment. To reject the truth contained in parabolical analogy requires conscious intellectual action which is directly in contempt of one's honest judgment and fair decision. The parable conduces to the forcing of thought through the sense of hearing. The use of the parable form of teaching enables the teacher to present new and even startling truth, while at the same time he largely avoids all controversy and outward clashing with tradition and established authority. The parable also possesses the advantage of stimulating the memory of the truth taught when the same familiar themes are subsequently encountered. In this way, Jesus sought to acquaint his followers with many of the reasons underlying his practice of increasingly using parables in his public teaching. Toward the close of the evening's lesson, Jesus made his first comment on the parable of the sower. He said the parable referred to two things. First, it was a review of his own ministry up to that time, and a forecast of what lay ahead of him for the remainder of his life on earth. And second, it was also a hint as to what the apostle and other messengers of the kingdom might expect in their ministry from generation to generation as time passed. Jesus also resorted to the use of parables as the best possible refutation of the studied effort of the religious leaders at Jerusalem, to teach that all his work was done by the assistance of demons and the prince of devils. The appeal to nature was in contravention of such teachings, since the people of that day looked upon all natural phenomena as the product of the direct act of spiritual beings and supernatural forces. He also determined upon this method of teaching because it enabled him to proclaim vital truth to those who desired to know the better way, while at the same time affording his enemies less opportunity to find cause for offense and for accusations against him. Before he dismissed the group for the night, Jesus said, "Now will I tell you the last of the parable of the sower. I would test you to know how you'll receive this. The kingdom of heaven is also like a man who cast good seed upon the earth, and while he slept by night, and went about his business by day, the seed sprang up and grew, and all he knew not how it came about, the plant came to fruit. First there was the blade, then the ear, then the full grain in the ear. And then when the grain was ripe, he put forth the sickle, and the harvest was finished. He who has an ear to hear, let him hear." Many times did the apostles turn this saying over in their minds, but the Master never made further mention of this addition to the parable of the sower. More parables by the sea. The next day Jesus again taught the people from the boat, saying, "The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while he slept, his enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat and hastened away. And so, when the young blades sprang up, and later were about to bring forth fruit, there appeared also the weeds. Then the servants of the household came and said to him, 'Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? Whence then come the weeds?' And he replied to his servants, 'An enemy has done this.' The servants then asked their master, 'Would you have us go out and pluck up these weeds?' But he answered them and said, 'No, lest while you are gathering them up, you uproot the wheat also. Rather let them both grow together until the time of the harvest, when I will say to the reapers, Gather up first the weeds and bind them in bundles to burn, and then gather up the wheat to be stored in my barn.'" After the people had asked a few questions, Jesus spoke another parable. "The kingdom of heaven is like a grain of mustard seed, which a man sowed in his field. Now a mustard seed is the least of seeds, but when it is fully grown, it becomes the greatest of all herbs, and is like a tree, so that the birds of heaven are able to come and rest in the branches thereof. The kingdom of heaven is also like leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of meal, and in this way it came about that all the meal was leavened. The kingdom of heaven is also like a treasure hidden in a field, which a man discovered. In his joy he went forth to sell all that he had, that he might have the money to buy the field. The kingdom of heaven is also like a merchant seeking goodly pearls, and having found one pearl of great price, he went out and sold everything he possessed, that he might be able to buy the extraordinary pearl. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a sweep net, which was cast into the sea, and had gathered up every kind of fish. Now when the net was filled, the fishermen drew it up on the beach, where they sat down and sorted out the fish, gathering the good into vessels, while the bad they threw away. Many other parables spoke Jesus to the multitudes. In fact, from this time forward he seldom taught the masses except by this means. After speaking to public audiences in parables, he would, during the evening class, more fully and explicitly expound his teaching to the apostles and the evangelists. The visit to Ptahrazaq. The multitude continued to increase throughout the week. On Sabbath, Jesus hastened away to the hills, but when Sunday morning came, the crowds returned. Jesus spoke to them in the early afternoon, after the preaching of Peter. And when he had finished, he said to his apostles, "I am weary of the throngs. Let us cross over to the other side, that we may rest for a day." On the way across the lake, they encountered one of those valiant and sudden windstorms which are characteristic of the Sea of Galilee, especially at this season of the year. This body of water is almost 700 feet below the level of the sea, and is surrounded by high banks, especially on the west. There are steep gorges leading up from the lake into the hills, and as the heated air rises in a pocket over the lake during the day, there is a tendency after sunset for the cooling air of the gorges to rush down upon the lake. These gales come on quickly and sometimes go away just as suddenly. It was just such an evening gale that caught the boat carrying Jesus over to the other side on this Sunday evening. 3 after boats containing some of the younger evangelists were trailing after. This tempest was severe, notwithstanding it is confined to this region of the lake, there being no evidence of a storm on the western shore. The wind was so strong that the waves began to wash over the boat. The high wind had torn the sail away before the apostles could furl it, and they were now entirely dependent on their oars as they laboriously pulled for the shore, a little more than a mile and a half distant. Meanwhile, Jesus lay asleep in the stern of the boat under a small overhead shelter. The master was weary when they left Bethesda, and it was to secure rest that he had directed them to sail across to the other side. These ex-fishermen were strong and experienced oarsmen, but this was one of the worst gales they had ever encountered. Although the wind and the waves tossed their boat about as though it were a toy ship, Jesus slumbered on undisturbed. Peter was with the right-hand oar near the stern. When the boat began to fill with water, he dropped his oar and, rushing over to Jesus, shook him vigorously in order to awaken him. And when he was aroused, Peter said, "Master, don't you know we are in a violent storm? If you do not save us, we will all perish." As Jesus came out into the rain, he looked first at Peter, and then, peering into the darkness at the struggling oarsman, he turned his glance back upon Simon Peter, who in his agitation had not yet returned to his oar, and said, "Why are you all so filled with fear? Where is your faith? Peace, be quiet." Jesus had hardly uttered this rebuke to Peter and the other apostles. He had hardly bidden Peter seek peace wherewith to quiet his troubled soul, when the disturbed atmosphere, having established its equilibrium, settled down in a great calm. The angry waves almost immediately subsided, while the dark clouds, having spent themselves in a short shower, vanished, and the stars of heaven shone overhead. All this was purely coincidental as far as we can judge, but the apostles, particularly Simon Peter, never ceased to regard the episode as a natural miracle. It was especially easy for the men of that day to believe in nature miracles, inasmuch as they firmly believed that all nature was a phenomenon directly under the control of spirit forces and supernatural beings. Jesus plainly explained to the 12 that he had spoken to their troubled spirits and had addressed himself to the fear-tossed minds, that he had not commanded the elements to obey his word, but it was of no avail. The Master's followers always persisted in placing their own interpretation on all such coincidental occurrences. From this day on, they insisted on regarding the Master as having absolute power over the natural elements. Peter never grew weary of reciting how even the winds and the waves obey him. It was late in the evening when Jesus and his associates reached the shore, and since it was calm and beautiful night, they all rested in the boats, not going ashore until shortly after sunrise the next morning. When they were gathered together, about 40 in all, Jesus said, Let us go up into yonder hills and tarry for a few days, while we ponder over the problem of the Father's kingdom. The Caressa lunatic. Although most of the nearby eastern shore of the lake sloped up gently to the highland beyond, at this particular spot there was a steep hillside, the shore in some places dropping sheer down into the lake. Pointing up to the side of the nearby hill, Jesus said, "Let us go up on this hillside for our breakfast, and under some of the shelter rest and talk." This entire hillside was covered with caverns which had been hewn out of the rock. Many of these niches were ancient sepulchres. About halfway up the hillside, on a small, relatively level spot, was a cemetery of the little village of Caressa. As Jesus and his associates passed near this burial ground, a lunatic who lived in these hillside caverns rushed up to them. This demented man was well known about these parts, having one time been bound with fetters and chains and confined in one of the grottos. Long since he had broken his shackles and now roamed at will among the tombs and abandoned sepulchres. This man, whose name was Amos, was afflicted with a periodic form of insanity. There was considerable spells when he would find some clothing and deport himself fairly well among his fellows. During one of these lucid intervals he had gone over to Bethesda, where he heard the preaching of Jesus and the apostles, and at that time had become a half-hearted believer in the gospel of the kingdom. But soon a stormy phase of his trouble appeared, and he fled to the tombs, where he moaned, cried out aloud, and so conducted himself as to terrorize all who chanced to meet him. When Amos recognized Jesus, he fell down on his feet and exclaimed, "I know you, Jesus, but I am possessed of many devils, and I beseech that you will not torment me." This man truly believed that his periodic mental affliction was due to the fact that, at such times, evil or unclean spirits entered into him and dominated his mind and body. His troubles were mostly emotional. His brain was not grossly diseased. Jesus, looking down upon the man crouching like an animal at his feet, reached down and, taking him by the hand, stood him up and said to him, "Amos, you are not possessed of a devil. You have already heard the good news that you are the Son of God. I command you to come out of this spell." And when Amos heard Jesus speak these words, there occurred such a transformation in his intellect that he was immediately restored to his right mind and the normal control of his emotions. By this time a considerable crowd had assembled from the nearby village, and these people, augmented by the swine herders of the highland above them, were astonished to see the lunatic sitting with Jesus and his followers, in possession of his right mind and freely conversing with them. As the swineherders rushed into the village to spread the news of the taming of the lunatic, the dogs charged upon a small and untended herd of about 30 swine and drove most of them over the precipice into the sea. And it was this incidental occurrence, in connection with the presence of Jesus and the supposed miraculous curing of the lunatic, that gave origin to the legend that Jesus had cured Amos by casting a legion of devils out of him, and that these devils had entered into the herd of swine, causing them forthwith to rush headlong to their destruction in the sea below. Before the day was over, this episode was published abroad by the swine tenders, and the whole village believed it. Amos most certainly believed this story. He saw the swine tumbling over the brow of the hill shortly after his troubled mind had quieted down, and he always believed that they carried with them the very evil spirits which had so long tormented and afflicted him. And this had a good deal to do with the permanency of his cure. It is equally true that all of Jesus' apostles, save Thomas, believed that the episode of the swine was directly connected with the cure of Amos. And Jesus did not obtain the rest he was looking for. Most of that day he was thronged by those who came in response to the word that Amos had been cured, and who were attracted by the story that demons had gone out of the lunatic into the herd of swine. And so, after only one night of rest, early Tuesday morning, Jesus and his friends were awakened by a delegation of those swine-raising Gentiles, who had come to urge that he depart from their midst. Said their spokesman to Peter and Andrew, "Fishermen of Galilee, depart from us and take your prophet with you. We know he is a holy man, but the gods of our country do not know him, and we stand in danger of losing many swine. The fear of you has descended upon us, so that we pray you to go hence." And when Jesus heard them, he said to Andrew, "Let us return to our place." As they were about to depart, Amos besought Jesus to permit him to go back with them, but the master would not consent. Said Jesus to Amos, "Forget not that you are a son of God. Return to your own people and show them what great things God has done for you." And Amos went about publishing that Jesus had cast a legion of demons out of his troubled soul, and that these evil spirits had entered into a herd of swine, driving them to quick destruction. And he did not stop until he had gone into all the cities of the Decapolis, declaring what great things Jesus had done for him. End of paper 151. Paper 152. Events leading up to the Capernaum crisis. The story of the cure of Amos, the Carassa lunatic, had already reached Bethesda and Capernaum, so that a great crowd was waiting for Jesus when his boat landed that Tuesday forenoon. Among this throng were the new observers from the Jerusalem Sanhedrin, who had come down to Capernaum to find cause for the Master's apprehension and conviction. As Jesus spoke with those who had assembled to greet him, Jairus, one of the rulers of the synagogue, made his way through the crowd and, falling down at his feet, took him by the hand and besought that he would hasten away with him, saying, "Master, my little daughter, an only child, lies in my home at the point of death. I pray that you will come and heal her." When Jesus heard the request of this father, he said, "I will go with you." And Jesus went along with Jairus. The large crowd which had heard the father's request followed on to see what would happen. Shortly before they reached the ruler's house, as they hastened through a narrow street, and as the throng jostled, Jesus suddenly stopped, exclaiming, "Someone touched me." And when those who were near him denied that they had touched him, Peter spoke up. "Master, you can see that this crowd presses you, threatening to crush you, and yet you say, 'Someone has touched me.' What do you mean?" Then Jesus said, "I asked who touched me, for I perceived that living energy had gone forth from me." As Jesus looked about him, his eyes fell upon a nearby woman, who, coming forward, knelt at his feet and said, "For years I have been afflicted with a scourging hemorrhage. I have suffered many things from many physicians. I have spent all of my substance, but none should cure me. Then I heard of you, and if I thought I may but touch the hem of his garment, I shall certainly be made whole. And so I pressed forward with the crowd as it moved along, until standing near you, Master, I touched the board of your garment, and I was made whole. I know that I have been healed of my affliction." When Jesus heard this, he took the woman by the hand, and lifting her up, said, "Daughter, your faith has made you whole. Go in peace." It was her faith, and not her touch, that made her whole. And this case is a good illustration of many apparently miraculous cures which attended upon Jesus' earth career, but which he in no sense consciously willed. The passing of time demonstrated this woman was really cured of her malady. Her faith was of the sort that laid direct hold upon the creative power resident in the Master's person. With the faith she had, it was only necessary to approach the Master's person. It was not at all necessary to touch his garment. That was merely the superstitious part of her belief. Jesus called this woman, Veronica of Caesarea Philippi, into his presence to correct two errors which might have lingered in her mind, or which might have persisted in the minds of those who witnessed this healing. He did not want Veronica to go away thinking that her fear in attempting to steal her curse had been honored, or that her superstition in associating the touch of his garment with her healing had been effective. He desired all to know that it was her pure and living faith that had wrought the cure. At Jairus' house, Jairus was, of course, terribly impatient of this delay in reaching his home, so they now hastened on a quickened pace. Even before they entered the ruler's yard, one of the servants came out, saying, "Trouble not the master, your daughter is dead." But Jesus seemed not to heed the servant's word, for, taking with him Peter, James, and John, he turned and said to the grief-stricken father, "Fear not, only believe." When he entered the house, he found the flute players already there with the mourners, who were making an unseemly tumult. Already were the relatives engaged in weeping and wailing. And when he had put all the mourners out of the room, he went in with the father and mother and his 3 apostles. He told the mourners that the damsel was not dead, but they laughed him to scorn. Jesus now turned to the mother, saying, "Your daughter is not dead, she is only asleep." And when the house had quieted down, Jesus, going up where the child lay, took her by the hand and said, "Daughter, I say to you, awake and arise." And when the girl heard these words, she immediately rose up and walked across the room. And presently, after she had recovered from her daze, Jesus directed that they should give her something to eat, for she had been a long time without food. Since there was much agitation in Capernaum against Jesus, he called the family together and explained that the maiden had been in a state of coma following a long fever, and that he had merely aroused her, that he had not raised her from the dead. He likewise explained all this to his apostles, but it was futile. They all believed he had raised the little girl from the dead. What Jesus said in explanation of many of these apparent miracles had little effect on his followers. They were miracle-minded and lost no opportunity to ascribe another wonder to Jesus. Jesus and the apostles returned to Bethesda after he had specifically charged all of them that they should tell no man. When he had come out of Jairus' house, 2 blind men, led by a dumb boy, followed him and cried out for healing. About this time, Jesus' reputation as a healer was at its very height. Everywhere he went, the sick and the afflicted were waiting for him. The master now looked much worn, and all his friends were becoming concerned lest he continue his work of teaching and healing to the point of actual collapse. Jesus' apostles, let alone the common people, could not understand the nature and attributes of this God-man. Neither has any subsequent generation been able to evaluate what took place on earth in the person of Jesus of Nazareth. And there can never occur an opportunity for either science or religion to check up on these remarkable events for the simple reason that such an extraordinary situation can never again occur, either on this world or on any other world in Nebadon. Never again, of any world in this entire universe, will a being appear in the likeness of mortal flesh, at the same time embodying all the attributes of creative energy combined with spiritual endowments which transcend time and most often material limitations. Never before Jesus was on earth nor since has it been possible so directly and graphically to secure the results attendant upon the strong and living faith of mortal men and women. To repeat these phenomena, we would have to go into immediate presence of Michael the Creator, and find him as he was in those days, the Son of Man. Likewise today, while his absence prevents such material manifestations, you should refrain from placing any sort of limitation on the possible exhibition of his spiritual power. Though the Master is absent as a material being, he is present as a spiritual influence in the hearts of men. By going away from the world, Jesus made it possible for his spirit to live alongside that of his Father which indwells the minds of all mankind. Feeding the 5,000. Jesus continued to teach the people by day while he instructed the apostles and evangelists at night. On Friday, he declared a furlough of 1 week that all his followers might go home or to their friends for a few days before preparing to go up to Jerusalem for the Passover. But more than 1/2 of his disciples refused to leave him, and the multitude was daily increasing in size, so much so that David Zebedee desired to establish a new encampment, but Jesus refused consent. The Master had so little rest over the Sabbath that on Sunday morning, March 27th, he sought to get away from the people. Some of the evangelists were left to talk to the multitude, while Jesus and the 12 planned to escape unnoticed to the opposite shore of the lake, where they proposed to obtain much-needed rest in a beautiful park south of Bethesda Julius. This region was a favorite resorting place for Capernaum folk. They were all familiar with these parks on the eastern shore. But the people would not have it so. They saw the direction taken by Jesus' boat, and hiring every craft available, they started out in pursuit. Those who could not obtain boats fared forth on foot to walk around the upper end of the lake. By late afternoon, more than 1,000 persons had located the Master in one of the parks, and he spoke to them briefly, being followed by Peter. Many of these people had brought food with them, and after eating the evening meal, they gathered about in small groups while Jesus' apostles and disciples taught them. Monday afternoon, the multitude had increased to more than 3,000, and still, way into the evening, the people continued to flock in, bringing all manner of sick folk with them. Hundreds of interested persons had made their plans to stop over at Capernaum to see and hear Jesus on their way to the Passover, and they simply refused to be disappointed. By Wednesday noon, about 5,000 men, women, and children were assembled here in this park to the south of Bethesda Julius. The weather was pleasant, it being near the end of the rainy season in this locality. Philip had provided a 3-day supply of food for Jesus and the 12, which was in the custody of the Mark lad, their boy of all chores. By afternoon of this, the 3rd day, for almost half of this multitude, the food the people had brought with them was nearly exhausted. David Zebedee had no tented city here to feed and accommodate the crowd. Neither had Philip made food provisions for such a multitude. But the people, even though they were hungry, would not go away. It was being quietly whispered about that Jesus, desiring to avoid trouble with both Herod and the Jerusalem leaders, had chosen this quiet spot outside the jurisdiction of all his enemies as the proper place to be crowned king. The enthusiasm of the people was rising every hour. Not a word was said to Jesus, though of course he knew all that was going on. Even the 12 apostles were still tainted with such notions, and especially the younger evangelists. The apostles who favored this attempt to proclaim Jesus king were Peter, John, Simon Zealot, and Judas Iscariot. Those opposing the plan were Andrew, James, Nathanael, and Thomas. Matthew, Philip, and the Alphaeus twins were non-committal. The ringleader of this plot to make him king was Joab, one of the young evangelists. This was the stage setting about 5 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon when Jesus asked James Alphaeus to summon Andrew and Philip. Said Jesus, "What shall we do with the multitude? They have been with us now 3 days, and many of them are hungry. They have no food." Philip and Andrew exchanged glances, and then Philip answered, "Master, you should send these people away, so that they may go to the village around about and buy themselves food." And Andrew, fearing the materialization of the king plot, quickly joined with Philip, saying, "Yes, Master, I think it's best that you dismiss this multitude, so they may go their way and buy food, while you secure rest for a season." By this time others of the 12 had joined the conference. Then said Jesus, "But I do not desire to send them away hungry. Can you not feed them?" This was too much for Philip, and he spoke right up. "Master, in this country place, where can we buy bread for this multitude? 200 denarii worth would not be enough for lunch." Before the apostles had an opportunity to express themselves, Jesus turned to Andrew and Philip, saying, "I do not want to send these people away. Here they are, like sheep without a shepherd. I would like to feed them. What food have we with us?" While Philip was conversing with Matthew and Judas, Andrew sought out the Mark lad to ascertain how much was left of their store of provisions. He returned to Jesus, saying, "The lad has left only 5 barley loaves and 2 dried fishes." And Peter promptly added, "We have yet to eat this evening." For a moment Jesus stood in silence. There was a faraway look in his eyes. The apostles said nothing. Jesus turned suddenly to Andrew and said, "Bring me the loaves and fishes." And when Andrew had brought the baskets to Jesus, the Master said, "Direct the people to sit down on the grass in companies of 100, and appoint a leader over each group while they bring you all the evangelists here with us." Jesus took up the loaves in his hand, and after he had given thanks, he broke the bread and gave to his apostles, who passed it on to their associates, who in turn carried it to the multitude. Jesus in like manner broke and distributed the fishes. And this multitude did eat and were filled. And when they had finished eating, Jesus said to the disciples, "Gather up the broken pieces that remain over, so that nothing will be lost." And when they had finished gathering up the fragments, they had 12 basketfuls. They who ate of this extraordinary feast numbered about 5,000 men, women, and children. And this is the first and only nature miracle which Jesus performed as a result of his conscious pre-planning. It is true that his disciples were disposed to call many things miracles, which were not, but this was a genuine supernatural ministration. In this case, so we were taught, Michael multiplied food elements as he always does, except for the elimination of the time factor and the visible life channel. The king-making episode. The feeding of the 5,000 by supernatural energy was another of those cases where human pity plus creative power equaled that which happened. Now that the multitude had been fed to the full, and since Jesus' fame was then and there augmented by this stupendous wonder, the project to seize the Master and proclaim him king required no further personal direction. The idea seemed to spread through the crowd like a contagion. The reaction of the multitude to this sudden and spectacular supplying for their physical needs was profound and overwhelming. For a long time the Jews had been taught that the Messiah, the Son of David, when he should come, would cause the land again to flow with milk and honey, and that the bread of life would be bestowed upon them as manna from heaven was supposed to have fallen upon their forefathers in the wilderness. And was not all of this expectation now fulfilled right before their eyes? When this hungry, undernourished multitude had finished gorging itself with the wonder food, there was but one unanimous reaction. Here is our king. The wonder-working deliverer of Israel had come. In the eyes of these simple-minded people, the power to feed carried with it the right to rule. No wonder, then, that the multitude, when it had finished feasting, rose as one man and shouted, "Make him king!" This mighty shout enthused Peter and those of the apostles who still retained the hope of seeing Jesus assert his right to rule. But these false hopes were not to live for long. This mighty shout of the multitude had hardly ceased to reverberate from the nearby rock when Jesus stepped upon a huge stone, lifting up his right hand to command their attention, said, "My children, you mean well, but you are short-sighted and material-minded." There was a brief pause. This stalwart Galilean was there majestically posed in the enchanting glow of that eastern twilight. Every inch he looked a king as he continued to speak his breathless multitude. "You would make me king, not because your souls had been lighted with the great truth, but because your stomachs had been filled with bread. How many times have I told you that my kingdom is not of this world? This kingdom of heaven which we proclaim is a spiritual brotherhood, and no man rules over it seated on a material throne. My Father in heaven is the all-wise and the all-powerful ruler over this spiritual brotherhood of the sons of God on earth. Have I so failed in revealing to you the fathers of spirit that you would make a king of his Son in the flesh? Now all of you go hence to your own homes. If you must have a king, let the Father of lights be enthroned in the heart of each of you as the spirit ruler of all things." These words of Jesus sent the multitude away stunned and disheartened. Many who had believed in him turned back and followed him no more from that day. The apostles were speechless. They stood in silence, gathered about the 12 baskets of the fragments of food. Only the chore boy, the mark lad, spoke, and he refused to be our king. Jesus, before going off to be alone in the hills, turned to Andrew and said, "Take your brethren back to Zebedee's house and pray with them, especially for your brother Simon Peter." Simon Peter's night vision. The apostles, without their master, set off by themselves, entered the boat, and in silence began to row toward Bethesda on the western shore of the lake. None of the 12 were so crushed and downcast as Simon Peter. Hardly a word was spoken. They were all thinking of the Master alone in the hills. Had he forsaken them? Had he never before sent them all away and refused to go with him? What could all of this mean? Darkness descended upon them, for there had arisen a strong and contrary wind which made progress almost impossible. As the hours of darkness of hard rowing passed, Peter grew weary and fell into a deep sleep of exhaustion. Andrew and James put him on rest to the cushioned seat in the stern of the boat, while the other apostles toiled against the wind and the waves. Peter dreamed a dream. He saw a vision of Jesus coming to them walking on the sea. When the Master seemed to walk on by the boat, Peter cried out, "Save us, Master, save us!" And those who were in the rear of the boat heard him say some of these words. As this apparition of the night season continued in Peter's mind, he dreamed that he heard Jesus say, "Be of good cheer, it is I, be not afraid." This was like the balm of Gilead to Peter's disturbed soul. It soothed his troubled spirit, so that in his dream he cried out to the Master, "Lord, if it really is you, bid me come and walk with you on the water." And when Peter started to walk upon the water, the boisterous waves frightened him. And as he was about to sink, he cried out, "Lord, save me." And many of the 12 heard him utter this cry. Then Peter dreamed that Jesus came to the rescue, and stretching forth his hand, took hold and lifted him up, saying, "O you of little faith, wherefore did you doubt?" In connection with the latter part of his dream, Peter arose from the seat wherein he slept, and actually stepped overboard and into the water. And he awakened from his dream as Andrew, James, and John reached down and pulled him out of the sea. To Peter, this experience was always real. He sincerely believed that Jesus came to them that night. He only partially convinced John Mark, which explains why Mark left a portion of the story out of his narrative. Luke, the physician who made careful search into these matters, concluded the episode was a vision of Peter's, and therefore refused to give place to his story in the preparation of his narrative. Back in Bethesda, Thursday morning before daylight, they anchored their boat offshore near Zebedee's house, and they sought sleep until about noontime. Andrew was first up, and going for a walk by the sea, found Jesus in company with their chore boy, sitting on a stone by the water's edge. Notwithstanding that many of the multitude of the younger evangelists searched all night and much of the next day about the eastern hills for Jesus, shortly after midnight he and the mark lad had started to walk around the lake and across the river back to Bethesda. Of the 5,000 who were miraculously fed, and who, when their stomachs were full and their hearts empty, would have made him king. Only about 500 persisted in following after him. But before these received word that he was back in Bethesda, Jesus asked Andrew to assemble the 12 apostles and their associates, including the women, saying, "I desire to speak with them." And when all were ready, Jesus said, "How long shall I bear with you? Are you all slow of spiritual comprehension and deficient in living faith? All these months have I taught you the truth of the kingdom, and yet you are dominated by material motives instead of spiritual considerations. Have you not even read in the Scripture where Moses exhorted the unbelieving children of Israel, saying, 'Fear not, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord'? Said the singer, 'Put your trust in the Lord. Be patient, wait upon the Lord, and be of good courage. He shall strengthen your heart. Cast your burden on the Lord, and he shall sustain you. Trust him at all times, and pour out your heart to him, for God is your refuge. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. It is better to trust the Lord than to put confidence in human princes.' And now do you all see that the workings of miracles and the performance of material wonders will not win souls for the spiritual kingdom? We fed the multitude, but it did not lead them to hunger for the bread of life, neither to thirst for the waters of spiritual righteousness. When their hunger was satisfied, they sought not entrance into the kingdom of heaven, but rather sought to proclaim the Son of Man king, after the manner of the kings of this world, only that they might continue to eat bread without having to toil therefor. And all this, in which many of you did more or less participate, does nothing to reveal the Heavenly Father or to advance his kingdom on earth. Have we not sufficient enemies among the religious leaders of the land without doing that which is likely to estrange also the civil rulers? I pray that the Father will anoint your eyes, that you may see, and open your ears, that you may hear, to the end that you may have full faith in the gospel which I have taught you." Jesus then announced that he wished to withdraw for a few days of rest with his apostles before they made ready to go up to Jerusalem for the Passover, and he forbade any of the disciples or the multitude to follow him. Accordingly, they went by boat to the region of Gennesaret for 2 or 3 days of rest and sleep. Jesus was preparing for a great crisis of his life on earth, and he therefore spent much time in communion with the Father in heaven. The news of the feeding of the 5,000 and the attempt to make Jesus king aroused widespread curiosity and stirred up the fears of both the religious leaders and the civil rulers throughout all Galilee and Judea. While this great miracle did nothing to further the gospel of the kingdom in the souls of the material-minded and half-hearted believers, it did serve the purpose of bringing to a head the miracle-seeking and king-craving proclivities of Jesus' immediate family of apostles and close disciples. This spectacular episode brought an end to the early era of teaching, training, and healing, thereby preparing the way for the inauguration of this last year of proclamation, the higher and more spiritual phase of the new gospel of the kingdom, divine sonship, spiritual liberty, and eternal salvation. At Gennesaret. While resting at the home of a wealthy believer in Gennesaret region, Jesus held informal conferences with the 12 every afternoon. The ambassadors of the kingdom were a serious, sober, and chastened group of disillusioned men. But even after all what happened and the subsequent events disclosed, these 12 men were not yet fully delivered from their inbred and long-cherished notions about the coming of the Jewish Messiah. Events of the preceding few weeks had moved too swiftly for those astonished fishermen to grasp their full significance. It requires time for men and women to effect radical and extensive change in their basic and fundamental concepts of social conduct, philosophic attitudes, and religious convictions. While Jesus and the 12 were resting at Gennesaret, the multitudes dispersed, some going to their homes, others going up to Jerusalem for the Passover. In less than 1 month's time, the enthusiastic and open followers of Jesus, who numbered more than 50,000 in Galilee alone, shrank to less than 500. Jesus desired to give his apostles such an experience with the fickleness of popular acclaim that they would not be tempted to rely on such manifestations of transient religious hysteria after he should leave them alone in the work of the kingdom. But he was only partially successful in this effort. The second night of their sojourn at Gennesaret, the Master again told the apostles the parable of the sower and added these words: "You see, my children, the appeal to human feelings is transitory and utterly disappointing. The exclusive appeal to the intellect of man is likewise empty and barren. It is only by making your appeal to the Spirit which lives within the human mind that you can hope to achieve lasting success and accomplish these marvelous transformations of human character that are presently shown in the abundant yielding of the genuine fruits of the Spirit in the daily lives of all who are thus delivered from the darkness of doubt by the birth of the Spirit into the light of faith, the kingdom of heaven. Jesus taught the appeal to the emotions as a technique of arresting and focusing the intellectual attention. He designated the mind thus aroused and quickened as the gateway to the soul, where there resides the spiritual nature of man, which must recognize truth and respond to the spiritual appeal of the gospel in order to afford the permanent results of true character transformations. Jesus thus endeavored to prepare the apostles for the impending shock, the crisis in the public attitude toward him, which was only a few days distant. He explained to the 12 that the religious rulers of Jerusalem would conspire with Herod Antipas to effect their destruction. The 12 began to realize more fully, though not finally, that Jesus was not going to sit on David's throne. They saw more fully the spiritual truth was not to be advanced by material wonders. They began to realize that the feeding of the 5,000 and the popular movement to make Jesus king was the apex of the miracle-seeking, wonder-working expectance of the people and the height of Jesus' acclaim by the populace. They vaguely discerned and dimly foresaw the approaching times of spiritual sifting and cruel adversity. These 12 men were slowly awaking to the realization of the real nature of their task as ambassadors of the kingdom, and they began to gird themselves for the trying and testing ordeals of the last year of the Master's ministry on earth. Before they left Gennesaret, Jesus instructed them regarding the miraculous feeding of the 5,000, telling them just why he engaged in this extraordinary manifestation of creative power, and also assuring them that he did not thus yield to his sympathy for the multitude until he had ascertained that it was according to the Father's will. At Jerusalem, Sunday, April 3rd, Jesus, accompanied only by the 12 apostles, started from Bethesda on their journey to Jerusalem. To avoid the multitudes and to attract as little attention as possible, they journeyed by way of Gerasa and Philadelphia. He forbade them to do any public teaching on this trip. Neither did he permit them to teach or preach while sojourning in Jerusalem. They arrived at Bethany, near Jerusalem, late on Wednesday evening, April 6. For this one night they stopped at the home of Lazarus, Martha and Mary, but the next day they separated. Jesus with John stayed at the home of a believer named Simon, near the house of Lazarus in Bethany. Judas Iscariot and Simon Zealot stopped with friends in Jerusalem, while the rest of the apostles sojourned 2 and 2 in different homes. Jesus entered Jerusalem only once during this Passover, and that was the great day of the feast. Many of the Jerusalem believers were brought out by Abner to meet Jesus at Bethany. During this sojourn at Jerusalem, the 12 learned how bitter the feeling was becoming toward their master. They departed from Jerusalem, all believing that a crisis was impending. On Sunday, April 24th, Jesus and the apostles left Jerusalem for Bethesda, going by way of the coastal cities of Joppa, Caesarea, and Ptolemy. Thence overland they went by Ramah and Chorazin to Bethesda, arriving on Friday, April 29th. Immediately on reaching home, Jesus dispatched Andrew to ask of the ruler of the synagogue permission to speak the next day, that being the Sabbath, at the afternoon service. And Jesus well knew that that would be the last time he would ever be permitted to speak in the Capernaum synagogue. End of paper 152. Paper 153. The Crisis at Capernaum. On Friday evening, the day of their arrival at Bethesda, and on Sabbath morning, the apostles noticed that Jesus was seriously occupied with some momentous problem. They were cognizant that the Master was giving unusual thought to some important matter. He ate no breakfast and but little at noontime. All of Sabbath morning and the evening before, the 12 and their associates were gathered together in small groups about the house, in the garden, and along the seashore. There was a tension of uncertainty and a suspense of apprehension resting upon all of them. Jesus had said little to them since they left Jerusalem. Not in the months had they seen the Master so preoccupied and uncommunicative. Even Simon Peter was depressed, if not downcast. Andrew was at a loss to know what to do for his dejected associates. Nathanael said they were in the midst of the lull before the storm. Thomas expressed the opinion that something out of the ordinary is about to happen. Philip advised David Zebedee to forget about plans for feeding and lodging the multitude until we know what the Master is thinking about. Matthew was putting forth renewed efforts to replenish the treasury. James and John talked over the forthcoming sermon in the synagogue and speculated much as to its probable nature and scope. Simon's zealots expressed the belief and reality a hope that the Father in heaven may be about to intervene in some unexpected manner for the vindication and the support of his Son. While Judas Iscariot dared to indulge the thought that possibly Jesus was oppressed with regrets that he did not have the courage and daring to permit the 5,000 to proclaim him King of the Jews. It was from among such a group of depressed and disconsolate followers that Jesus went forth on this beautiful Sabbath afternoon to preach his epoch-making sermon in the Capernaum synagogue. The only word of cheerful greeting or well-wishing from any of his immediate followers came from one of the unsuspecting Alphaeus twins, who, as Jesus left the house on his way to the synagogue, saluted him cheerily and said, "We pray the Father will help you, and that we may have bigger multitudes than ever." The setting of the stage. A distinguished congregation greeted Jesus at 3 o'clock on this exquisite Sabbath afternoon in the new Capernaum synagogue. Jairus presided and handed Jesus the scriptures to read. The day before, 53 Pharisees and Sadducees had arrived from Jerusalem. More than 30 of the leaders and rulers of the neighboring synagogues were also present. The Jewish religious leaders were acting directly under orders from the Sanhedrin at Jerusalem, and they constituted the Orthodox vanguard which had come to inaugurate open warfare on Jesus and his disciples. Sitting by the side of these Jewish leaders in the synagogue seats of honor were the official observers of Herod Antipas, who had been directed to ascertain the truth concerning the disturbing report that an attempt had been made by the population to proclaim Jesus the King of the Jews over in the domains of his brother Philip. Jesus comprehended that he had faced the immediate declaration of avowed and open warfare by his increasing enemies, and he elected boldly to assume the offensive. At the feeding of the 5,000 he had challenged their ideas of the material Messiah. Now he chose again openly to attack their concept of the Jewish deliverer. This crisis, which began with the feeding of the 5,000, and which terminated with this Sabbath afternoon sermon, was the outward turning of the tide of popular fame and acclaim. Henceforth, the work of the kingdom was to be increasingly concerned with the more important task of winning lasting spiritual converts for the truly religious brotherhood of mankind. This sermon marks the crisis in the transition from the period of discussion, controversy, and decision to that of open warfare and final acceptance or final rejection. The Master well knew that many of his followers were slowly but surely preparing their minds finally to reject him. He likewise knew that many of his disciples were slowly but certainly passing through that training of mind and that discipline of soul which would enable them to triumph over doubt and courageously to assert their full-fledged faith in the gospel of kingdom. Jesus fully understood how men prepare themselves for the decisions of a crisis and the performance of sudden deeds of courageous choosing by the slow process of the reiterated choosing between recurring situations of good and evil. He subjected his chosen messengers to repeated rehearsals and disappointment, and provided them with frequent and testing opportunities for choosing between the right and the wrong way of meeting spiritual trials. He knew he could depend on his followers, when they met the final test, to make their vital decisions in accordance with prior and habitual mental attitudes and spirit reactions. This crisis in Jesus' earth life began with the feeding of the 5,000 and ended with this sermon in the synagogue. The crisis in the lives of the apostles began with this sermon in the synagogue and continued for a whole year, ending only with the Master's trial and crucifixion. As they sat there in the synagogue that afternoon before Jesus began to speak, there was just one great mystery, just one supreme question in the minds of all. Both his friends and his foes pondered just one thought, and that was, why did he himself so deliberately and effectively turn back the tide of popular enthusiasm? And it was immediately before and immediately after this sermon that the doubts and disappointments of this disgruntled adherents grew into unconscious opposition and eventually turned into actual hatred. It was after this sermon in the synagogue that Judas Iscariot entertained his first conscious thought of deserting, but he did, for the time being, effectively master all such inclinations. Everyone was in a state of perplexity. Jesus had left them dumbfounded and confounded. He had recently engaged in the greatest demonstration of supernatural power to characterize his whole career. The feeding of the 5,000 was the one event of his earth life which made the greatest appeal to the Jewish concept of the expected Messiah. But this extraordinary advantage was immediately and unexplainably offset by his prompt and unequivocal refusal to be made king. On Friday evening and again on Sabbath morning, the Jerusalem leaders had labored long and earnestly with Jairus to prevent Jesus speaking in the synagogue, but it was of no avail. Jairus' only reply to all this pleading was, "I have granted this request, and I will not violate my word." The Apocalypse Sermon. Jesus introduced this sermon by reading from the law as found in Deuteronomy. "But it shall come to pass, if this people will not hearken to the voice of God, that the curse of transgression shall surely overtake them. The Lord shall cause you to be smitten by your enemies. You shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. And the Lord shall bring you and the king you have set up over you into the hands of a strange nation. You shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations. Your sons and your daughters shall go into captivity. The strangers among you shall rise high in authority while you are brought very low. And these things shall be upon you and your seed forever, because you would not hearken to the word of the Lord. Therefore shall you serve your enemies who shall come against you. You shall endure hunger and thirst, and wear this alien yoke of iron. The Lord shall bring against you a nation from afar, from the end of the earth, a nation whose tongue you shall not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, a nation which will have little regard for you. And they shall besiege you in all your towns until the high fortified walls wherein you have trusted come down, and all the land shall fall into their hands. And it shall come to pass that you will be driven to eat the fruits of your own bodies, the flesh of your sons and daughters, during this time of siege, because of the straitness wherewith your enemy shall press you." And when Jesus had finished this reading, he turned to the prophets and read from Jeremiah. "If you will not hearken to the words of my servants, the prophets, whom I have sent you, then will I make this house like Shiloh, and I will make this city a curse to all the nations of the earth." And the priests and the teachers heard Jeremiah speak these words in the house of the Lord. And it came to pass that, when Jeremiah had made an end of speaking all that the Lord had commanded him to speak to all the people, the priests and the teachers laid hold of him, saying, "You shall surely die." And all the people crowded around Jeremiah in the house of the Lord. And when the princes of Judah heard these things, they sat in judgment on Jeremiah. Then spoke the priests and the teachers to the princes and to all the people, saying, "This man is worthy to die, for he has prophesied against our city, and you have heard him with your own ears." Then spoke Jeremiah to all the princes and to all the people, "The Lord sent me to prophesy against this house and against this city all the words which you have heard. Now therefore amend your ways and reform your doing, and obey the voice of the Lord your God, that you may escape the evil which is pronounced against you. As for me, behold, I am in your hands. Do with me as seems good and right in your eyes. But know you for certain that, if you put me to death, you shall bring innocent blood upon yourselves and upon this people. For of a truth the Lord has sent me to speak all these words in your ears." The priests and teachers of that day sought to kill Jeremiah, but the judges would not consent, albeit, for his words of warning, they did let him down by cords in a filthy dungeon until he sank in mire up to his armpits. That is what this people did to the prophet Jeremiah when he obeyed the Lord's command to warn his brethren of their impending political downfall. Today I desire to ask you, what will the chief priests and religious leaders of this people do with the man who dares to warn them of the day of their spiritual doom? Will you also seek to put to death the teacher who dares to proclaim the word of the Lord, and who fears not to point out wherein you refuse to walk in the way of light, which leads to the entrance to the kingdom of heaven? What is it you seek as evidence of my mission on earth? We have left you undisturbed in your positions of influence and power, while we preach glad tidings to the poor and the outcast. We have made no hostile attacks upon that which you hold in reverence, but have rather proclaimed new liberty for man's fear-ridden soul. I came into the world to reveal my Father and to establish on earth the spiritual brotherhood of the sons of God, the kingdom of heaven. And notwithstanding, and I have so many times reminded you that my kingdom is not of this world, still has my Father granted you many manifestations of material wonders, in addition to more evidential spiritual transformations and regeneration. What new sign is it that you seek at my hands? I declare that you already have sufficient evidence to enable you to make your decision. Verily, verily, I say to many who sit before me this day, you are confronted with the necessity of choosing which way you will go. And I say to you, as Joshua said to your forefathers, choose you this day whom you will serve. Today many of you stand at the parting of the ways. Some of you, when you could not find me after the feasting of the multitude on the other side, hired the Tiberias fishing fleet, which a week before had taken shelter near by during a storm, to go in pursuit of me, and what for? Not for truth and righteousness, or that you might the better know how to serve and minister to your fellow men. No, but rather that you might have more bread for which you had not labored. It was not to fill your souls with the word of life, but only that you might fill the belly with the bread of ease. And long have you been taught that the Messiah, when he should come, would work these wonders which would make life pleasant and easy for all the chosen people. Is it not strange, then, that you who have been thus taught should long for the loaves and the fishes? But I declare to you that such is not the mission of the Son of Man. I have come to proclaim spiritual liberty, teach eternal truth, and foster living faith. My brethren, hanker not after the meat which perishes, but rather seek for the spiritual food that nourishes even to eternal life. And this is the bread of life which the Son gives to all who will take it and eat. For the Father has given the Son this life without measure. And when you asked me, what must we do to perform the works of God? I plainly told you, this is the work of God, that you believe him whom he has sent. And then said Jesus, pointing up to the device of a pot of manna, which decorated the lintel of the new synagogue, and which was embellished with grape clusters, you have thought that your forefathers in the wilderness ate manna, the bread of heaven. But I say to you that this was the bread of earth. While Moses did not give your fathers bread from heaven, my Father now stands ready to give you the true bread of life. The bread of heaven is that which comes down from God, and gives eternal life to the men of the world. And when you say to me, give us this living bread, I will answer, I am this bread of life. He who comes to me shall not hunger, while he who believes me shall never thirst. You have seen me, lived with me, and beheld my works, yet ye believe not that I came forth from the Father. But to those who do believe, fear not. All those led of the Father shall come to me, and he who comes to me shall in no wise be cast out. And now let me declare to you, once and for all time, that I have come down upon the earth, not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. And this is the final will of him who sent me, that of all those he has given me I should not lose one. And this is the will of the Father, that every one who beholds the Son and who believes him shall have eternal life. Only yesterday did I feed you with the bread for your bodies. Today I offer you the bread of life for your hungry souls. Will you now take the bread of the Spirit as you then so willingly ate the bread of this world? As Jesus paused for a moment to look over the congregation, one of the teachers from Jerusalem, a member of the Sanhedrin, rose up and asked, Do I understand you to say that you are the bread which comes down from heaven, and that the manna which Moses gave to our fathers in the wilderness did not? And Jesus answered the Pharisee, You understand right. Then said the Pharisee, But are you not Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph the carpenter? Are not your father and mother, as well as your brothers and sisters, well known to many of us? How then is it that you appear here in God's house, and declare that you have come down from heaven? By this time there was much murmuring in the synagogue, and such a tumult was starting that Jesus stood up and said, Let us be patient. The truth never suffers from honest examination. I am all that you say, but more. The Father and I are one. The Son does only that which the Father teaches him, while all those who are given to the Son by the Father, the Son will receive to himself. You have read where it is written in the prophets, You shall all be taught by God, and that those whom the Father teaches will hear also his Son. Every one who yields to the teaching of the Father's indwelling Spirit will eventually come to me. Not that any man has seen the Father, but the Father's Spirit does live within man. And the Son who came down from heaven, he has surely seen the Father. And those who truly believe the Son already have eternal life. I am this bread of life. Your fathers ate manna in the wilderness and are dead. But this bread which comes down from God, if a man eats thereof, he shall never die in spirit. I repeat, I am this living bread, and every soul who attains the realization of this united nature of God and man shall live forever. And this bread of life which I give to all who will receive it is my own living and combined nature. The Father and the Son one with the Father. That is my life-giving revelation to the world and my saving gift to all nations. When Jesus had finished speaking, the ruler of the synagogue dismissed the congregation, but they would not depart. They crowded up around Jesus to ask more questions, while others murmured and disputed among themselves. And this state of affairs continued for more than 3 hours. It was well past 7 o'clock before the audience finally dispersed. The after-meeting. Many were the questions asked Jesus during this after-meeting. Some were asked by his perplexed disciples, but more were asked by cavaliering unbelievers who sought only to embarrass and entrap him. One of the visiting Pharisees, mounting a lampstand, shouted out this question, "You tell us that you are the bread of life. How can you give us your flesh to eat or your blood to drink? What avail is your teaching if it cannot be carried out?" And Jesus answered this question, saying, "I did not teach you that my flesh is the bread of life, nor that my blood is the water thereof. But I did say that my life in the flesh is a bestowal of the bread of heaven. The fact of the Word of God bestowed in the flesh, and the phenomena of the Son of Man subject to the will of God, constitute a reality of experience which is equivalent to the divine sustenance. You cannot eat my flesh, nor can you drink my blood, but you can become one in spirit with me, even as I am one in spirit with the Father. You can be nourished by the eternal Word of God, which is indeed the bread of life, and which has been bestowed in the likeness of mortal flesh. And you can be watered in soul by the divine Spirit, which is truly the water of life. The Father has sent me into the world to show how he desires to indwell and direct all men. And I have so lived this life in the flesh as to inspire all men likewise ever to seek to know and to do the will of the indwelling Heavenly Father." Then one of the Jerusalem spies who had been observing Jesus and his apostles said, "We notice that neither you nor your apostles wash your hands properly before you eat bread. You must well know that such a practice as eating with defiled and unwashed hands is a transgression of the law of the elders. Neither do you properly wash your drinking cups and eating vessels. Why is it that you show such disrespect for the traditions of the fathers and the laws of our elders?" And when Jesus heard him speak, he answered, "Why is it that you transgress the commandments of God by the laws of your tradition? The commandment says, 'Honor your father and your mother,' and directs that you share with them your substance if necessary. But you enact a law of tradition which permits undutiful children to say that the money wherewith the parents might have been assisted has been given to God. The law of the elders thus relieves such crafty children of their responsibility, notwithstanding that the children subsequently use all such monies for their own comfort. Why is it that you in this way make void the commandments by your own tradition? Well did Isaiah prophesy of your hypocrites, saying, 'These people honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching as their doctrines the precepts of men.' You can see how it is that you desert the commandment while you hold fast to the tradition of men. Altogether willing are you to reject the word of God while you maintain your own traditions. And in many other ways do you dare to set up your own teachings above the law and the prophets." Jesus then directed his remarks to all present. He said, "But hearken to me, all of you. It is not that which enters into the mouth that spiritually defiles the man, but rather that which proceeds out of the mouth and from the heart." But even the apostles failed fully to grasp the meaning of his words, for Simon Peter always asked him, "Lest some of your hearers be unnecessarily offended, would you explain to us the meaning of these words?" And then said Jesus to Peter, "Are you also hard of understanding? Know you not that every plant which my heavenly Father has not planted shall be rooted up? Turn now your attention to those who would know the truth. You cannot compel man to love the truth. Many of these teachers are blind guides, and you know that, if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the pit. But hearken while I tell you the truth concerning these things which morally defile and spiritually contaminate men. I declare it is not that which enters the body by the mouth, or gains access to the mind through the eyes and ears, that defiles a man. Man is only defiled by the evil which may originate within the heart, and which finds expression in the words and deeds of such unholy persons. Do you not know it is from the heart that there come forth evil thoughts, wicked projects of murder, theft and adulteries, together with jealousy, pride, anger, revenge, railing, and false witness? And it is just such things that defile men, and not that they eat bread with ceremonially clean hands. The Pharisaic commissions of the Jerusalem Sanhedrin were now almost convinced that Jesus must be apprehended on a charge of blasphemy, or on one of the flouting the sacred laws of the Jews. Wherefore their efforts to involve him in the discussion of, and possible attack upon, some of the traditions of the elders or so-called oral laws of the nation. No matter how scarce water might be, these traditionally enslaved Jews would never fail to go through with the required ceremonial washing of the hands before every meal. It was their belief that it is better to die than to transgress the commandments of the elders. The spies asked this question because it had been reported that Jesus had said, "Salvation is a matter of clean hearts rather than of clean hands." But such beliefs, when they once become a part of one's religions, are hard to get away from. Even many years after this day, the Apostle Peter was still held in the bondage of fear to many of these traditions about things clean and unclean, only being finally delivered by experiencing an extraordinary and vivid dream. All of this can be the better by understood when it is recalled that these Jews looked upon eating with unwashed hands in the same light as commerce with a harlot, and both were equally punishable by excommunication. Thus did the Master elect to discuss and expose the folly of the whole rabbinic system of rules and regulations, which was represented by the oral law, the tradition of the elders, all of which were regarded as more sacred and more binding upon the Jews than even the teaching of the Scriptures. And Jesus spoke out with less reserve because he knew the hour had come when he could do nothing more to prevent an open rupture of relations with these religious leaders. Last words in the synagogue. In the midst of the discussion of this after meeting, one of the Pharisees from Jerusalem brought to Jesus a distraught youth who was possessed of an unruly and rebellious spirit. Leading this demented lad up to Jesus, he said, "What can you do for such affliction as this? Can you cast out devils?" And when the Master looked upon the youth, he was moved with compassion, and beckoning for the lad to come to him, took him by the hand and said, "You know who I am. Come out of him, and I charge one of your loyal fellows to see that you do not return." And immediately the lad was normal and in his right mind. And this is the first case where Jesus really cast an evil spirit out of a human being. All of the previous cases were only supposed possession of the devil, but this was a genuine case of demonic possession, even such as sometimes occurred in those days, and right up to the day of Pentecost, when the Master's Spirit was poured out upon all flesh, making it forever impossible for these few celestial rebels to take such advantage of certain unstable types of human beings. When the people marveled, one of the Pharisees stood up and charged that Jesus could do these things because he was in league with devils, that he admitted in the language which he employed in casting out the devil that they were known to each other, and he went on to state that the religious teachers and leaders of Jerusalem had decided that Jesus did all this so-called miracles by the power of Beelzebub, the prince of devils. Said the Pharisee, "Have nothing to do with this man. He is in partnership with Satan." Then said Jesus, "How can Satan cast out Satan? A kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. If a house be divided against itself, it is soon brought to desolation. Can a city withstand a siege if it is not united? If Satan casts out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then shall his kingdom stand? But you should know that no one can enter into the house of a strong man, and despoil his goods except he first overpower and bind that strong man. And so, if I by the power of Beelzebub cast out devils, by whom do your sons cast them out? Therefore shall they be your judges. But if I by the Spirit of God cast out devils, then has the kingdom of God truly come upon you. If you are not blinded by prejudice and misled by fear and pride, you would easily perceive that one who is greater than devils stands in your midst. You compel me to declare that he who is not with me is against me, while he who gathers not with me scatters abroad. Let me utter a solemn warning to you who would presume, with your eyes open and with premeditated malice, knowingly to ascribe the words of God to the doings of devils. Verily, verily, I say to you, all the sins shall be forgiven, even all of your blasphemies. But whosoever shall blaspheme against God with deliberation and wicked intention shall never obtain forgiveness. Since such persistent workers of iniquity will never seek nor receive forgiveness, they are guilty of the sin of eternally rejecting divine forgiveness. Many of you have this day come to the parting of the ways. You have come to a beginning of the making of the inevitable choice between the will of the Father and the self-chosen ways of darkness. And as you now choose, so shall you eventually be. You must either make the tree good and its fruit good, or else will the tree become corrupt and its fruit corrupt. I declare that in my Father's eternal kingdom the tree is known by its fruit. But some of you who are as vipers, how can you, having already chosen evil, bring forth good fruits? After all, out of the abundance of the evil in your hearts your mouths speak. Then stood up another Pharisee who said, Teacher, we would have you give us a predetermined sign, which we will all agree upon as establishing your authority and right to teach. Will you agree to such an arrangement? And when Jesus heard this, he said, This faithless and sign-seeking generation seeks a token, but no sign shall be given you other than that which you already have, and that which you shall see when the Son of Man departs from among you. And when he had finished speaking, his apostles surrounded him and led him from the synagogue. In silence they journeyed home with him to Bethesda. They were all amazed and somewhat terror-stricken by the sudden change in the Master's teaching tactics. They were wholly unaccustomed to seeing him perform in such militant manner. The Saturday evening. Time and again had Jesus dashed to pieces the hopes of his apostles. Repeatedly had he crushed their fondest expectations. But no time of disappointment or season of sorrow had ever equaled that which now overtook them. And too, there was now admixed with their depression a real fear for their safety. They were all surprisingly startled by the suddenness and completeness of the desertion of the populace. They were also somewhat frightened and disconcerted by the unexpected boldness and assertive determination exhibited by the Pharisees who had come down from Jerusalem. But most of all, they were bewildered by Jesus' sudden change of tactics. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have welcomed the appearance of this more militant attitude. But coming as it did, along with so much that was unexpected, it startled them. And now, on top of all the worries, when they had reached home, Jesus refused to eat. For hours he isolated himself in one of the upper rooms. It was almost midnight when Job, the leader of the evangelists, returned and reported that about one-third of his associates had deserted the cause. All through the evening loyal disciples had come and gone, reporting that the revulsion of feeling toward the Master was general in Capernaum. The leaders from Jerusalem were not slow to feed this feeling of dissatisfaction, and in every way possible to seek to promote the movement away from Jesus and his teachings. During these trying hours, the 12 women were in session over at Peter's house. They were tremendously upset, but none of them deserted. It was a little after midnight when Jesus came down from the upper chamber and stood among the 12 and their associates, numbering about 30 in all. He said, I recognize that this sifting of the kingdom distresses you, but it is unavoidable. Still, after all the training you have had, was there any good reason why you should stumble at my words? Why is it that you are filled with fear and consternation when you see the kingdom being divested of these lukewarm multitudes and these half-hearted disciples? Why do you grieve when the new day is dawning for the shining forth in new glory of the spiritual teaching of the kingdom of heaven? If you find it difficult to endure this test, what then will you do when the Son of Man must return to the Father? When and how will you prepare yourself for the time when I ascend to the place whence I came to this world? My beloved, you must remember that it is the Spirit that quickens. The flesh and all that pertains thereto is of little profit. The words which I have spoken to you are spirit and life. Be of good cheer, I have not deserted you. Many shall be offended by the plain speaking of these days. Already you have heard that many of my disciples have turned back. They walk no more with me. From the beginning I knew that these half-hearted believers would fall out by the way. Did I choose you 12 men and set you apart as ambassadors of the kingdom? And now at such a time as this would you also desert? Let each of you look to his own faith, for one of you stands in grave danger. And when Jesus had finished speaking, Simon Peter said, Yes, Lord, we are sad and perplexed, but we will never forsake you. You have taught us the words of eternal life. We have believed in you and followed you with all this time. We will not turn back, for we know that you are sent by God. And as Peter ceased speaking, They all with one accord nodded their approval of his pledge of loyalty. Then said Jesus, "Go to your rest, for busy times are upon us. Active days are just ahead." End of paper 153.
Paper 154. Last Days at Capernaum. On the eventful Saturday night of April 30, as Jesus was speaking words of comfort and courage to his downcast and bewildered disciples, at Tiberias a council was being held between Herod Antipas and a group of special commissioners representing the Jerusalem Sanhedrin. These scribes and Pharisees urged Herod to arrest Jesus. They did their best to convince him that Jesus was stirring up the populace to dissension and even to rebellion. But Herod refused to take action against him as a political offender. Herod's advisers had correctly reported the episode across the lake when the people sought to proclaim Jesus king, and how he rejected the proposal. One of Herod's official family, Chuza, whose wife belonged to the Women's Ministering Corps, had informed him that Jesus did not propose to meddle with the affairs of earthly rule, that he was only concerned with the establishment of the spiritual brotherhood of his believers, which brotherhood he called the Kingdom of Heaven. Herod had confidence in Chuza's reports, so much so that he refused to interfere with Jesus' activities. Herod was also influenced at this time in his attitude toward Jesus by his superstitious fear of John the Baptist. Herod was one of those apostate Jews who, while he believed nothing, feared everything. He had a bad conscience for having put John to death, and he did not want to become entangled in these intrigues against Jesus. He knew of many cases of sickness which had been apparently healed by Jesus, and he regarded him as either a prophet or a relatively harmless religious fanatic. When the Jews threatened to report to Caesar that he was shielding a traitorous subject, Herod ordered them out of his council chamber. Thus matters rested for 1 week, during which time Jesus prepared his followers for the impending dispersion. 1. A week of council. From May 1 to May 7, Jesus held intimate council with his followers at the Zebedee house. Only the tried and trusted disciples were admitted to these conferences. At this time there were only about 100 disciples who had the moral courage to brave the opposition of the Pharisees and openly declare their adherence to Jesus. With this group he held sessions morning, afternoon, and evening. Small companies of inquirers assembled each afternoon by the seaside, where some of the evangelists or apostles discoursed to them. These groups seldom numbered more than 50. On Friday of this week, official action was taken by the rulers of the Capernaum synagogue, closing the house of God to Jesus and all his followers. This action was taken at the instigation of the Jerusalem Pharisees. Jairus resigned as chief ruler and openly aligned himself with Jesus. The last of the seaside meetings was held on Sabbath afternoon, May 7. Jesus talked to less than 150 who had assembled at that time. This Saturday night marked the time of the lowest ebb in the tide of popular regard for Jesus and his teachings. From then on there was a steady, slow, but more healthful and dependable growth in favorable sentiment. A new following was built up, which was better grounded in spiritual faith and true religious experience. The more or less composite and compromising transition stage between the materialistic concepts of the kingdom held by the Master's followers and those more idealistic and spiritual concepts taught by Jesus had now definitely ended. From now on, there was a more open proclamation of the gospel of the kingdom in its larger scope and in its far-flung spiritual implications. 2. A week of rest. Sunday, May 8, AD 29, at Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin passed a decree closing all the synagogues of Palestine to Jesus and his followers. This was a new and unprecedented usurpation of authority by the Jerusalem Sanhedrin. Theretofore, each synagogue had existed and functioned as an independent congregation of worshippers, and was under the rule and direction of its own board of governors. Only the synagogues of Jerusalem had been subject to the authority of the Sanhedrin. This summary action of the Sanhedrin was followed by the resignation of 5 of its members. 100 messengers were immediately dispatched to convey and enforce this decree. Within the short space of 2 weeks, every synagogue in Palestine had bowed to this manifesto of the Sanhedrin, except the synagogue at Hebron. The rulers of the Hebron synagogue refused to acknowledge the right of the Sanhedrin to exercise such jurisdiction over their assembly. This refusal to accede to the Jerusalem decree was based on their contention of congregational autonomy rather than on sympathy with Jesus' cause. Shortly thereafter, the Hebron synagogue was destroyed by fire. This same Sunday morning, Jesus declared a week's holiday, urging all of his disciples to return to their homes or friends to rest their troubled souls and speak words of encouragement to their loved ones. He said, "Go to your several places to play or fish while you pray for the extension of the kingdom." This week of rest enabled Jesus to visit many families and groups about the seaside. He also went fishing with David Zebedee on several occasions, and while he went about alone much of the time, there always lurked nearby 2 or 3 of David's most trusted messengers, who had no uncertain orders from their chief respecting the safeguarding of Jesus. There was no public teaching of any sort during this week of rest. This was the week that Nathanael and James Zebedee suffered from more than a slight illness. For 3 days and nights they were acutely afflicted with a painful digestive disturbance. On the 3rd night Jesus sent Salome, James's mother, to her rest while he ministered to his suffering apostles. Of course Jesus could have instantly healed these 2 men, but that is not the method of either the Son or the Father in dealing with these commonplace difficulties and afflictions of the children of men on the evolutionary worlds of time and space. Never once throughout all of his eventful life in the flesh did Jesus engage in any sort of supernatural ministration to any member of his earth family or in behalf of any one of his immediate followers. Universe difficulties must be met and planetary obstacles must be encountered as a part of the experience training provided for the growth and development, the progressive perfection of the evolving souls of mortal creatures. The spiritualization of the human soul requires intimate experience with the educational solving of a wide range of real universe problems. The animal nature and the lower forms of will creatures do not progress favorably in environmental ease. Problematic situations, coupled with exertion stimuli, conspire to produce those activities of mind, soul, and spirit which contribute mightily to the achievement of worthy goals of mortal progression and to the attainment of higher levels of spirit destiny. 3. The Second Tiberius Conference. On May 16, the Second Conference at Tiberias between the authorities at Jerusalem and Herod Antipas was convened. Both the religious and the political leaders from Jerusalem were in attendance. The Jewish leaders were able to report to Herod that practically all the synagogues in both Galilee and Judea were closed to Jesus' teachings. A new effort was made to have Herod place Jesus under arrest, but he refused to do their bidding. On May 18, however, Herod did agree to the plan of permitting the Sanhedrin authorities to seize Jesus and carry him to Jerusalem to be tried on religious charges, provided the Roman ruler of Judea concurred in such an arrangement. Meanwhile, Jesus' enemies were industriously spreading the rumor throughout Galilee that Herod had become hostile to Jesus, and that he meant to exterminate all who believed in his teachings. On Saturday night, May 21, word reached Tiberias that the civil authorities at Jerusalem had no objection to the agreement between Herod and the Pharisees that Jesus be seized and carried to Jerusalem for trial before the Sanhedrin, on charges of flouting the sacred laws of the Jewish nation. Accordingly, just before midnight of this day, Herod signed the decree which authorized the officers of the Sanhedrin to seize Jesus within Herod's domains and forcibly to carry him to Jerusalem for trial. Strong pressure from many sides was brought to bear upon Herod before he consented to grant this permission, and he well knew that Jesus could not expect a fair trial before his bitter enemies at Jerusalem. 4. Saturday night in Capernaum. On this same Saturday night, in Capernaum, a group of 50 leading citizens met at the synagogue to discuss the momentous question, "What shall we do with Jesus?" They talked and debated until after midnight, but they could not find any common ground for agreement. Aside from a few persons who were inclined to the belief that Jesus might be the Messiah, at least a holy man, or perhaps a prophet, the meeting was divided into 4 nearly equal groups who held, respectively, the following views of Jesus. 1. That he was a deluded and harmless religious fanatic. 2. That he was a dangerous and designing agitator who might stir up rebellion. 3. That he was in league with devils, that he might even be a prince of devils. 4. That he was beside himself, that he was mad, mentally unbalanced. There was much talk about Jesus' preaching doctrines which were upsetting for the common people. His enemies maintained that his teachings were impractical, that everything would go to pieces if everybody made an honest effort to live in accordance with his ideas. And the men of many subsequent generations have said the same things. Many intelligent and well-meaning men, even in the more enlightened age of these revelations, maintain that modern civilization could not have been built upon the teachings of Jesus, and they are partially right. But all such doubters forget that a much better civilization could have been built upon his teachings, and sometime will be. This world has never seriously tried to carry out the teachings of Jesus on a large scale, notwithstanding that half-hearted attempts have often been made to follow the doctrines of so-called Christianity. 5. The eventful Sunday morning. May 22 was an eventful day in the life of Jesus. On this Sunday morning, before daybreak, one of David's messengers arrived in great haste from Tiberias, bringing the word that Herod had authorized, or was about to authorize, the arrest of Jesus by the officers of the Sanhedrin. The receipt of the news of this impending danger caused David Zebedee to arouse his messengers and send them out to all the local groups of disciples, summoning them for an emergency council at 7 o'clock that morning. When the sister-in-law of Jude, Jesus' brother, heard this alarming report, she hastened word to all of Jesus' family who dwelt nearby, summoning them forthwith to assemble at Zebedee's house. And in response to this hasty call, presently there were assembled Mary, James, Joseph, Jude, and Ruth. At this early morning meeting, Jesus imparted his farewell instructions to the assembled disciples. That is, he bade them farewell for the time being, knowing well that they would soon be dispersed from Capernaum. He directed them all to seek God for guidance and to carry on the work of the kingdom regardless of consequences. The evangelists were to labor as they saw fit until such time as they might be called. He selected 12 of the evangelists to accompany him. The 12 apostles he directed to remain with him no matter what happened. The 12 women he instructed to remain at the Zebedee house and at Peter's house until he should send for them. Jesus consented to David Zebedee's continuing his countrywide messenger service, and in bidding the master farewell presently, David said, "Go forth to your work, master. Don't let the bigots catch you, and never doubt that the messengers will follow after you. My men will never lose contact with you, and through them you shall know of the kingdom in other parts, and by them we will all know about you. Nothing that might happen to me will interfere with this service, for I have appointed first and second leaders, even a third. I am neither a teacher nor a preacher, but it is in my heart to do this, and none can stop me." About 7:30 this morning, Jesus began his parting address to almost 100 believers who had crowded indoors to hear him. This was a solemn occasion for all present, but Jesus seemed unusually cheerful. He was once more like his normal self. The seriousness of weeks had gone, and he inspired all of them with his words of faith, hope, and courage. 6. Jesus' family arrives. It was about 8 o'clock on this Sunday morning when 5 members of Jesus' earth family arrived on the scene in response to the urgent summons of Jude's sister-in-law. Of all his family in the flesh, only one, Ruth, believed wholeheartedly and continuously in the divinity of his mission on earth. Jude and James, and even Joseph, still retained much of their faith in Jesus, but they had permitted pride to interfere with their better judgment and real spiritual inclinations. Mary was likewise torn between love and fear, between mother love and family pride. Though she was harassed by doubts, she could never quite forget the visit of Gabriel ere Jesus was born. The Pharisees had been laboring to persuade Mary that Jesus was beside himself, demented. They urged her to go with her sons and seek to dissuade him from further efforts at public teaching. They assured Mary that soon Jesus' health would break, and that only dishonor and disgrace could come upon the entire family as a result of allowing him to go on. And so, when the word came from Jude's sister-in-law, all 5 of them started at once for Zebedee's house, having been together at Mary's home, where they had met with the Pharisees the evening before. They had talked with the Jerusalem leaders long into the night, and all were more or less convinced that Jesus was acting strangely, that he had acted strangely for some time. While Ruth could not explain all of his conduct, she insisted that he had always treated his family fairly and refused to agree to the program of trying to dissuade him from further work. On the way to Zebedee's house, they talked these things over and agreed among themselves to try to persuade Jesus to come home with them. For, said Mary, I know I could influence my son if he would only come home and listen to me. James and Jude had heard rumors concerning the plans to arrest Jesus and take him to Jerusalem for trial. They also feared for their own safety. As long as Jesus was a popular figure in the public eye, his family allowed matters to drift along, but now that the people of Capernaum and the leaders at Jerusalem had suddenly turned against him, they began keenly to feel the pressure of the supposed disgrace of their embarrassing position. They had expected to meet Jesus, take him aside, and urge him to go home with them. They had thought to assure him that they would forget his neglect of them, they would forgive and forget, if he would only give up the foolishness of trying to preach a new religion which could bring only trouble to himself and dishonor upon his family. To all of this Ruth would say only, I will tell my brother that I think he is a man of God, and that I hope he would be willing to die before he would allow these wicked Pharisees to stop his preaching. Joseph promised to keep Ruth quiet while the others labored with Jesus. When they reached the Zebedee house, Jesus was in the very midst of delivering his parting address to the disciples. They sought to gain entrance to the house, but it was crowded to overflowing. Finally, they established themselves on the back porch and had word passed in to Jesus from person to person, so that it finally was whispered to him by Simon Peter, who interrupted his talking for the purpose, and who said, Behold, your mother and your brothers are outside, and they are very anxious to speak with you. Now it did not occur to his mother how important was the giving of this parting message to his followers, neither did she know that his address was likely to be terminated any moment by the arrival of his apprehenders. She really thought, after so long an apparent estrangement, in view of the fact that she and his brothers had shown the grace actually to come to him, that Jesus would cease speaking and come to them the moment he received word they were waiting. It was just another of those instances in which his earth family could not comprehend that he must be about his Father's business. And so Mary and his brothers were deeply hurt when, notwithstanding that he paused in his speaking to receive the message, instead of his rushing out to greet them, they heard his musical voice speak with increased volume, Say to my mother and my brothers that they should have no fear for me. The Father who sent me into the world will not forsake me, neither shall any harm come upon my family. Bid them be of good courage and put their trust in the Father of the kingdom. But after all, who is my mother and who are my brothers? And stretching forth his hands toward all of his disciples assembled in the room, he said, I have no mother, I have no brothers. Behold my mother, and behold my brethren. For whosoever does the will of my Father who is in heaven, the same is my mother, my brother, and my sister. And when Mary heard these words, she collapsed in Jude's arms. They carried her out in the garden to revive her, while Jesus spoke the concluding words of his parting message. He would then have gone out to confer with his mother and his brothers, but a messenger arrived in haste from Tiberias, bringing word that the officers of the Sanhedrin were on their way with authority to arrest Jesus and carry him to Jerusalem. Andrew received this message and, interrupting Jesus, told it to him. Andrew did not recall that David had posted some 25 sentinels about the Zebedee house, and that no one could take them by surprise, so he asked Jesus what should be done. The master stood there in silence while his mother, having heard the words, I have no mother, was recovering from the shock in the garden. It was at just this time that a woman in the room stood up and exclaimed, Blessed is the womb that bore you, and blessed are the breasts that nursed you. Jesus turned aside a moment from his conversation with Andrew to answer this woman by saying, "No, rather is the one blessed who hears the word of God and dares to obey it." Mary and Jesus' brothers thought that Jesus did not understand them, that he had lost interest in them, little realizing that it was they who failed to understand Jesus. Jesus fully understood how difficult it is for men to break with their past. He knew how human beings are swayed by the preacher's eloquence, and how the conscience responds to emotional appeal as the mind does to logic and reason. But he also knew how far more difficult it is to persuade men to disown the past. It is forever true that all who may think they are misunderstood or not appreciated have in Jesus a sympathizing friend and an understanding counselor. He had warned his apostles that a man's foes may be they of his own household, but he had hardly realized how near this prediction would come to apply to his own experience. Jesus did not forsake his earth family to do his Father's work. They forsook him. Later on, after the Master's death and resurrection, when James became connected with the early Christian movement, he suffered immeasurably as a result of his failure to enjoy this earlier association with Jesus and his disciples. In passing through these events, Jesus chose to be guided by the limited knowledge of his human mind. He desired to undergo the experience with his associates as a mere man, and it was in the human mind of Jesus to see his family before he left. He did not wish to stop in the midst of his discourse and thus render their first meeting, after so long a separation, such a public affair. He had intended to finish his address and then have a visit with them before leaving, but this plan was thwarted by the conspiracy of events which immediately followed. The haste of their flight was augmented by the arrival of a party of David's messengers at the rear entrance of the Zebedee home. The commotion produced by these men frightened the apostles into thinking that these new arrivals might be their apprehenders, and in fear of immediate arrest they hastened through the front entrance to the waiting boat. And all of this explains why Jesus did not see his family waiting on the back porch. But he did say to David Zebedee as he entered the boat in hasty flight, "Tell my mother and my brothers that I appreciate their coming, and that I intended to see them. Admonish them to find no offense in me, but rather to seek for a knowledge of the will of God, and for grace and courage to do that will." 7. The hasty flight. And so it was on this Sunday morning, the 22nd of May, in the year A.D. 29, that Jesus, with his 12 apostles and the 12 evangelists, engaged in this hasty flight from the Sanhedrin officers who were on their way to Bethsaida with authority from Herod Antipas to arrest him and take him to Jerusalem for trial on charges of blasphemy and other violations of the sacred law of the Jews. It was almost 8:30 this beautiful morning when this company of 25 manned the oars and pulled for the eastern shore of the Sea of Galilee. Following the Master's boat was another and smaller craft containing 6 of David's messengers, who had instructions to maintain contact with Jesus and his associates, and to see that information of their whereabouts and safety was regularly transmitted to the home of Zebedee in Bethsaida, which had served as headquarters for the work of the kingdom for some time. But Jesus was never again to make his home at the house of Zebedee. From now on, throughout the remainder of his earth life, the Master truly had not where to lay his head. No more did he have even the semblance of a settled abode. They rowed over to near the village of Charissa, put their boat in the custody of friends, and began the wanderings of this eventful last year of the Master's life on earth. For a time they remained in the domains of Philip, going from Charissa up to Caesarea Philippi, thence making their way over to the coast of Phoenicia. The crowd lingered about the home of Zebedee, watching these 2 boats make their way over the lake toward the eastern shore, and they were well started when the Jerusalem officers hurried up and began their search for Jesus. They refused to believe he had escaped them, and while Jesus and his party were journeying northward through Batanea, the Pharisees and their assistants spent almost a full week vainly searching for him in the neighborhood of Capernaum. Jesus' family returned to their home in Capernaum and spent almost a week in talking, debating, and praying. They were filled with confusion and consternation. They enjoyed no peace of mind until Thursday afternoon, when Ruth returned from a visit to the Zebedee house, where she learned from David that her father-brother was safe and in good health and making his way toward the Phoenician coast.
Paper 155. Fleeing through northern Galilee. Soon after landing near on this eventful Sunday, Jesus and the 24 went a little way to the north, where they spent the night in a beautiful park south of Bethesda Julius. They were familiar with this camping place, having stopped there in days gone by. Before retiring for the night, the Master called his followers around him and discussed with them the plans for the projected tour through Batanea and northern Galilee to the Phoenician coast. "Why do the heathen rage?" said Jesus. "You should all recall how the psalmist spoke of these times, saying, 'Why do the heathen rage and the people plot in vain? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers of the people take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, Let us break the bonds of mercy asunder, and let us cast away the cords of love.' Today you see this fulfilled before your eyes, but you shall not see the remainder of the psalmist's prophecy fulfilled, for he entertained erroneous ideas about the Son of Man and his mission on earth. My kingdom is founded on love, proclaimed in mercy and established by unselfish service. My Father does not sit in heaven laughing in derision at the heathen. He is not wrathful in his great displeasure. True is the promise that the Son shall have these so-called heathen, in reality his ignorant and untaught brethren, for an inheritance, and I will receive these Gentiles with open arms of mercy and affection. All this loving kindness shall be sown the so-called heathen, notwithstanding the unfortunate declaration of the record, which intimates that the triumphant Son shall break them with a rod of iron, and dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. The psalmist exhorted you to serve the Lord with fear. I bid you enter into the exalted privilege of divine sonship by faith. He commands you to rejoice with trembling. I bid you rejoice with assurance. He says, Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish when his wrath is kindled. But you who have lived with me well know that anger and wrath are not a part of the establishment of the kingdom of heaven in the hearts of men. But the psalmist did glimpse the true light when, in finishing his exhortation, he said, Blessed are they who put their trust in his Son. Jesus continued to teach the 24, saying, The heathen are not without excuse when they rage at us. Because their outlook is small and narrow, they are able to concentrate their energies enthusiastically. Their goal is near and more or less visible, wherefore do they strive with valiant and effective execution. You have professed entrance into the kingdom of heaven, are altogether too vacillating and indefinite in your teaching conduct. The heathen strike directly for their objective. You are guilty of too much chronic yearning. If you desire to enter the kingdom, why do you not take it by spiritual assault, even as the heathen take a city by lay siege to? You are hardly worthy of the kingdom when your service consists so largely in an attitude of regretting the past, whining over the present, and vainly hoping for the future. Why do the heathen rage? Because they know not the truth. Why do you languish in futile yearning? Because you obey not the truth. Cease your useless yearning and go forth bravely, doing that which concerns the establishment of the kingdom. In all that you do, become not one-sided and over-specialized. The Pharisees who seek our destruction verily think they are doing God's service. They have become so narrowed by tradition that they are blinded by prejudice and hardened by fear. Consider the Greeks who have a science without religion, while the Jews have a religion without science. And when men become thus misled into accepting a narrow and confused disintegration of truth, their only hope of salvation is to become truth-coordinated, converted. Let me emphatically state this eternal truth. If you, by truth coordination, learn to exemplify in your lives this beautiful wholeness of righteousness, your fellow men will then seek after you that they may gain what you have acquired. The measure wherewith true seekers are drawn to you represents the measure of your truth endowment, your righteousness. The extent to which you have to go with your message to the people is, in a way, the measure of your failure to live the whole or righteous life, the truth-coordinated life. And many other things the Master taught his apostles and the evangelists before they bade him good night and sought rest upon their pillows. The evangelist in Chorazin. On Monday morning, May 23rd, Jesus directed Peter to go over to the Chorazin with the 12 evangelists, while he, with the 11, departed for Caesarea Philippi, going by way of the Jordan to the Damascus-Capernaum road, thence northeast to the junction with the road to Caesarea Philippi, and then on into the city, where they tarried and taught for 2 weeks. They arrived during the afternoon of Tuesday, May 24th. Peter and the evangelists sojourned in Chorazin for 2 weeks, preaching the gospel of the kingdom to a small but earnest company of believers. But they were not able to win many new converts. No city of all Galilee yielded so few souls for the kingdom as Chorazin. In accordance with Peter's instructions, the 12 evangelists had less to say about healing, things physical, while they preached and taught with increased vigor the spiritual truth of the heavenly kingdom. These 2 weeks at Chorazin constituted a veritable baptism of adversity for the 12 evangelists, in that it was the most difficult and unproductive period in their careers up to this time. Being thus deprived of the satisfaction of winning souls for the kingdom, each of them the more earnestly and honestly took stock of his own soul and its progress in the spiritual path of the new life. When it appeared that no more people were minded to seek entrance into the kingdom, Peter, on Tuesday, June 7th, called his associates together and departed for Caesarea Philippi to join Jesus and the apostles. They arrived about noontime on Wednesday, and spent the entire evening in rehearsing their experiences among the unbelievers of Chorazin. During the discussions of this evening, Jesus made further reference to the parable of the sower and taught them much about the meaning of the apparent failure of life undertakings. At Caesarea Philippi, although Jesus did no public work during his 2-week sojourn near Caesarea Philippi, the apostles had numerous quiet evening meetings in the city. Many of the believers came out to the camp to talk with the Master. Very few were added to the group of believers as a result of this visit. Jesus talked with the apostles each day, and they more clearly discerned that a new phase of the work of preaching the kingdom of heaven was now beginning. They were commencing to comprehend that the kingdom of heaven is not meat and drink, but the realization of the spiritual joy of the acceptance of divine sonship. The sojourn at Caesarea Philippi was the real test to the 11 apostles. It was a difficult 2 weeks for them to live through. They were well nigh depressed, and they missed the periodic stimulation of Peter's enthusiastic personality. In this time it was truly a great and testing adventure to believe in Jesus and go forth to follow after him. Though they made few converts during these 2 weeks, they did learn much that was highly profitable from their daily conferences with the Master. The apostles learned that the Jews were spiritually stagnant and dying because they had crystallized truth into a creed, that when truth becomes formulated as a boundary line of self-righteous exclusiveness instead of serving as signposts of spiritual guidance and progress, such teaching loses their creative and life-giving power and ultimately become merely preservative and fossilizing. Increasingly they learned from Jesus to look upon human personalities in terms of their possibilities in time and in eternity. They learned that many souls can best be led to love the unseen God by being first taught to love their brethren whom they can see. And it was in this connection that new meaning became attached to the Master's pronouncement concerning unselfish service for one's fellows. Inasmuch as you did it for one of the least of my brethren, you did it for me. One of the great lessons of this sojourn at Caesarea had to do with the origin of religious traditions, with the grave danger of allowing a sense of sacredness to become attached to non-sacred things, common ideas, or everyday events. From one conference they emerged with the teaching that true religion was man's heartfelt loyalty to his highest and truest conviction. Jesus warned his believers that if their religious longings were only material, increasing knowledge of nature would, by progressive displacement of the supposed supernatural origin of things, ultimately deprive them of their faith in God. But that, if their religion were spiritual, never could the progress of physical science disturb their faith in eternal realities and divine values. They learned that when religion is wholly spiritual in motive, it makes all life more worthwhile, filling it with high purpose, dignifying it with transcendent values, inspiring it with superb motives, all the while comforting the human soul with a sublime and sustaining hope. True religion is designed to lessen the strain of existence. It releases faith and courage for daily living and unselfish serving. Faith promotes spiritual vitality and righteous fruitfulness. Jesus repeatedly taught his apostles that no civilization could long survive the loss of the best in its religion. and he never grew weary of pointing out to the 12 the great danger of accepting religious symbols and ceremonies in the place of religious experience. His whole earth life was consistently devoted to the mission of thawing out the frozen forms of religion into the liquid liberties of enlightenment sonship. On the way to Phoenicia, on Thursday morning, June 9th, after receiving word regarding the progress of the kingdom brought by the messengers of David from Bethesda, this group of 25 teachers of truth left Caesarea Philippi to begin their journey to the Phoenician coast. They passed around the marsh country, by way of Luz, to the point of junction with the Magdala-Mount Lebanon Trail Road, thence to the crossing with the road leading to Sidon, arriving there Friday afternoon. While pausing for lunch under the shadow of an overhanging ledge of rock near Luz, Jesus delivered one of the most remarkable addresses which his apostle ever listened to throughout all their years of association with him. No sooner had they seated themselves to break bread than Simon Peter asked Jesus, "Master, since the Father in heaven knows all things, and since his Spirit is our support in the establishment of the kingdom of heaven on earth, why is it that we flee from the threats of our enemies? Why do we refuse to confront the foes of truth?" But before Jesus had begun to answer Peter's question, Thomas broke in asking, "Master, I should really like to know just what is wrong with the religion of our enemies at Jerusalem. What is the real differences between their religion and ours? Why is it that we are at such diversity of belief when we all profess to serve the same God?" And when Thomas had finished, Jesus said, "While I would not ignore Peter's question, knowing full well how easy it would be to misunderstand my reason for avoiding an open clash with the rulers of the Jews at this time, still it would prove more helpful to all of you if I chose rather to answer Thomas's question, and that I will proceed to do when you have finished your lunch." The Discourse on True Religion. This memorable discourse on religion, summarized and restated in modern phraseology, gave expression to the following truths. While the religions of the world have a double origin, natural and revelatory, at any one time and among any one people there are to be found three distinct forms of religious devotion, and these three manifestations are the religious urge are: 1. Primitive religion, the semi-natural and instinctive urge to fear mysterious energies and worship superior forces, chiefly a religion of the physical nature, the religion of fear. 2. The religion of civilization, the advancing religious concepts and practices of the civilizing races, the religion of the mind, the intellectual theology of the authority of established religious tradition. 3. True religion, the religion of revelation, the revelation of supernatural values, a partial insight into eternal realities, a glimpse of the goodness and beauty of the infinite character of the Father in heaven, the religion of the Spirit as demonstrated in human experience. The religion of the physical senses and the superstitious fears of natural man, the Master refused to belittle, though he deplored the fact that so much of his primitive form of worship should persist in the religious forms of the more intelligent races of mankind. Jesus made it clear that the great difference between the religion of the mind and the religion of the Spirit is that, while the former is upheld by ecclesiastical authority, the latter is wholly based on human experience. And then the Master, in his hour of teaching, went on to make clear these truths. Until the races become highly intelligent and more fully civilized, there will persist many of these childlike and superstitious ceremonies, which are so characteristic of the evolutionary religious practice of primitive and backward people. Until the human race progresses to the level of a higher and more general recognition of the realities of spiritual experience, large numbers of men and women will continue to show a personal preference for those religions of authority which require only intellectual assent, in contrast to the religion of the Spirit, which entails active participation of mind and soul in the faith adventure of grappling with the rigorous realities of progressive human experience. The acceptance of the traditional religions of authority presents the easy way out for man's urge to seek satisfaction for the longing of his spiritual nature. The settled, crystallized, and established religions of authority afford a ready refuge to which the distracted and distraught soul of man may flee when harassed by fear and tormented by uncertainty. Such a religion requires of its devotees, as the price to be paid for its satisfaction and assurances, only a passive and purely intellectual assent. And for a long time there will live on earth those timid, fearful, and hesitant individuals who will prefer thus to secure their religious consolations, even though in so casting their lot with the religion of authority, they compromise the sovereignty of personality, debase the dignity of self-respect, and utterly surrender the right to participate in that most thrilling and inspiring of all possible human experiences, the personal quest for truth. The exhilaration of facing the perils of intellectual discovery, the determination to explore the realities of personal religious experience, the supreme satisfaction of experiencing the personal triumph of the actual realization of the victory of spiritual faith over intellectual doubt, as it is honestly won in the supreme adventure of all human existence, man seeking God for himself and as himself, and finding him. The religion of the Spirit means effort, struggle, conflict, faith, determination, love, loyalty, and progress. The religion of the mind, the theology of authority, requires little or none of these exertions from its formal believers. Tradition is a safe refuge and an easy path for those fearful and half-hearted souls who instinctively shun the spirit struggle and mental uncertainties associated with those faith voyages of daring adventure out upon the high seas of unexplored truth, in search for the farther shores of spiritual realities, as they may be discovered by the progressive human mind and experienced by the evolving human soul. And Jesus went on to say, at Jerusalem, the religious leaders have formulated the various doctrines of their traditional teachers and the prophets of other days in an established system of intellectual beliefs, a religion of authority. The appeal of all such religions is largely to the mind, and now we are about to enter upon a deadly conflict with such a religion, since we will so shortly begin the bold proclamation of a new religion, a religion which is not a religion in the present-day meaning of the word, a religion that makes its chief appeal to the divine spirit of my Father, which resides in the mind of man, a religion which shall derive its authority from the fruits of its acceptance, that will so certainly appear in the personal experience of all who really and truly become believers in the truth of this higher spiritual communion. Pointing out each of the 24 and calling them by name, Jesus said, and now, which one of you would prefer to take this easy path of conformity to an established and fossilized religion, as defended by the Pharisees at Jerusalem, rather than to suffer the difficulties and persecution attendant upon the mission of proclaiming a better way of salvation to men, when you realize the satisfaction of discovering for yourself the beauties of the realities of a living and personal experience in the eternal truth and supreme grandeur of the kingdom of heaven? Are you fearful, soft, and ease-seeking? Are you afraid to trust your future in the hands of the God of truth, whose sons you are? Are you distrustful of the Father, whose children you are? Will you go back to the easy path of the certainty and intellectual settledness of the religion of traditional authority? Or will you gird yourself to go further with me into that uncertain and troublous future of proclaiming the new truth of the religion of the Spirit, the kingdom of heaven in the hearts of men? All 24 of his hearers rose to their feet, intending to signify their united and loyal response to this, one of the few emotional appeals which Jesus ever made to them. But he raised his hand and stopped them, saying, "Go now apart by yourselves, each man alone with the Father, and there find the unemotional answer to my question. And having found such a true and sincere attitude of soul, speak that answer freely and boldly to my Father and your Father, whose infinite life of love is the very spirit of the religion we proclaim." The evangelists and apostles went apart by themselves for a short time. Their spirits were uplifted, their minds were inspired, and their emotions mightily stirred by what Jesus had said. But when Andrew called them together, the Master said only, "Let us resume our journey. We go into Phoenicia to tarry for a season, and all of you should pray to the Father to transform your emotions of mind and body into the higher loyalties of mind and the more satisfying experience of the Spirit." And they journeyed on down the road. The 24 were silent, but presently they began to talk one with another, and by 3 o'clock that afternoon they could not go further. They came to a halt, and Peter, going up to Jesus, said, "Master, you have spoken to us the words of life and truth. We would hear more. We beseech you to speak to us further concerning these matters." The second discourse on religion. And so, while they paused in the shade of the hillside, Jesus continued to teach them regarding the religion of the Spirit, in substance saying, "You have come out from among those of your fellows who chose to remain satisfied with the religion of mind, who crave security and prefer conformity. you have elected to exchange your feelings of authoritative certainty for the assurance of the spirit of adventurous and progressive faith. You have dared to protest against the grueling bondage of institutional religion and to reject the authority of the tradition of records which are now regarded as the Word of God. Our Father did indeed speak through Moses, Elijah, Isaiah, Amos, and Hosea, but he did not cease to minister words of truth to the world when these prophets of old made an end of their utterances. My Father is no respecter of races or generations. In the word of truth is vouchsafed one age and withheld from another. Commit not the folly of calling that divine which is wholly human, and fail not to discern the words of truth which come not through the traditional oracles or supposed inspirations. I have called upon you to be born again, to be born of the Spirit. I have called you out of the darkness of authority and the lethargy of tradition, into the transcendent light of the realization of the possibility of making for yourself the greatest discovery possible for the human soul to make, the supernal experience of finding God for yourself, in yourself and of yourself, and of doing all this as fact in your own personal experience. And so may you pass from death to life, from the authority of tradition to the experience of knowing God. Thus will you pass from darkness to light, from a racial faith inherited to a personal faith achieved by actual experience. And thereby will you progress from a theology of mind handed down by your ancestors to a true religion of spirit which shall be built up in your souls as an eternal endowment. Your religion shall change from the mere intellectual belief in traditional authority to the actual experience of that living faith which is able to grasp the reality of God and all that relates to the divine Spirit of the Father. The religion of the mind ties you hopelessly to the past. The religion of the Spirit consists in progressive revelation and ever beckons you on toward higher and holier achievements in spiritual ideals and eternal realities. While the religion of authority may impart a present feeling of settled security, you pay for such a transient satisfaction the price of the loss of your spiritual freedom and religious liberty. My Father does not require of you, as the price of entering the kingdom of heaven, that you should force yourself to subscribe to a belief in things which are spiritually repugnant, unholy, and untruthful. It is not required of you that your own sense of mercy, justice, and truth should be outraged by submission to an outworn system of religious forms and ceremonies. The religion of the Spirit leaves you forever free to follow the truth wherever the leadings of the Spirit may take you. And who can judge? Perhaps the Spirit may have something to impart to this generation which other generations have refused to hear. Shame on those false religious teachers who would drag hungry souls back into the dim and distant past and there leave them. And so are these unfortunate persons doomed to become frightened by every new discovery, while they are discomfited by every new revelation of truth. The prophet who said, "He will be kept in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on God," was not a mere intellectual believer in authoritative theology. This truth-knowing human had discovered God. He was not merely talking about God. I admonish you to give up the practice of always quoting the prophets of old and praising the heroes of Israel, and instead aspire to become living prophets of the Most High and spiritual heroes of the coming kingdom. To honor the God-knowing leaders of the past may indeed be worthwhile, but why, in doing so, should you sacrifice the supreme experience of human existence, finding God for yourself and knowing Him in your own souls? Every race of mankind has its own mental outlook upon human existence. Therefore, must the religion of the mind ever run true to these various racial viewpoints. Never can the religions of authority come to unification. Human unity and mortal brotherhood can be achieved only by and through the super-endowment of the religion of the Spirit. Racial minds may differ, but all mankind is indwelt by the same divine and eternal Spirit. The hope of human brotherhood can only be realized when and as the divergent mind religions of authority become impregnated with and overshadowed by the unifying and ennobling religion of the Spirit, the religion of personal spiritual experience. The religions of authority can only divide men and set them in conscientious array against each other. The religion of the Spirit will progressively draw men together and cause them to become understandingly sympathetic with one another. The religions of authority require of man uniformity in belief, but this is impossible of realization in the present state of the world. The religion of the Spirit requires only unity of experience, uniformity of destiny, making full allowance for diversity of belief. The religion of the Spirit requires only uniformity of insight, not uniformity of viewpoint and outlook. The religion of the Spirit does not demand uniformity of intellectual views, only unity of spirit feeling. The religions of authority crystallize into lifeless creeds. The religion of the Spirit grows into the increasing joy and liberty of ennobling deeds of loving service and merciful ministration. But watch, lest any look with disdain about the children of Abraham, because they have fallen on these evil days of traditional barrenness. Our forefathers gave themselves up to the persistent and passionate search for God, and they found him as no other whole race of men have ever known him since the times of Adam, who knew much of this as he himself was a son of God. My father has not failed to mark the long and untiring struggle of Israel, ever since the days of Moses, to find God and to know God. For weary generations the Jews have not ceased to toil, sweat, groan, travail, and endure the suffering, and experience the sorrows of a misunderstood and despised people, all in order that they might come a little nearer the discovery of the truth about God. And notwithstanding all the failures and faltering of Israel, our fathers progressively, from Moses to the times of Amos and Hosea, did reveal increasingly to the whole world an ever clearer and more truthful picture of the eternal God. And so was the way prepared for the still greater revelation of the Father, which you have been called to share. Never forget there is only one adventure which is more satisfying and thrilling than the attempt to discover the will of the living God, and that is the supreme experience of honestly trying to do that divine will. And fail not to remember that the will of God can be done in an earthly occupation. Some callings are not holy and others secular. All things are sacred in the lives of those who are spirit-led, that is, subordinated to truth, ennobled by love, dominated by mercy, and restrained by fairness and justice. The Spirit which my Father and I shall send into the world is not only the Spirit of truth, but also the Spirit of idealistic beauty. You must cease to seek for the Word of God only on the pages of the olden records of theologic authority. Those who are born of the Spirit of God shall henceforth discern the Word of God regardless of whence it appears to take origin. Divine truth must not be discounted because the channel of its bestowal is apparently human. Many of your brethren have minds which accepted the theory of God, while they spiritually fail to realize the presence of God. And that is just the reason why I have so often taught you that the kingdom of heaven must be realized by acquiring the spiritual attitude of a sincere child. It is not the mental immaturity of the child that I comment to you on, but rather the spiritual simplicity of such an easy-believing and fully trusting little one. It is not so important that you should know about the fact of God, as that you should increasingly grow in the ability to feel the presence of God. When you once begin to find God in your soul, presently you will begin to discover him in other men's souls and eventually in all the creatures and creations of a mighty universe. But what chance does the Father have to appear as a God of supreme loyalties and divine ideals in the souls of men, who give little or no time to the thoughtful contemplation of such eternal realities? While the mind is not the seat of the spiritual nature, it is indeed the gateway thereto. But do not make the mistake of trying to prove to other men that you have found God. You cannot consciously produce such valid proof, albeit there are two positive and powerful demonstrations of the fact that you are God-knowing, and they are: 1. The fruits of the Spirit of God showing forth in your daily routine life. 2. The fact that your entire life plan furnishes positive proof that you have unreservedly risked everything you are, and have on the adventure of survival after death in the pursuit of the hope of finding the God of eternity, whose presence you have foretasted in time. Now, mistake not. My Father will ever respond to the faintest flicker of faith. He takes note of the physical and superstitious emotions of the primitive man, and with those honest but fearful souls whose faith is so weak that it amounts to little more than an intellectual conformity to a passive attitude of assent to religions of authority, the Father is ever alert to honor and foster even all such feeble attempts to reach out for him. But you who have been called out of darkness into the light are expected to believe with a whole heart. Your faith shall dominate the combined attitudes of body, mind, and spirit. You are my apostles, and to you religion shall not become a theologic shelter to which you may flee in fear of facing the rugged realities of spiritual progress and idealistic adventure. but rather shall your religion become the fact of real experience, which testifies that God has found you, idealized, ennobled, and spiritualized you, and that you have enlisted in the eternal adventure of finding the God who has thus found and sonshiped you. And when Jesus had finished speaking, he beckoned to Andrew. Pointing to the west toward Phoenicia, he said, "Let us be on our way." End of paper 155. Paper 157, at Caesarea Philippi. Before Jesus took the 12 for a short sojourn in the vicinity of Caesarea Philippi, he arranged through the messengers of David to go over to Capernaum on Sunday, August 7th, for the purpose of meeting his family. By prearrangement, this visit was to occur at the Zebedee boat shop. David Zebedee had arranged with Jude, Jesus' brother, for the presence of the entire Nazareth family, Mary and all of Jesus' brothers and sisters, and Jesus went with Andrew and Peter to keep his appointment. It was certainly the intention of Mary and the children to keep this engagement, but it so happened that a group of the Pharisees, knowing that Jesus was on the opposite side of the lake in Philip's domain, decided to call upon Mary to learn what they could of his whereabouts. The arrival of these Jerusalem emissaries greatly perturbed Mary, and noting the tension and nervousness of the entire family, they concluded that Jesus must have been expected to pay them a visit. Accordingly, they installed themselves in Mary's house, and after summoning reinforcements, waited patiently for Jesus' arrival. And this, of course, effectively prevented any of the family from attempting to keep their appointment with Jesus. Several times during the day, both Jude and Ruth endeavored to elude the vigilance of the Pharisees in their efforts to send word to Jesus, but it was of no avail. Early in the afternoon, David's messengers brought Jesus word that the Pharisees were encamped on the doorstep of his mother's house. Therefore, he made no attempt to visit his family. And so again, through no fault of either, Jesus and his earth family failed to make contact. The temple tax collector. As Jesus, with Andrew and Peter, tarried by the lake near the boat shop, a temple tax collector came upon them, and recognizing Jesus, called Peter to one side and said, "Does not your master pay the temple tax?" Peter was inclined to show indignation at the suggestion that Jesus should be expected to contribute to the maintenance of the religious activities of his sworn enemies, but noting a peculiar expression on the face of the tax collector, he rightly surmised that it was the purpose to entrap them in the act of refusing to pay the customary half shekel for the support of the temple service at Jerusalem. Accordingly, Peter replied, "Why, of course the master pays the temple tax. You wait by the gate, and I will presently return with that tax." Now Peter had spoken hastily. Judas carried their funds, and he was across the lake. Neither he, his brother, nor Jesus had brought along any money. And knowing that the Pharisees were looking for them, they could not well go to Bethesda to have money. When Peter told Jesus about the collector, and he had promised him the money, Jesus said, "If you have promised, then should you pay. But where will you redeem your promise? Will you again become a fisherman, that you may honor your word?" Nevertheless, Peter, it is well in the circumstance that we pay the tax. Let us give these men no occasion for offense at our attitude. We will wait here while you go out with the boat and cast for the fish, and when you have sold them at yonder market, pay the collector for all three of us. All of this had been overheard by the secret messenger of David, who stood nearby, and who then signaled to an associate fishing near the shore to come in quickly. When Peter made ready to go out in the boat for a catch, the messenger and his fisherman friend presented him with several large baskets of fish, and assisted him in carrying them to the fish merchant nearby, who purchased the catch, paying sufficient, with what was added by the messenger of David, to meet the temple tax for the three. The collector accepted the tax, foregoing the penalty for tardy payment, because they had been for some time absent from Galilee. It is not strange that you have a record of Peter's catching a fish with a shekel in his mouth. In those days there was current many stories about finding treasures in the mouth of fishes. Such tales of near miracles were commonplace. So, as Peter left them to go toward the boat, Jesus remarked half humorously, "Strange that the sons of the king must pay tribute. Usually it is the stranger who is taxed for the upkeep of the court, but it behooves us to afford no stumbling block for the authorities. Go hence, maybe you will catch the fish with the shekel in his mouth." And Jesus having thus spoken, and Peter so soon appearing with the temple tax, it is not surprising that the episode became later expanded into a miracle, as recorded by the writer of Matthew's Gospel. Jesus, with Andrew and Peter, waited by the seashore until nearly sundown. Messengers brought them word that Mary's house was still under surveillance. Therefore, when it grew dark, The 3 waiting men entered their boat and slowly rowed away toward the eastern shore of the Sea of Galilee. At Bethesda Julius. On Monday, August 8th, while Jesus and the 12 apostles were encamped in the Magadan Park near Bethesda Julius, more than 100 believers, the evangelists, the women corps, and other interested in the establishment of the kingdom, came over from Capernaum for a conference. Many of the Pharisees, learning that Jesus was here, came also. By this time, some of the Sadducees were united with the Pharisees in their effort to entrap Jesus. Before going into the closed conference with the believers, Jesus held a public meeting at which the Pharisees were present, and they heckled the Master and otherwise sought to disturb the assembly. Said the leader of the disturbers, "Teacher, we would like you to give us a sign of your authority to teach, and then, when the same shall come to pass, all men will know that you have been sent by God." And Jesus answered them, "When it is evening, you say it will be fair weather, for the heaven is red. In the morning it will be foul weather, for the heaven is red and lowering. When you see a cloud rising in the west, you say showers will come. When the wind blows from the south, you say scorching heat will come. How is it you so well know how to discern the face of the heavens, but are so utterly unable to discern the signs of the times? To those who would know the truth already has a sign been given, but to an evil-minded and hypocritical generation no sign shall be given." When Jesus had thus spoken, he withdrew and prepared for the evening conference with his followers. At this conference it was decided to undertake a united mission throughout all the cities and villages of the Decapolis as soon as Jesus and the 12 should return from their proposed visit to Caesarea Philippi. The Master participated in planning for the Decapolis mission, and in dismissing the company said, "I say to you, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Be not deceived by their show of much learning, and by their profound loyalty to the forms of religion. Be only concerned with the spirit of living truth and the power of true religion. It is not the fear of a dead religion that will save you, but rather your faith in a living experience in the spiritual realities of the kingdom. Do not allow yourselves to become blinded by prejudice and paralyzed by fear. Neither permit reverence for the traditions so to pervert your understanding, that your eyes see not and your ears hear not. It is not the purpose of true religion merely to bring peace, but rather to ensure progress. And there can be no peace in the heart or progress in the mind unless you fall wholeheartedly in love with truth, the ideals of eternal realities. The issues of life and death are being set before you, the sinful pleasures of time against the righteous realities of eternity. Even now you should begin to find deliverance from the bondage of fear and doubt as you enter upon the living of a new life of faith and hope. And when the feelings of service for your fellow men arise within your soul, do not stifle them. When the emotions of love for your neighbor well up within your heart, give expression to such urges of affection in intelligent ministry to the real needs of your fellows. Peter's confession. Early Tuesday morning, Jesus and the 12 apostles left Magadan Park for Caesarea Philippi, the capital of the Tetrarch Philip's domain. Caesarea Philippi was situated in a region of wondrous beauty. It nestled in a charming valley between scenic hills where the Jordan poured forth from an underground cave. The heights of Mount Hermon were in full view to the north, while from the hills just to the south a magnificent view was had of the upper Jordan and the Sea of Galilee. Jesus had gone to Mount Hermon in his early experience with the affairs of the kingdom, and now that he was entering upon the final epoch of his work, he desired to return to this mount of trial and triumph, where he had hoped the apostles might gain a new vision of their responsibilities and acquire new strength for the trying times just ahead. As they journeyed along the way, about the time of passing south of the waters of Muurs, the apostles fell to talking among themselves about their recent experiences at Phoenicia and elsewhere, and to recounting how their message had been received, and how the different people regard their master. As they paused for lunch, Jesus suddenly confronted the 12 with the first question he had ever addressed to them concerning himself. He asked this surprising question, "What do men say that I am?" Jesus had spent long months in training these apostles as to the nature and character of the kingdom of heaven, and he well knew the time had come when he must begin to teach them more about his own nature and his personal relationship to the kingdom. And now, as they were seated under the mulberry trees, the Master made ready to hold one of the most momentous sessions of his long association with the chosen apostles. More than half the apostles participated in answering Jesus' question. They told him that he was regarded as a prophet, or as an extraordinary man by all who knew him, that even his enemies greatly feared him, accounting for his powers by the indictment that he was in league with the prince of devils. They told him that some in Judea and Samaria, who had not yet met him personally, believed he was John the Baptist risen from the dead. Peter explained that he had been, at sundry times and by various persons, compared with Moses, Elijah, Isaiah, and Jeremiah. When Jesus had listened to this report, he drew himself upon his feet, looking down upon the 12 sitting about him in a semicircle. With startling emphasis he pointed to them with a sweeping gesture of his hand and asked, "But who say you that I am?" There was a moment of tense silence. The 12 never took their eyes off the Master, and then Simon Peter, springing to his feet, exclaimed, "You are the deliverer, the Son of the living God." And the 11 sitting apostles arose to their feet with one accord, thereby indicating that Peter had spoken for all of them. When Jesus had beckoned them again to be seated, and while still standing before them, he said, "This has been revealed to you by my Father. The hour has come when you should know the truth about me. But for the time being I charge you that you tell this to no man, let us go hence." And so they resumed their journey to Caesarea Philippi, arriving late that evening and stopping at the home of Celsus, who was expecting them. The apostles slept little that night. They seemed to sense that a great event in their lives and in the work of the kingdom had transpired. The talk about the kingdom. Since the occasion of Jesus' baptism by John and the turning of the water into wine at Cana, the apostles had, at various times, virtually accepted him as the Messiah. For short periods, some of them had truly believed that he was the expected deliverer. But hardly would such hope spring up in their hearts than the Master would dash them to pieces by some crushing word or disappointing deed. They had long been in a state of turmoil due to conflict between the concepts of the expected Messiah, which they held in their minds, and the experience of their extraordinary association with this extraordinary man which they held in their hearts. It was late forenoon on this Wednesday when the apostles assembled in Celsus' garden for their noontime meal. During most of the night, and since they had arisen that morning, Simon Peter and Simon's zealots had been earnestly laboring with their brethren to bring them all to the point of the wholehearted acceptance of the Master, not merely as the Messiah, but also as a divine Son of the living God. The two Simons were well nigh agreed in their estimate of Jesus, and they labored diligently to bring their brethren around to the full acceptance of their views. While Andrew continued as the Director General of the Apostolic Corps, his brother Simon Peter was becoming, increasingly and by common consent, the spokesman for the 12. They were all seated in the garden at just about noon when the Master appeared. They wore expressions of dignified solemnity, and all arose to their feet as he approached them. Jesus relieved the chantage by that friendly and fraternal smile, which is so characteristic of him when his followers took themselves, or some happening related to themselves, too seriously. With a commanding gesture he indicated they should be seated. Never again did the 12 greet their Master by arising when he came into their presence. They saw that he did not approve of such an outward show of respect. After they had partaken of their meal and were engaged in discussing plans for the forthcoming tour of the Decapolis, Jesus suddenly looked up in their faces and said, "Now that a full day has passed since you assented to Simon Peter's declaration regarding the identity of the Son of Man, I would ask if you still hold your decision." On hearing this, the 12 stood up upon their feet. Simon Peter, stepping a few paces forward toward Jesus, said, "Yes, Master, we do. We believe that you are the Son of the living God." And Peter sat down with his brethren. Jesus, still standing, then said to the 12, "You are my chosen ambassadors, but I know that, in the circumstance, you could not entertain this belief as a result of mere human knowledge. This is a revelation of the Spirit of my Father to your inmost souls. And when, therefore, you make this confession by the insight of the Spirit of my Father which dwells within you, I am led to declare that upon this foundation will I build the brotherhood of the kingdom of heaven. Upon this rock of spiritual reality will I build a living temple of spiritual fellowship in the eternal realities of my Father's kingdom. All the forces of evil and the host of sin shall not prevail against this human fraternity of the divine Spirit. And while my Father's Spirit shall ever be the divine guide and mentor of all who enter the bonds of this Spirit fellowship, to you and your successors, I now deliver the keys of the outward kingdom, the authority over things temporal, the social and economic features of the association of men and women as fellows of the kingdom." And again he charged them, for the time being, that they should tell no man that he was the Son of God. Jesus was beginning to have faith in the loyalty and integrity of his apostles. The Master conceived that a faith which could not stand what his chosen representatives had recently passed through would undoubtedly endure the fiery trials which were just ahead and emerge from the apparent wreckage of all their hopes into the new light of a new dispensation, and thereby be able to go forth to enlighten the world sitting in darkness. On this day the Master began to believe in the faith of his apostles save one. And ever since that day, this same Jesus has been building that living temple upon the same eternal foundation of his divine sonship. And those who thereby become self-conscious sons of God are the human stones which constitute this living temple of sonship, erecting to the glory and honor of the wisdom and the love of the eternal Father of spirits. And when Jesus had thus spoken, he directed the 12 to go apart by themselves in the hills to seek wisdom, strength, and spiritual guidance until the time of the evening meal. And they did as the Master admonished them. The new concept, the new and vital feature of Peter's confession was the clear-cut recognition that Jesus was the Son of God, of his unquestioned divinity. Ever since his baptism and the wedding at Cana, these apostles had variously regarded him as the Messiah. But it was not a part of the Jewish concept of the national deliverer that he should be divine. The Jews had not thought that the Messiah would spring from divinity. He was to be the anointed one, but hardly had they contemplated him as being the Son of God. In the second confession, more emphasis was placed upon the combined nature, the supernal fact that he was the Son of Man and the Son of God. And it was upon this great truth of the union of the human nature with the divine nature that Jesus declared he would build the kingdom of heaven. Jesus had sought to live his life on earth and complete his bestowal mission as the Son of Man. His followers were disposed to regard him as the expected Messiah. Knowing that he could never fulfill their messianic expectation, he endeavored to effect such a modification of their concept of the Messiah as would enable him partially to meet their expectations. But he now recognized that such a plan could hardly be carried through successfully. He therefore elected boldly to disclose the third plan, openly to announce his divinity, acknowledged the truthfulness of Peter's confession, and directly proclaimed to the 12 that he was a Son of God. For 3 years, Jesus had been proclaiming that he was the Son of Man, while for these same 3 years the apostles had been increasingly insistent that he was the expected Jewish Messiah. He now disclosed that he was the Son of God, and upon the concept of the combined nature of the Son of Man and the Son of God, he determined to build the kingdom of heaven. He had decided to refrain from further efforts to convince them that he was not the Messiah. He now proposed boldly to reveal to them that he is, and then to ignore their determination to persist in regarding him as the Messiah. The next afternoon, Jesus and the apostles remained another day at the home of Celsus, waiting for messengers to arrive from David Zebedee with funds. Following the collapse of the popularity of Jesus with the masses, there occurred a great falling off in revenue. When they reached Caesarea Philippi, the treasury was empty. Matthew was loath to leave Jesus and his brethren at such a time, and he had no ready funds of his own to hand over to Judas, as he had so many times done in the past. However, David Zebedee had foreseen this probable diminution of revenue, and had accordingly instructed his messengers that, as they made their way through Judea, Samaria, and Galilee, they should act as collectors of money to be forwarded to the exiled apostle and their master. And so by evening of this day these messengers arrived from Bethesda, bringing funds sufficient to sustain the apostles until their return to embark upon the Decapolis tour. Matthew expected to have money from the sale of his last piece of property in Capernaum by that time, having arranged that these funds should be anonymously turned over to Judas. Neither Peter nor the other apostles had a very adequate conception of Jesus' divinity. They little realized that this was the beginning of a new epoch in their Master's career on earth, the time when the teacher-healer was becoming the newly conceived Messiah, the Son of God. From this time on, a new note appeared in the Master's message. Henceforth, this one ideal of living was the revelation of the Father, while his one idea in teaching was to present to the universe the personification of that supreme wisdom which can only be comprehended by living it. He came that we all might have life and have it more abundantly. Jesus now entered upon the fourth and last stage of his human life in the flesh. The first stage was that of his childhood, the years when he was only dimly conscious of his origin, nature, and destiny as a human being. The second stage was the increasingly self-conscious years of youth and advancing manhood. during which he came more clearly to comprehend his divine nature and human mission. This second stage ended with the experience and revelations associated with his baptism. The third stage of the Master's earth experience extended from the baptism through the years of his ministry as teacher and healer, and up to this momentous hour at Peter's confession at Caesarea Philippi. This third period of his earth life embraced the times when the apostles and his immediate followers knew him as the Son of Man and regarded him as the Messiah. The fourth and last period of his earth career began here at Caesarea Philippi and extended on to the crucifixion. This stage of his ministry was characterized by acknowledgement of divinity and embraced the labors of his last year in the flesh. During the fourth period, while the majority of his followers still regarded him as the Messiah, he became known to the apostles as the Son of God. Peter's confession marked the beginning of the new period of the more complete realization of the truth of his supreme ministry as a bestowal son on Urantia, and for an entire universe, and the recognition of that fact, at least hazily, by his chosen ambassadors. Thus did Jesus exemplify in his life what he taught in his religion, the growth of the spiritual nature by the technique of living progress. He did not place emphasis, as did his later followers, upon the incessant struggle between the soul and the body. He rather taught that the spirit was easy victor over both, and effective in the profitable reconciliation of much of this intellectual and instinctual warfare. A new significance attaches to all of Jesus' teaching from this point on. Before Caesarea Philippi, he presented the gospel of the kingdom as its master teacher. After Caesarea Philippi, he appeared not merely as a teacher, but as the divine representative of the eternal Father, who is the center and circumference of his spiritual kingdom, and it was required that he do all this as a human being, the Son of Man. Jesus had sincerely endeavored to lead his followers into the spiritual kingdom as a teacher, then as a teacher-healer, but they would not have it so. He well knew that his earth mission could not possibly fulfill the messianic expectation of the Jewish people. The olden prophets had portrayed a Messiah, which he could never be. He sought to establish the Father's kingdom as the Son of Man, but his followers would not go forward in the adventure. Jesus, seeing this, then elected to meet his believers part way, and in so doing prepared openly to assume the role of the bestowal Son of God. Accordingly, the apostles heard much that was new as Jesus talked to them this day in the garden. Some of these pronouncements sounded strange even to them. Among other startling announcements, they listened to such as the following: "From this time on, if any man would have fellowship with us, let him assume the obligation of sonship and follow me. And when I am no more with you, think not that the world will treat you better than it did your master. If you love me, prepare to prove this affection by your willingness to make the supreme sacrifice. And mark well my words. I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners. The Son of Man came not to be ministered to, but to minister and bestow his life as a gift for all. I declare to you that I have come to seek and to save those who are lost. No man in this world now sees the Father except the Son who came forth from the Father. But if the Son be lifted up, he will draw all men to himself. And whosoever believes this truth of the combined nature of the Son shall be endowed with life that is more than age-abiding. We may not yet proclaim openly that the Son of Man is the Son of God, but it has been revealed to you. Therefore do I speak boldly to you concerning these mysteries. Though I stand before you in this physical presence, I came forth from God the Father. Before Abraham was, I am. I did come forth from the Father into this world as you have known me, and I declare to you that I must presently leave this world and return to the work of my Father. And now can your faith comprehend the truth of these declarations in the face of my warning, you, that the Son of Man will not meet the expectation of your Father as they conceived the Messiah? My kingdom is not of this world. Can you believe the truth about me in the face of the fact that, though the foxes have holes and the birds have nests, I have not where to lay my head? Nevertheless, I tell you that the Father and I are one. He who has seen me has seen the Father. My Father is working with me in all these things, and he will never leave me alone in my mission, even as I will never forsake you when you presently go forth to proclaim this gospel throughout the world. And now have I brought you apart with me, and by yourselves for a little while, that you may comprehend the glory and grasp the grandeur of life to which I have called you. the faith adventure of the establishment of my Father's kingdom in the hearts of mankind, the building of my fellowship of living association with the souls of all who believe this gospel. The apostles listened to these bold and startling statements in silence. They were stunned, and they dispersed in small groups to discuss and ponder the Master's words. They had confessed that he was the Son of God, but they could not grasp the full meaning of what they had been led to. Andrew's conference. That evening Andrew took it upon himself to hold a personal and searching conference with each of his brethren, and he had profitable and heartening talks with all of his associates except Judas Iscariot. Andrew had never enjoyed such intimate personal association with Judas as with the other apostles, and therefore had not thought it of a serious account that Judas never had freely and confidently related himself to the head of the apostolic corps. But Andrew was now so worried by Judas's attitude that later on that night, after all the apostles were fast asleep, he sought out Jesus and presented his cause for anxiety to the Master. Said Jesus, "It is not amiss, Andrew, that you have come to me with this matter. But there is nothing more that we can do. Only go on placing the utmost confidence in this apostle, and say nothing to his brethren concerning this talk with me." And that was all Andrew could elicit from Jesus. Always had there been some strangeness between this Judean and his Galilean brethren. Judas had been shocked by the death of John the Baptist, severely hurt by the Master's rebuke on several occasions, disappointed when Jesus refused to be made king, humiliated when he fled from the Pharisees, chagrined when he refused to accept the challenge of the Pharisees for a sign, bewildered by the refusal of his Master to resort to manifestation of power, and now, more recently, depressed and somewhat dejected by an empty treasury. And Judas missed the stimulus of the multitudes. Each of the other apostles was, in some and varying measure, likewise affected by these self-same trials and tribulations, but they loved Jesus. At least they must have loved the Master more than did Judas, for they went through with him to the bitter end. Being from Judea, Judas took personal offense at Jesus' recent warning to the apostles to beware the leaven of the Pharisees. He was disposed to regard this statement as a veiled reference to himself. But the great mistake of Judas was, time and again, when Jesus would send his apostles off by themselves to pray, Judas, instead of engaging in sincere communion with the spiritual forces of the universe, indulged in thoughts of human fear, while he persisted in the attainment of subtle doubts about the mission of Jesus, as well as giving in to his unfortunate tendency to harbor feelings of revenge. And now Jesus would take his apostles along with him to Mount Hermon, where he had appointed to inaugurate his fourth phase of earth ministry as the Son of God. Some of them were present at his baptism in the Jordan, and had witnessed the beginning of his career as the Son of Man, and he desired that some of them should be also present to hear his authority for the assumption of the new and public role of the Son of God. Accordingly, on the morning of Friday, August 12th, Jesus said to the 12, "Lay in provisions and prepare yourselves for a journey to yonder mountain, where the Spirit bids me go to be endowed for the finish of my work on earth, and I would take my brethren along, that they may also be strengthened for the trying times of going with me through this experience." End of paper 157. Paper 158, The Mount of Transfiguration. It was near sundown on Friday afternoon, August 12, 1829, when Jesus and his associates reached the foot of Mount Hermon, near the very place where the lad Tiglath once waited while the Master ascended the mountain alone to settle the spiritual destinies of Urantia, and technically to terminate the Lucifer rebellion. And here they sojourned for 2 days in spiritual preparation for the events so soon to follow. In a general way, Jesus knew beforehand what was to transpire on the mountain, and he much desired that all his apostles might share this experience. It was to fit them for this revelation of himself that he tarried with them at the foot of the mountain. But they could not attain these spiritual levels, which would justify their exposure to the full experience of the visitation of the celestial being so soon to appear on earth. And since he could not take all of his associates with him, he decided to take only the 3 who were in the habit of accompanying him on such special vigils. Accordingly, only Peter, James, and John shared even a part of this unique experience with the Master. The Transfiguration. Early on the morning of Monday, August 15th, Jesus and the 3 apostles began the ascent of Mount Hermon, and this was 6 days after the memorable noontide confession of Peter by the roadside under the mulberry tree. Jesus had been summoned to go up the mountain apart from himself, for the transaction of important matters having to do with the progress of his bestowal in the flesh, as this experience was related to the universe of his own creation. It is significant that this extraordinary event was timed to occur while Jesus and the apostles were in the land of the Gentiles, and that it actually transpired on a mountain of the Gentiles. They reached their destination about halfway up the mountain, shortly before noon, and while eating lunch, Jesus told the 3 apostles something of his experience in the hills to the east of Jordan, shortly after his baptism, and also some more of his experience on Mount Hermon in connection with his former visit to this lonely retreat. When a boy, Jesus used to ascend the hill near his home, dream of the battles which had been fought by the armies of empires on the plain of Esdraelon. Now he ascended Mount Hermon to receive the endowment which was to prepare him to descend upon the plains of the Jordan to enact the closing scenes of the drama of his bestowal on Urantia. The master could have relinquished the struggle this day on Mount Hermon and returned to his rule of the universe domains. But he not only chose to meet the requirements of his order of divine sonship, embraced in the mandate of the eternal Son of Paradise, but he also elected to meet the last and full measure of the present will of his Paradise Father. On this day in August, 3 of his apostles saw him decline to be invested with full universe authority. They looked on in amazement as the celestial messengers departed, leaving him alone to finish out his earth life as the Son of Man and the Son of God. The faith of the apostles was at a high point at the time of feeding of the 5,000, and then it rapidly fell almost to zero. Now, as a result of the Master's admission of his divinity, the lagging faith of the 12 arose in the next few weeks to its highest pitch, only to undergo a progressive decline. The third revival of their faith did not occur until after the Master's resurrection. It was about 3 o'clock on this beautiful afternoon that Jesus took leave of the 3 apostles, saying, "I go apart by myself for a season to commune with the Father and his messengers. I bid you tarry here, and while awaiting my return, pray that the Father's will may be done in all your experience in connection with the further bestowal mission of the Son of Man." And after saying this to them, Jesus withdrew for a long conference with Gabriel and the Father Melchizedek, not returning until about 6 o'clock. When Jesus saw their anxiety over his prolonged absence, he said, "Why were you afraid? You well know I must be about my Father's business. Wherefore do you doubt when I am not with you? I now declare that the Son of Man has chosen to go through his full life in your midst and is one of you. Be of good cheer. I will not leave you until my work is finished." As they partook of their meager evening meal, Peter asked the Master, "How long do we remain on this mountain away from our brethren?" And Jesus answered, "Until you shall see the glory of the Son of Man, and know that whatsoever I have declared to you is true." And they talked over the affairs of the Lucifer rebellion while seated about the glowing embers of their fire, until darkness drew on and the apostles' eyes grew very heavy, for they had begun their journey very early that morning. When the 3 had been fast asleep for about half an hour, they were suddenly awakened by a nearby crackling sound, and much to their amazement and consternation, on looking about them, they beheld Jesus in intimate converse with 2 brilliant beings, clothed in the habiliments of the light of the celestial world, and Jesus' face and form shone with the luminosity of a heavenly light. These 3 conversed in a strange language, but from certain things said, Peter erroneously conjectured that the beings with Jesus were Moses and Elijah. In reality, they were Gabriel and the Father Melchizedek. The physical controllers had arranged for the apostles to witness this scene because of Jesus' request. The 3 apostles were so badly frightened that they were slow in collecting their wits. But Peter, who was first to recover himself, said, as the dazzling vision faded from before him and they observed Jesus standing alone, "Jesus, Master, it is good to have been here. We rejoice to see this glory. We are loath to go back down to the inglorious world. If you are willing, let us abide here, and we will erect 3 tents, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah." And Peter said this because of his confusion and because nothing else came into his mind at just that moment. While Peter was yet speaking, a silvery cloud drew near and overshadowed the 4 of them. The apostles now became greatly frightened, and as they fell down on their faces to worship, they heard a voice, the same that had spoken on the occasion of Jesus' baptism, saying, "This is my beloved Son. Give heed to him." And when the cloud vanished, again was Jesus alone with the 3, and he reached down and touched them, saying, Arise and be not afraid. You shall see greater things than this. But the apostles were truly afraid. They were silent and thoughtful trio as they made ready to descend the mountain shortly before midnight. Coming down the mountain, for about half the distance down the mountain not a word was spoken. Jesus then began the conversation by remarking, Make certain that you tell no man, not even your brethren, what you have seen and heard on this mountain, until the Son of Man has risen from the dead. The three apostles were shocked and bewildered by the Master's words, until the Son of Man has risen from the dead. They had so recently reaffirmed their faith in him as a deliverer, the Son of God, and they had just beheld him transfigured in glory before their very eyes. And now he began to talk about rising from the dead. Peter shuddered at the thought of the Master's dying. It was too disagreeable an idea to entertain. And fearing that James or John might ask some questions relative to this statement, he thought best to start up a diverting conversation, and not knowing what else to talk about, gave expression to the first thought coming into his mind, which was, Master, why is it that the scribes say that Elijah must first come before the Messiah shall appear? And Jesus, knowing that Peter sought to avoid reference to his death and resurrection, answered, Elijah indeed comes first to prepare the way for the Son of Man, who must suffer many things and finally be rejected. But I tell you that Elijah has already come, and they receive him not, but did to him whatsoever they willed. And then did the three apostles perceive that he referred to John the Baptist as Elijah. Jesus knew that, if they insisted on regarding him as the Messiah, then must John be the Elijah of the prophecy. Jesus enjoined silence about their observation of the foretaste of his post-resurrection glory, because he did not want to foster the notion that, being now received as the Messiah, he would in any degree fulfill their erroneous concepts of a wonder-working deliverer. Although Peter, James, and John pondered all this in their minds, they spoke not of it to any man until after the Master's resurrection. As they continued to descend the mountain, Jesus said to them, You would not receive me as the Son of Man. Therefore have I consented to be received in accordance with your settled determination. But mistake not, the will of my Father must prevail. If you thus choose to follow the inclination of your own wills, you must prepare to suffer many disappointments and experience many trials. But the training which I have given you should suffice to bring you triumphantly through even these sorrows of your own choosing. Jesus did not take Peter, James, and John with him up the Mount of the Transfiguration, because they were in any sense better prepared than the other apostles to witness what happened, or because they were spiritually more fit to enjoy such a rare privilege. Not at all. He well knew that none of the 12 were spiritually qualified for this experience. Therefore did he take with him only the 3 apostles, who were assigned to accompany him at these times when he desired to be alone to enjoy solitary communion. Meaning of the Transfiguration. That which Peter, James, and John witnessed on the Mount of Transfiguration was a fleeting glimpse of a celestial pageant which transpired the eventful day on Mount Hermon. The Transfiguration was the occasion of 1. The acceptance of the fullness of the bestowal of the incarnated life of Michael and Urantia by the eternal Mother-Son of Paradise. As far as concerned the requirements of the eternal Son, Jesus had now received assurance of their fulfillment, and Gabriel brought Jesus that assurance. 2. The testimony of the satisfaction of the infinite Spirit as to the fullness of the Urantia bestowal in the likeness of mortal flesh. The universe representative of the infinite Spirit, the immediate associate Michael of Salvington, and his ever-present co-worker on this occasion spoke through the Father Melchizedek. Jesus welcomed this testimony regarding the success of his earth mission, presented by the messengers of the eternal Son and the infinite Spirit. But he noted that his Father did not indicate that the Urantia bestowal was finished. Only did the unseen presence of the Father bear witness through Jesus' personalized adjuster, saying, This is my beloved Son, give heed to him. And this was spoken in words to be heard also by the 3 apostles. After this celestial visitation, Jesus sought to know his Father's will, decided to pursue the mortal bestowal to its natural end. This was the significance of the Transfiguration to Jesus. To the 3 apostles, it was an event marking the entrance of the Master upon the final phase of his earth career as the Son of God and the Son of Man. After the formal visitation of Gabriel and the Father Melchizedek, Jesus held informal converse with these, his sons of ministry, and communed with them concerning the affairs of the universe. The epileptic boy. It was shortly before breakfast time on this Tuesday morning when Jesus and his companions arrived at the apostolic camp. As they drew near, they discerned a considerable crowd gathered around the apostles, and soon began to hear the loud words of argument and disputation of this group of about 50 persons, embracing the 9 apostles and a gathering equally divided between Jerusalem scribes and believing disciples who had tracked Jesus and his associates in their journey from Magadan. Although the crowd engaged in numerous arguments, the chief controversy was about a certain citizen of Tiberias, who had arrived the preceding day in quest of Jesus. This man, James of Cepheid, had a son about 14 years old, an only child, who was severely afflicted with epilepsy. In addition to this nervous malady, this lad had become possessed by one of those wandering, mischievous, and rebellious midwares who were then present on earth and uncontrolled, so that the youth was both epileptic and demon-possessed. For almost 2 weeks this anxious father, a minor official at Herod Antipas, had wandered about through the west borders of Philip's domain, seeking Jesus that he might entreat him to cure this afflicted son. And he did not catch up with the apostolic party until about noon on this day, when Jesus was up on the mountain with the 3 apostles. The 9 apostles were much surprised and considerably perturbed when this man, accompanied by almost 40 other persons who were looking for Jesus, suddenly came upon them. At the time of the arrival of this group, the 9 apostles, at least the majority of them, had succumbed to their old temptation, that of discussing who should be greatest in the coming kingdom. They were busily arguing about the probable positions which would be assigned the individual apostles. They simply could not free themselves entirely from the long-cherished idea of the material mission of the Messiah. And now that Jesus himself had accepted their confession that he was indeed the deliverer, at least he had admitted the fact of his divinity. What was more natural than that, during this period of separation from the Master, they should fall to talking about those hopes and ambitions which were uppermost in their hearts? And they were engaged in these discussions when James of Cepheid and his fellow seekers after Jesus came upon them. Andrew stepped up to greet his father and his son, saying, "Whom do you seek?" Said James, "My good man, I search for your master. I seek healing for my afflicted son. I would have Jesus cast out this devil that possesses my child." And then the father proceeded to relate to the apostles how his son was so afflicted that he had many times almost lost his life as a result of these malignant seizures. As the apostles listened, Simon Zealot and Judas Iscariot stepped into the presence of the Father, saying, "We can heal him. You need not wait for the Master's return. We are ambassadors of the kingdom. No longer do we hold these things in secret. Jesus is the deliverer, and the keys of the kingdom have been delivered to us." By this time Andrew and Thomas were in consultation on one side. Nathanael and the others looked on in amazement. They were all aghast at this sudden boldness, if not presumption, of Simon and Judas. Then said the Father, "It has been given you to do these works. I pray that you will speak these words, which will deliver my child from this bondage." Then Simon stepped forward, and placing his hand on the head of the child, looked directly into his eyes and commanded, "Come out of him, you unclean spirit, in the name of Jesus obey me." But the lad had only a more violent fit, while the scribes mocked the apostles in derision, and the disappointed believers suffered the taunts of these unfriendly critics. Andrew was deeply chagrined at this ill-advised effort and its dismal failure. He called the apostles aside for conference and prayer. After this season of meditation, feeling keenly the sting of the defeat, and sensing the humiliation resting upon all of them, Andrew sought in a second attempt to cast out the demon, but only failure crowned his effort. Andrew frankly confessed defeat and requested the Father to remain with him overnight or until Jesus returned, saying, "Perhaps this sword goes out not except by the Master's personal command." And so, while Jesus was descending the mountain with the exuberant and ecstatic Peter, James, and John, their 9 brothers likewise were sleepless in their confusion and downcast humiliation. They were a dejected and chastened group, but James of Cepheid would not give up. Although they had given him no idea as to when Jesus might return, he decided to stay until the Master came back. Jesus heals the boy. As Jesus drew near, the 9 apostles were more than relieved to welcome him, and they were greatly encouraged to behold the good cheer and unusual enthusiasm which marked the countenance of Peter, James, and John. They all rushed forward to greet Jesus and their 3 brethren. As they exchanged greetings, the crowd became up, and Jesus asked, "What were you disputing about as we drew near?" But before the disconcerted and humiliated apostles could reply to the Master's question, the anxious father of the afflicted lad stepped forward and, kneeling at Jesus' feet, said, "Master, I have a son, an only child, who is possessed by an evil spirit. Not only does he cry out in terror, foam at the mouth, and fall like a dead person at the time of seizure, but oftentimes this evil spirit which possesses him rends him in convulsions, and sometimes has cast him into the water and even into the fire. With much grinding of teeth and as a result of many bruises, my child wastes away. His life is worse than death. His mother and I are a sad heart and a broken spirit. About noon yesterday, seeking for you, I caught up with your disciples, and while we were waiting, your apostles sought to cast out this demon, but they could not do it. And now, Master, will you do this for us? Will you heal my son?" When Jesus had listened to his recital, he touched the kneeling father and bade him rise, while he gave the nearby apostles a searching survey. Then said Jesus to all who had stood before him, "O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I bear with you? How long shall I be with you? How long ere you learn that the works of faith come not forth at the bidding of doubting unbelief?" And then, pointing to the bewildered father, Jesus said, "Bring hither your son." And when James had brought the lad before Jesus, he asked, "How long has the boy been afflicted in this way?" The father answered, "Since he was a very young child." And as they talked, the youth was seized with a violent attack, and fell in their midst, gnashing his teeth and foaming at the mouth. After a succession of violent convulsions, he lay there before them as one dead. Now did the father again kneel at Jesus' feet, while he implored the Master, saying, "If you can cure him, I beseech you to have compassion on us, and deliver us from this affliction." And when Jesus heard these words, he looked down into the father's anxious face, saying, "Question not my Father's power of love, only the sincerity and reach of your faith. All things are possible to him who really believes." And then James of the Fid spoke these long-to-be-remembered words of commingled faith and doubt. "Lord, I believe. I pray you help my unbelief." When Jesus heard these words, he stepped forward, and taking the lad by the hand, said, "I will do this in accordance with my Father's will and in honor of a living faith. My son, arise. Come out of him, disobedient spirit, and go not back into him." And placing the hand of the lad in the hand of the father, Jesus said, "Go your way. The Father has granted the desire of your soul." And all who were present, even the enemies of Jesus, were astonished at what they saw. It was indeed a disillusionment for the three apostles who had so recently enjoyed the spiritual ecstasy of the scenes and experience of the Transfiguration, so soon to return to the scene of the defeat and discomfiture of their fellow apostles. But it was ever so with these 12 ambassadors of the kingdom. They never failed to alternate between exaltation and humiliation in their life experiences. This was a true healing of a double affliction, a physical ailment and a spirit malady, and the lad was permanently cured that hour. When James had departed with his restored son, Jesus said, "We go now to Caesarea Philippi. Make ready at once." And they were a quiet group as they journeyed southward, while the crowd followed on behind. In Celsus' garden, they remained overnight with Celsus, and that evening in the garden, after they had eaten and rested, the 12 gathered about Jesus, and Thomas said, "Master, while we who tarried behind still remain ignorant of what transpired up on the mountain, and which so greatly cheered our brethren who were with you, we crave to have you talk with us concerning our defeat, and instruct us in these matters, seeing that those things which happen on the mountain cannot be disclosed at this time." And Jesus answered Thomas, saying, "Everything which your brethren heard on the mountain shall be revealed to you in due season. But I will now show you the cause of your defeat in which you were so unwisely attempted. While your master and his companions, your brethren, ascended yonder mountain yesterday to seek for a larger knowledge of the Father's will, and to ask for a richer endowment of wisdom effectively to do the divine will, you who remained on watch here with instructions to strive to acquire the mind of spiritual insight, and to pray with us for a fuller revelation of the Father's will, failed to exercise the faith at your command, but instead yielded to the temptation and fell into your old evil tendencies to seek for yourselves preferred places in the kingdom of heaven, the material and temporal kingdom which you persist in contemplating. And you cling to these erroneous concepts in spite of the reiterated declaration that my kingdom is not of this world. No sooner does your faith grasp the identity of the Son of Man than your selfish desire for worldly preferment creeps back upon you, and you fall to discussing among yourselves as to who should be greatest in the kingdom of heaven, a kingdom which, as you persist in conceiving it, does not exist nor ever shall. Have not I told you that he who would be greatest in the kingdom of my Father's spiritual brotherhood must become little in his own eyes, and thus become the server's brethren? Spiritual greatness consists in an understanding love that is godlike, and not in an enjoyment of the exercise of material power for the exaltation of self. In what you attempted, in which you so completely failed, your purpose was not pure. Your motive was not divine. Your ideal was not spiritual. Your ambition was not altruistic. Your procedure was not based on love, and your goal of attainment was not the will of the Father in heaven. How long will it take you to learn that you cannot time shorten the course of established natural phenomena, except when such things are in accordance with the Father's will? Nor can you do spiritual work in the absence of spiritual power. And you can do neither of these, even when their potential is present, without the existence of that third and essential human factor, the personal experience of the possession of living faith. Must you always have material manifestations as an attraction for the spiritual realities of the kingdom? Can you not grasp the spirit significance of my mission without the visible exhibition of unusual works? When can you be depended upon to adhere to the higher and spiritual realities of the kingdom, regardless of the outward appearance of all material manifestation? When Jesus had thus spoken to the 12, he added, "And now go to your rest, for on the morrow we return to Magadan, and there take counsel concerning our mission to the cities and villages of the Decapolis. And in the conclusion of this day's experience, let me declare to each of you that which I spoke to your brethren on the mountain, and let these words find a deep lodgment in your hearts. The Son of Man now enters upon the last phase of the bestowal. We are about to begin these labors which shall presently lead to the great and final testing of your faith and devotion, when I shall be delivered into the hands of the men who seek my destruction. And remember what I am saying to you. The Son of Man will be put to death, but he shall rise again." They retired for the night sorrowful. They were bewildered. They could not comprehend these words. And while they were afraid to ask not concerning what he had said, they did recall all of it subsequent to his resurrection. Peter's protest. Early this Wednesday morning, Jesus and the 12 departed from Caesarea Philippi for Magadan Park near Bethesda Julius. The apostles had slept very little that night, so they were up early and ready to go. Even the stolid Alphaeus twins had been shocked by this talk about the death of Jesus. As they journeyed south just beyond the waters of Merom, they came to the Damascus road, and desiring to avoid the scribes and others whom Jesus knew would presently be coming along after them, he directed they go on to Capernaum by the Damascus road which passes through Galilee. And he did this because he knew that those who followed after him would go on down over the East Jordan road, since they reckoned that Jesus and the apostles would fear to pass through the territory of Herod Antipas. Jesus sought to elude his critics and the crowd which followed him, that he might be alone with his apostles this day. They traveled on through Galilee until well past the time for their lunch, when they stopped in the shade to refresh themselves. And after they had partaken of food, Andrew, speaking to Jesus, said, "Master, my brethren do not comprehend your deep saying. We have come fully to believe that you are the Son of God. And now we hear these strange things about leaving us, about dying. We do not understand your teachings. Are you speaking to us in parables? We pray you to speak to us directly in an undisguised form." In answer to Andrew, Jesus said, "My brethren, it is because you have confessed that I am the Son of God that I am constrained to begin to unfold you the truth about the end of the bestowal of the Son of Man on earth. You insist on clinging to the belief that I am the Messiah, and you will not abandon the idea that the Messiah must sit upon the throne in Jerusalem. Wherefore do I persist in telling you that the Son of Man must presently go to Jerusalem, suffer many things, be rejected by the scribes, by the elders, the chief priests, and after all this be killed and raised from the dead. And I speak out a parable to you. I speak the truth to you that you may be prepared for these events when they suddenly come upon us." And while he was yet speaking, Simon Peter, rushing impetuously toward him, laid his hand upon the Master's shoulder and said, "Master, be it far from us to contend with you, but I declare that these things shall never happen to you." Peter spoke thus because he loved Jesus, but the Master's human nature recognized in these words of well-meant affection the subtle suggestion of temptation that he change his policy of pursuing to the end his earth bestowal in accordance with the will of his paradise Father. And it was because he detected the danger of permitting the suggestion of even his affectionate and loyal friends to dissuade him, that he turned upon Peter and the other apostles, saying, "Get you behind me, you savor of the spirit of the adversary, the tempter. When you talk in this manner, you are not on my side, but rather on the side of our enemy. In this do you make your love for me a stumbling block to my doing the Father's will. Mind not the ways of man, but rather the will of God." After they had recovered from the first shock of Jesus' stinging rebuke, and before they resumed their journey, the Master spoke further. "If any man would come after me, let him disregard himself, take up his responsibility daily, and follow me. For whosoever would save his life selfishly shall lose it, but whosoever loses his life for my sake and the gospel shall save it. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his own soul? What would a man give in exchange for eternal life? Be not ashamed of me and my words in this sinful and hypocritical generation, even as I will not be ashamed to acknowledge you when in glory I appear before my Father in the presence of all the celestial hosts. Nevertheless, many of you now standing before me shall not taste death till you see this kingdom of God come with power." And thus did Jesus make plain to the 12 the painful and conflicting path which they must tread if they would follow him. What a shock these words were to these Galilean fishermen who persisted in dreaming of an earthly kingdom with positions of honor for themselves. But their loyal hearts were stirred by this courageous appeal, and not one of them was minded to forsake him. Jesus was not sending them alone into the conflict. He was leading them. He asked only that they bravely follow. Slowly the 12 were grasping the idea that Jesus was telling them something about the possibility of his dying. They only vaguely comprehended what he said about his death, while his statement about rising from the dead utterly failed to register in their minds. As the days passed, Peter, James, and John, recalling their experience upon the Mount of the Transfiguration, arrived at a fuller understanding of certain of these matters. In all the association of the 12 with their Master, only a few times did they see the flashing eye and hear such swift words of rebuke as were administered to Peter and the rest of them on this occasion. Jesus had always been patient with their human shortcomings, but not so when faced by an impending threat against the program of implicitly carrying out his Father's will regarding the remainder of his earth career. The apostles were literally stunned. They were amazed and horrified. They could not find words to express their sorrow. Slowly they began to realize what the Master must endure, and that they must go through these experiences with him. But they did not awaken to the reality of these coming events until long after these early hints of the impending tragedy of his latter days. In silence, Jesus and the 12 started from their camp at Magadan Park, going by way of Capernaum. As the afternoon wore on, though they did not converse with Jesus, they talked much among themselves while Andrew talked with the Master. At Peter's house. Entering Capernaum at twilight, they went by unfrequented thoroughfares directly to the home of Simon Peter for their evening meal. While David Zebedee made ready to take them across the lake, they lingered at Simon's house, and Jesus, looking up at Peter and the other apostles, said, "As you walked along together this afternoon, what was it that you talked about so earnestly among yourselves?" The apostles held their peace because many of them had continued the discussion, begun on Mount Hermon, as to what positions they were to have in the coming kingdom, who should be the greatest, and so on. Jesus, knowing it was that occupied their thoughts that day, beckoned to one of Peter's little ones, saying that the child down among them said, "Verily I say to you, except you turn about and become more like this child, you will make little progress in the kingdom of heaven. Whosoever shall humble himself and become as this little one, the same shall become greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoso receives such a little one receives me, and they who receive me receive also him who sent me. If you would be first in the kingdom, seek to minister these good truths to your brethren in the flesh. But whosoever causes one of these little ones to stumble, it would be better for him if a millstone were hanged about his neck and he were cast into the sea. If the things you do with your hands or the things you see with your eyes give offense in the progress of the kingdom, sacrifice those cherished ideals, for it is better to enter the kingdom minus many of the beloved things of life, rather than to cling to these idols and find yourself shut out of the kingdom. But most of all, see that you despise not one of these little ones, for their angels do always behold the face of the heavenly host." When Jesus had finished speaking, they entered the boat and sailed across to Magadan. End of Paper 158. Paper 158, The Mount of Transfiguration. It was near sundown on Friday afternoon, August 12, AD 29, when Jesus and his associates reached the foot of Mount Hermon, near the very place where the lad Tiglath once waited while the master ascended the mountain alone to settle the spiritual destinies of Urantia and technically to terminate the Lucifer rebellion. And here they sojourned for 2 days in spiritual preparation for the events so soon to follow. In a general way, Jesus knew beforehand what was to transpire on the mountain, and he much desired that all his apostles might share this experience. It was to fit them for this revelation of himself that he tarried with them at the foot of the mountain. But they could not attain these spiritual levels, which would justify their exposure to the full experience of the visitation of the celestial being so soon to appear on earth. And since he could not take all of his associates with him, he decided to take only the 3 who were in the habit of accompanying him on such special vigils. Accordingly, only Peter, James, and John shared even a part of this unique experience with the Master. The Transfiguration. Early on the morning of Monday, August 15th, Jesus and the 3 apostles began the ascent of Mount Hermon, and this was 6 days after the memorable noontide confession of Peter by the roadside under the mulberry tree. Jesus had been summoned to go up the mountain apart from himself, for the transaction of important matters having to do with the progress of his bestowal in the flesh, as this experience was related to the universe of his own creation. It is significant that this extraordinary event was timed to occur while Jesus and the apostles were in the land of the Gentiles, and that it actually transpired on a mountain of the Gentiles. They reached their destination about halfway up the mountain, shortly before noon, and while eating lunch, Jesus told the 3 apostles something of his experience in the hills to the east of Jordan, shortly after his baptism, and also some more of his experience on Mount Hermon in connection with his former visit to this lonely retreat. When a boy, Jesus used to ascend the hill near his home, dream of the battles which had been fought by the armies of empires on the plain of Esdraelon. Now he ascended Mount Hermon to receive the endowment which was to prepare him to descend upon the plains of the Jordan, to enact the closing scenes of the drama of his bestowal on Urantia. The Master could have relinquished the struggle this day on Mount Hermon, and returned to his rule of the universe domains. But he not only chose to meet the requirements of his order of divine sonship, embraced in the mandate of the eternal Son of Paradise, but he also elected to meet the last and full measure of the present will of his Paradise Father. On this day in August, 3 of his apostles saw him decline to be invested with full universe authority. They looked on in amazement as the celestial messengers departed, leaving him alone to finish out his earth life as the Son of Man and the Son of God. The faith of the apostles was at a high point at the time of feeding of the 5,000, and then it rapidly fell almost to 0. Now, as a result of the Master's admission of his divinity, the lagging faith of the 12 arose in the next few weeks to its highest pitch, only to undergo a progressive decline. The third revival of their faith did not occur until after the Master's resurrection. It was about 3 o'clock on this beautiful afternoon that Jesus took leave of the 3 apostles, saying, "I go apart by myself for a season to commune with the Father and his messengers. I bid you tarry here, and while awaiting my return, pray that the Father's will may be done in all your experience in connection with the further bestowal mission of the Son of Man." And after saying this to them, Jesus withdrew for a long conference with Gabriel and the Father Melchizedek, not returning until about 6 o'clock. When Jesus saw their anxiety over his prolonged absence, he said, "Why were you afraid? You well know I must be about my Father's business. Wherefore do you doubt when I am not with you? I now declare that the Son of Man has chosen to go through his full life in your midst, and is one of you. Be of good cheer. I will not leave you until my work is finished." As they partook of their meager evening meal, Peter asked the Master, "How long do we remain on this mountain away from our brethren?" And Jesus answered, "Until you shall see the glory of the Son of Man, and know that whatsoever I have declared to you is true." And they talked over the affairs of the Lucifer rebellion while seated about the glowing embers of their fire, until darkness drew on and the apostles' eyes grew very heavy, for they had begun their journey very early that morning. When the 3 had been fast asleep for about half an hour, they were suddenly awakened by a nearby crackling sound, and much to their amazement and consternation, on looking about them, they beheld Jesus in intimate converse with 2 brilliant beings, clothed in the habiliments of the light of the celestial world. And Jesus' face and form shone with the luminosity of a heavenly light. These three conversed in a strange language, but from certain things said, Peter erroneously conjectured that the beings with Jesus were Moses and Elijah. In reality, they were Gabriel and the father Melchizedek. The physical controllers had arranged for the apostles to witness this scene because of Jesus' request. The three apostles were so badly frightened that they were slow in collecting their wits. But Peter, who was first to recover himself, said, as the dazzling vision faded from before him and they observed Jesus standing alone, "Jesus, Master, it is good to have been here. We rejoice to see this glory. We are loath to go back down to the inglorious world. If you are willing, let us abide here, and we will erect 3 tents, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah." And Peter said this because of his confusion and because nothing else came into his mind at just that moment. While Peter was yet speaking, a silvery cloud drew near and overshadowed the 4 of them. The apostles now became greatly frightened, and as they fell down on their faces to worship, they heard a voice, the same that had spoken on the occasion of Jesus' baptism, saying, "This is my beloved Son. Give heed to him." And when the cloud vanished, again was Jesus alone with the 3, and he reached down and touched them, saying, "Arise and be not afraid. You shall see greater things than this." But the apostles were truly afraid. They were silent and thoughtful trio as they made ready to descend the mountain shortly before midnight. Coming down the mountain, for about half the distance down the mountain not a word was spoken. Jesus then began the conversation by remarking, "Make certain that you tell no man, not even your brethren, what you have seen and heard on this mountain, until the Son of Man has risen from the dead." The 3 apostles were shocked and bewildered by the Master's words. Until the Son of Man has risen from the dead. They had so recently reaffirmed their faith in him as a deliverer, the Son of God, and they had just beheld him transfigured in glory before their very eyes. And now he began to talk about rising from the dead. Peter shuddered at the thought of the Master's dying. It was too disagreeable an idea to entertain. And fearing that James or John might ask some questions relative to this statement, he thought best to start up a diverting conversation, and not knowing what else to talk about, gave expression to the first thought coming into his mind, which was, "Master, why is it that the scribes say that Elijah must first come before the Messiah shall appear?" And Jesus, knowing that Peter sought to avoid reference to his death and resurrection, answered, "Elijah indeed comes first to prepare the way for the Son of Man, who must suffer many things and finally be rejected. But I tell you that Elijah has already come, and they receive him not, but did to him whatsoever they willed." And then did the 3 apostles perceive that he referred to John the Baptist as Elijah. Jesus knew that, if they insisted on regarding him as the Messiah, then must John be the Elijah of the prophecy. Jesus enjoined silence about their observation of the foretaste of his post-resurrection glory, because he did not want to foster the notion that, being now received as the Messiah, he would in any degree fulfill their erroneous concepts of a wonder-working deliverer. Although Peter, James, and John pondered all this in their minds, they spoke not of it to any man until after the Master's resurrection. As they continued to descend the mountain, Jesus said to them, "You would not receive me as the Son of Man. Therefore have I consented to be received in accordance with your settled determination. But mistake not, the will of my Father must prevail. If you thus choose to follow the inclination of your own wills, you must prepare to suffer many disappointments and experience many trials. But the training which I have given you should suffice to bring you triumphantly through even these sorrows of your own choosing." Jesus did not take Peter, James, and John with him up the Mount of the Transfiguration, because they were in any sense better prepared than the other apostles to witness what happened, or because they were spiritually more fit to enjoy such a rare privilege. Not at all. He well knew that none of the 12 were spiritually qualified for this experience. Therefore did he take with him only the 3 apostles, who were assigned to accompany him at these times when he desired to be alone to enjoy solitary communion. Meaning of the Transfiguration. That which Peter, James, and John witnessed on the Mount of Transfiguration was a fleeting glimpse of a celestial pageant which transpired the eventful day on Mount Hermon. The Transfiguration was the occasion of 1. The acceptance of the fullness of the bestowal of the incarnated life of Michael and Urantia by the eternal Mother-Son of Paradise. As far as concerned the requirements of the eternal Son, Jesus had now received assurance of their fulfillment, and Gabriel brought Jesus that assurance. 2. The testimony of the satisfaction of the infinite Spirit as to the fullness of the Urantia bestowal, in the likeness of mortal flesh. The universe representative of the infinite Spirit, the immediate associate Michael of Salvington, and his ever-present co-worker on this occasion spoke through the Father Melchizedek. Jesus welcomed this testimony regarding the success of his earth mission, presented by the messengers of the eternal Son and the infinite Spirit. But he noted that his Father did not indicate that the Urantia bestowal was finished. Only did the unseen presence of the Father bear witness through Jesus' personalized adjuster, saying, "This is my beloved Son, give heed to him." And this was spoken in words to be heard also by the 3 apostles. After this celestial visitation, Jesus sought to know his Father's will, decided to pursue the mortal bestowal to its natural end. This was the significance of the transfiguration to Jesus. To the 3 apostles, it was an event marking the entrance of the Master upon the final phase of his earth career as the Son of God and the Son of Man. After the formal visitation of Gabriel and the Father Melchizedek, Jesus held informal converse with these, his sons of ministry, and communed with them concerning the affairs of the universe. The epileptic boy. It was shortly before breakfast time on this Tuesday morning when Jesus and his companions arrived at the apostolic camp. As they drew near, they discerned a considerable crowd gathered around the apostles, and soon began to hear the loud words of argument and disputation of this group of about 50 persons, embracing the 9 apostles and a gathering equally divided between Jerusalem scribes and believing disciples who had tracked Jesus and his associates in their journey from Magadan. Although the crowd engaged in numerous arguments, the chief controversy was about a certain citizen of Tiberias, who had arrived the preceding day in quest of Jesus. This man, James of Saphid, had a son about 14 years old, an only child, who was severely afflicted with epilepsy. In addition to this nervous malady, this lad had become possessed by one of those wandering, mischievous, and rebellious midwares who were then present on earth and uncontrolled, so that the youth was both epileptic and demon-possessed. For almost 2 weeks this anxious father, a minor official at Herod Antipas, had wandered about through the west borders of Philip's domain, seeking Jesus that he might entreat him to cure this afflicted son. And he did not catch up with the apostolic party until about noon on this day, when Jesus was up on the mountain with the 3 apostles. The 9 apostles were much surprised and considerably perturbed when this man, accompanied by almost 40 other persons who were looking for Jesus, suddenly came upon them. At the time of the arrival of this group, the 9 apostles, at least the majority of them, had succumbed to their old temptation, that of discussing who should be greatest in the coming kingdom. They were busily arguing about the probable positions which would be assigned the individual apostles. They simply could not free themselves entirely from the long-cherished idea of the material mission of the Messiah. And now that Jesus himself had accepted their confession that he was indeed the deliverer, at least he had admitted the fact of his divinity. What was more natural than that, during this period of separation from the Master, they should fall to talking about those hopes and ambitions which were uppermost in their hearts? And they were engaged in these discussions when James of Saphid and his fellow seekers after Jesus came upon them. Andrew stepped up to greet his father and his son, saying, "Whom do you seek?" Said James, "My good man, I search for your master. I seek healing for my afflicted son. I would have Jesus cast out this devil that possesses my child." And then the father proceeded to relate to the apostles how his son was so afflicted that he had many times almost lost his life as a result of these malignant seizures. As the apostles listened, Simon Zealot and Judas Iscariot stepped into the presence of the Father, saying, "We can heal him. You need not wait for the Master's return. We are ambassadors of the kingdom. No longer do we hold these things in secret. Jesus is the deliverer, and the keys of the kingdom have been delivered to us." By this time Andrew and Thomas were in consultation on one side. Nathanael and the others looked on in amazement. They were all aghast at the sudden boldness, if not presumption, of Simon and Judas. Then said the Father, "It has been given you to do these works. I pray that you will speak these words, which will deliver my child from this bondage." Then Simon stepped forward, and placing his hand on the head of the child, looked directly into his eyes and commanded, "Come out of him, you unclean spirit, in the name of Jesus obey me." But the lad had only a more violent fit, while the scribes mocked the apostles in derision, and the disappointed believers suffered the taunts of these unfriendly critics. Andrew was deeply chagrined at this ill-advised effort and its dismal failure. He called the apostles aside for conference and prayer. After this season of meditation, feel keenly the sting of the defeat, and sensing the humiliation resting upon all of them, Andrew sought in a second attempt to cast out the demon, but only failure crowned his effort. Andrew frankly confessed defeat and requested the Father to remain with him overnight or until Jesus returns, saying, "Perhaps this sword goes out not except by the Master's personal command." And so, while Jesus was descending the mountain with the exuberant and ecstatic Peter, James, and John, their 9 brothers likewise were sleepless in their confusion and downcast humiliation. They were a dejected and chastened group, but James as the fed would not give up. Although they had given him no idea as to when Jesus might return, he decided to stay until the Master came back. Jesus heals the boy. As Jesus drew near, the 9 apostles were more than relieved to welcome him, and they were greatly encouraged to behold the good cheer and unusual enthusiasm which marked the countenance of Peter, James, and John. They all rushed forward to greet Jesus and their 3 brethren. As they exchanged greetings, the crowd became up, and Jesus asked, "What were you disputing about as we drew near?" But before the disconcerted and humiliated apostles could reply to the Master's question, the anxious father of the afflicted lad stepped forward and, kneeling at Jesus' feet, said, "Master, I have a son, an only child, who is possessed by an evil spirit. Not only does he cry out in terror, foam at the mouth, and fall like a dead person at the time of seizure, but oftentimes this evil spirit which possesses him rends him in convulsions, and sometimes has cast him into the water and even into the fire. With much grinding of teeth and as a result of many bruises, my child wastes away. His life is worse than death. His mother and I are a sad heart and a broken spirit. About noon yesterday, seeking for you, I caught up with your disciples, and while we were waiting, your apostles sought to cast out this demon, but they could not do it. And now, Master, will you do this for us? Will you heal my son?" When Jesus had listened to his recital, he touched the kneeling father and bade him rise, while he gave the nearby apostles a searching survey. Then said Jesus to all who had stood before him, "O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I bear with you? How long shall I be with you? How long ere you learn that the works of faith come not forth at the bidding of doubting unbelief?" And then, pointing to the bewildered father, Jesus said, "Bring hither your son." And when James had brought the lad before Jesus, he asked, "How long has the boy been afflicted in this way?" The father answered, "Since he was a very young child." And as they talked, the youth was seized with a violent attack, and fell in their midst, gnashing his teeth and foaming at the mouth. After a succession of violent convulsions, he lay there before them as one dead. Now did the father again kneel at Jesus' feet, while he implored the Master, saying, "If you can cure him, I beseech you to have compassion on us, and deliver us from this affliction." And when Jesus heard these words, he looked down into the father's anxious face, saying, "Question not my Father's power of love, only the sincerity and reach of your faith. All things are possible to him who really believes." And then James of the Fid spoke these long-to-be-remembered words of commingled faith and doubt. "Lord, I believe. I pray you help my unbelief." When Jesus heard these words, he stepped forward, and taking the lad by the hand, said, "I will do this in accordance with my Father's will and in honor of a living faith. My son, arise. Come out of him, disobedient spirit, and go not back into him." And placing the hand of the lad in the hand of the father, Jesus said, "Go your way. The Father has granted the desire of your soul." And all who were present, even the enemies of Jesus, were astonished at what they saw. It was indeed a disillusionment for the 3 apostles who had so recently enjoyed the spiritual ecstasy of the scenes and experience of the Transfiguration, so soon to return to the scene of the defeat and discomfiture of their fellow apostles. But it was ever so with these 12 ambassadors of the kingdom. They never failed to alternate between exaltation and humiliation in their life experiences. This was a true healing of a double affliction, a physical ailment and a spirit malady, and the lad was permanently cured that hour. When James had departed with his restored son, Jesus said, "We go now to Caesarea Philippi. Make ready at once." And they were a quiet group as they journeyed southward, while the crowd followed on behind. In Celsus' garden. They remained overnight with Celsus, and that evening in the garden. After they had eaten and rested, the 12 gathered about Jesus, and Thomas said, Master, while we who tarried behind still remain ignorant of what transpired up on the mountain, and which so greatly cheered our brethren who were with you, we crave to have you talk with us concerning our defeat, and instruct us in these matters, seeing that those things which happen on the mountain cannot be disclosed at this time. And Jesus answered Thomas, saying, Everything which your brethren heard on the mountain shall be revealed to you in due season. But I will now show you the cause of your defeat in which you were so unwisely attempted. While your master and his companions, your brethren, ascended yonder mountain yesterday to seek for a larger knowledge of the Father's will, and to ask for a richer endowment of wisdom effectively to do the divine will, you who remained on watch here with instructions to strive to acquire the mind of spiritual insight, and to pray with us for a fuller revelation of the Father's will, failed to exercise the faith at your command, but instead yielded to the temptation and fell into your old evil tendencies to seek for yourselves preferred places in the kingdom of heaven, the material and temporal kingdom which you persist in contemplating. And you cling to these erroneous concepts in spite of the reiterated declaration that my kingdom is not of this world. No sooner does your faith grasp the identity of the Son of Man than your selfish desire for worldly preferment creeps back upon you, and you fall to discussing among yourselves as to who should be greatest in the kingdom of heaven, a kingdom which, as you persist in conceiving it, does not exist nor ever shall. Have not I told you that he who would be greatest in the kingdom of my Father's spiritual brotherhood must become little in his own eyes, and thus become the server of his brethren? Spiritual greatness consists in an understanding love that is godlike, and not in an enjoyment of the exercise of material power for the exaltation of self. In what you attempted, in which you so completely failed, your purpose was not pure. Your motive was not divine. Your ideal was not spiritual. Your ambition was not altruistic. Your procedure was not based on love, and your goal of attainment was not the will of the Father in heaven. How long will it take you to learn that you cannot time shorten the course of established natural phenomena, except when such things are in accordance with the Father's will? Nor can you do spiritual work in the absence of spiritual power. And you can do neither of these, even when their potential is present, without the existence of that third and essential human factor, the personal experience of the possession of living faith. Must you always have material manifestations as an attraction for the spiritual realities of the kingdom? Can you not grasp the spirit significance of my mission without the visible exhibition of unusual works? When can you be depended upon to adhere to the higher and spiritual realities of the kingdom, regardless of the outward appearance of all material manifestation? When Jesus had thus spoken to the 12, he added, And now go to your rest, for on the morrow we return to Magadan, and there take counsel concerning our mission to the cities and villages of the Decapolis. And in the conclusion of this day's experience, let me declare to each of you that which I spoke to your brethren on the mountain, and let these words find a deep lodgment in your hearts. The Son of Man now enters upon the last phase of the bestowal. We are about to begin these labors which shall presently lead to the great and final testing of your faith and devotion, when I shall be delivered into the hands of the men who seek my destruction. And remember what I am saying to you. The Son of Man will be put to death, but he shall rise again. They retired for the night sorrowful. They were bewildered. They could not comprehend these words. And while they were afraid to ask not concerning what he had said, they did recall all of it subsequent to his resurrection. Peter's protest. Early this Wednesday morning, Jesus and the 12 departed from Caesarea Philippi for Magadan Park near Bethesda Julius. The apostles had slept very little that night, so they were up early and ready to go. Even the stolid Alphaeus twins had been shocked by this talk about the death of Jesus. As they journeyed south just beyond the waters of Merom, they came to the Damascus road, and desiring to avoid the scribes and others whom Jesus knew would presently be coming along after them, he directed they go on to Capernaum by the Damascus road which passes through Galilee. And he did this because he knew that those who followed after him would go on down over the East Jordan road, since they reckoned that Jesus and the apostles would fear to pass through the territory of Herod Antipas. Jesus sought to elude his critics and the crowd which followed him, that he might be alone with his apostles this day. They traveled on through Galilee until well past the time for their lunch, when they stopped in the shade to refresh themselves. And after they had partaken of food, Andrew, speaking to Jesus, said, Master, my brethren do not comprehend your deep saying. We have come fully to believe that you are the Son of God. And now we hear these strange things about leaving us, about dying. We do not understand your teachings. Are you speaking to us in parables? We pray you to speak to us directly in an undisguised form." In answer to Andrew, Jesus said, "My brethren, it is because you have confessed that I am the Son of God that I am constrained to begin to unfold you the truth about the end of the bestowal of the Son of Man on earth. You insist on clinging to the belief that I am the Messiah, and you will not abandon the idea that the Messiah must sit upon the throne in Jerusalem. Wherefore do I persist in telling you that the Son of Man must presently go to Jerusalem, suffer many things, be rejected by the scribes, by the elders, the chief priests, and after all this be killed and raised from the dead. And I speak out a parable to you. I speak the truth to you that you may be prepared for these events when they suddenly come upon us." And while he was yet speaking, Simon Peter, rushing impetuously toward him, laid his hand upon the Master's shoulder and said, "Master, be it far from us to contend with you, but I declare that these things shall never happen to you." Peter spoke thus because he loved Jesus, but the Master's human nature recognized in these words of well-meant affection the subtle suggestion of temptation that he change his policy of pursuing to the end his earth bestowal in accordance with the will of his paradise Father. And it was because he detected the danger of permitting the suggestion of even his affectionate and loyal friends to dissuade him, that he turned upon Peter and the other apostles, saying, "Get you behind me, you savor of the spirit of the adversary, the tempter. When you talk in this manner, you are not on my side, but rather on the side of our enemy. In this do you make your love for me a stumbling block to my doing the Father's will. Mind not the ways of man, but rather the will of God." After they had recovered from the first shock of Jesus' stinging rebuke, and before they resumed their journey, the Master spoke further. "If any man would come after me, let him disregard himself, take up his responsibility daily, and follow me. For whosoever would save his life selfishly shall lose it, but whosoever loses his life for my sake and the gospel shall save it. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his own soul? What would a man give in exchange for eternal life? Be not ashamed of me and my words in this sinful and hypocritical generation, even as I will not be ashamed to acknowledge you when in glory I appear before my Father in the presence of all the celestial hosts. Nevertheless, many of you now standing before me shall not taste death till you see this kingdom of God come with power." And thus did Jesus make plain to the 12 the painful and conflicting path which they must tread if they would follow him. What a shock these words were to these Galilean fishermen who persisted in dreaming of an earthly kingdom with positions of honor for themselves. But their loyal hearts were stirred by this courageous appeal, and not one of them was minded to forsake him. Jesus was not sending them alone into the conflict. He was leading them. He asked only that they bravely follow. Slowly the 12 were grasping the idea that Jesus was telling them something about the possibility of his dying. They only vaguely comprehended what he said about his death, while his statement about rising from the dead utterly failed to register in their minds. As the days passed, Peter, James, and John, recalling their experience upon the Mount of the Transfiguration, arrived at a fuller understanding of certain of these matters. In all the association of the 12 with their Master, only a few times did they see the flashing eye and hear such swift words of rebuke as were administered to Peter and the rest of them on this occasion. Jesus had always been patient with their human shortcomings, but not so when faced by an impending threat against the program of implicitly carrying out his Father's will regarding the remainder of his earth career. The apostles were literally stunned. They were amazed and horrified. They could not find words to express their sorrow. Slowly they began to realize what the Master must endure, and that they must go through these experiences with him. But they did not awaken to the reality of these coming events until long after these early hints of the impending tragedy of his latter days. In silence, Jesus and the 12 started from their camp at Magadan Park, going by way of Capernaum. As the afternoon wore on, though they did not converse with Jesus, they talked much among themselves while Andrew talked with the Master. At Peter's house. Entering Capernaum at twilight, they went by unfrequented thoroughfares directly to the home of Simon Peter for their evening meal. While David Zebedee made ready to take them across the lake, they lingered at Simon's house, and Jesus, looking up at Peter and the other apostles, said, "As you walked along together this afternoon, what was it that you talked about so earnestly among yourselves?" The apostles held their peace because many of them had continued the discussion begun on Mount Hermon as to what positions they were to have in the coming kingdom. who should be the greatest, and so on. Jesus, knowing it was that occupied their thoughts that day, beckoned to one of Peter's little ones, saying that the child down among them said, Verily I say to you, except you turn about and become more like this child, you will make little progress in the kingdom of heaven. Whosoever shall humble himself and become as this little one, the same shall become greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoso receives such a little one receives me, and they who receive me receive also him who sent me. If you would be first in the kingdom, seek to minister these good truths to your brethren in the flesh. But whosoever causes one of these little ones to stumble, it would be better for him if a millstone were hanged about his neck, and he were cast into the sea. If the things you do with your hands, or the things you see with your eyes, give offense in the progress of the kingdom, sacrifice those cherished ideals, for it is better to enter the kingdom minus many of the beloved things of life, rather than to cling to these idols and find yourself shut out of the kingdom. But most of all, see that you despise not one of these little ones, for their angels do always behold the face of the heavenly host. When Jesus had finished speaking, they entered the boat and sailed across to Magadan. End of paper 158. Paper 159. The Decapolis Tour. When Jesus and the 12 arrived at Magadan Park, they found awaiting them a group of almost 100 evangelists and disciples, including the women's corps, and they were ready immediately to begin the teaching and preaching tour of the cities of the Decapolis. On this Thursday morning, August 18th, the Master called his followers together and directed that each of the apostles should associate himself with one of the 12 evangelists, and that with others of the evangelists they should go out in 12 groups to labor in the city and village of the Decapolis. The women corps and other disciples he directed to remain with him. Jesus allotted 4 weeks to this tour, instructing his followers to return to Magadan no later than Friday, September 16th. He promised to visit them often during this time. In the course of this month, these 12 groups labored in Gerasa, Gamala, Hippos, Zaphon, Gadara, Abila, Edrei, Philadelphia, Heshbon, Dium, Scythopolis, and many other cities. Throughout this tour, no miracles of healing or other extraordinary events occurred. The Sermon on Forgiveness. One evening at Hippos, in answer to the disciples' question, Jesus taught the lesson on forgiveness. Said the Master, If a kind-hearted man has 100 sheep, and one of them goes astray, does he not immediately leave the 99 and go out in search of the one that has gone astray? And if he is a good shepherd, will he not keep up his quest for the lost sheep until he finds it? And then, when the shepherd has found his lost sheep, he lays it over his shoulder, and going home rejoicing, calls to his friends and neighbors, Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep that was lost. I declare that there is more joy in heaven over one sinner who repents than over 99 righteous persons who need no repentance. Even so, it is not the will of my Father in heaven that one of these little ones should go astray, much less that they should perish. In your religion, God may receive repentant sinners. In the gospel of the kingdom, the Father goes forth to find, even before they have seriously thought of repentance. The Father in heaven loves his children, and therefore should you learn to love one another. The Father in heaven forgives you your sins. Therefore you should learn to forgive one another. If your brother sins against you, go to him, and with that and patience show him his fault, and do all this between you and him alone. If he will listen to you, then have you won your brother. But if your brother will not hear you, if he persist in the error of his way, go again to him, taking with you 1 or 2 mutual friends, that you may thus have 2 or even 3 witnesses to confirm your testimony, and establish the fact that you have dealt justly and mercifully with your offending brother. Now, if he refuses to hear your brethren, you may tell the whole story to the congregation, and then, if he refuses to hear the brotherhood, let them take such action as they deem wise. Let such an unruly member become an outcast from the kingdom. While you cannot pretend to sit in judgment on the souls of your fellows, and while you may not forgive sins or otherwise presume to usurp the prerogatives of the supervisor of the heavenly host, at the same time, it has been committed to your hands that you should maintain temporal order in the kingdom on earth. While you may not meddle with the divine decrees concerning eternal life, you shall determine the issues of conduct as they concern the temporal welfare of the brotherhood on earth. And so, in all these matters connected with the discipline of the brotherhood, whatsoever you shall decree on earth shall be recognized in heaven. Although you cannot determine the eternal fate of the individual, you may legislate recording the conduct of the group, for where 2 or 3 of you agree concerning of these things and ask of me, it shall be done for you if your petition is not inconsistent with the will of my Father in heaven. And all this is ever true, for where 2 or 3 believers are gathered together, there am I in the midst of them. Simon Peter was the apostle in charge of the workers at Hippos, and when he heard Jesus thus speak, he asked, Lord, how often shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Until 7 times? And Jesus answered Peter, Not only 7 times, but even to 70 times and 7. Therefore may the kingdom of heaven be likened to a certain king who ordered a financial reckoning with his stewards. And when they had begun to conduct his examination of accounts, one of his chief retainers was brought before him, confessing that he owed his king 10,000 talents. Now this officer of the king's court pleaded that hard times had come upon him, and that he did not have wherewith to pay his obligation. And so the king commanded that his property be confiscated, that his children be sold to pay his debt. When the chief steward heard this stern decree, he fell down on his face before the king, and implored him to have mercy and grant him more time, saying, Lord, have a little more patience with me, and I will pay you all. And when the king looked upon this negligent servant and his family, he was moved with compassion. He ordered that he should be released, and that the loan should be wholly forgiven. And this chief steward, having thus received mercy and forgiveness at the hands of the king, went about his business, and finding one of his subordinate stewards who owed him a mere 100 denarii, he laid hold upon him, and taking him by the throat said, Pay me all you owe. And then did this fellow steward fall down before the chief steward, and beseeching him said, Only have patience with me, and I will presently be able to pay you. But the chief steward would not show mercy to this fellow steward, but rather had him cast in prison until he should pay his debt. When his fellow servants saw what had happened, they were so distressed that they went and told their lord and master the king. When the king heard of the doing of his chief steward, he called this ungrateful and unforgiving man before him and said, You are a wicked and unworthy steward. When you sought for compassion, I freely forgave you for your entire debt. Why did you not also show mercy to your fellow steward, even as I showed mercy to you? And the king was so angry that he delivered his ungrateful chief steward to the jailers, that they might hold him until he had paid all his due. And even so shall my heavenly Father show the more abundant mercy to those who freely show mercy for their fellows. How can you come to God asking consideration for your shortcomings, when you are wont to chastise your brethren for being guilty of these same human frailties? I say to all of you, freely you have received the good things of the kingdom, therefore freely give to your fellows on earth. Thus did Jesus teach the dangers and illustrate the unfairness of sitting in personal judgment upon one's fellows. Discipline must be maintained. Justice must be administered. But in all these matters the wisdom of the brotherhood should prevail. Jesus invested legislative and judicial authority in the group, not in the individual. Even this investment of authority in the group must not be exercised as personal authority. There is always danger that the verdict of an individual may be warped by prejudice or distorted by passion. Group judgment is more likely to remove the dangers and eliminate the unfairness of personal bias. Jesus sought always to minimize the elements of unfairness, retaliation, and vengeance. The use of the term 77 as an illustration of mercy and forbearance was derived from the scriptures referring to Lamech's exultation because of the metal weapons of his son Tubal-Cain, who, comparing these superior instruments with those of the enemies, exclaimed, If Cain, with no weapon in his hand, was avenged 7 times, I shall now be avenged 77. The strange preacher. Jesus went over to Galilee to visit John and those who worked with him at that place. That evening, after the session of questions and answers, John said to Jesus, Master, yesterday I went over to Athtoreth to see a man who was teaching in your name, and even claiming to be able to cast out devils. Now this fellow had never been with us, neither does he follow after us, therefore I forbade him to do such things. Then said Jesus, Forbid him not, Do you not perceive that this gospel of the kingdom shall presently proclaim to all in the world? How can you expect that all who will believe the gospel shall be subject to your direction? Rejoice that already our teaching has begun to manifest itself beyond the bounds of our personal influence. Do you not see, John, that those who profess to do great works in my name must eventually support our cause? They certainly will not be quick to speak evil of me. My son, in matters of this sort it would be better for you to reckon that he who is not against us is for us. In the generations to come, many who are not wholly worthy will do many strange things in my name, but I will not forbid them. I tell you that, even when a cup of cold water is given to a thirsty soul, the Father's messenger shall ever make record of such a service of love. This instruction greatly perplexed John. Had he not heard the Master say, "He who is not with me is against me"? And he did not perceive that in this case Jesus was referring to man's personal relation to the spiritual teachings of the kingdom, while in the other case reference was made to the outward and far-flung social ideas of believers regarding the questions of administrative control and the jurisdiction of one group of believers over the work of other groups which would eventually compose the forthcoming worldwide brotherhood. But John oftentimes recounted this experience in connection with his subsequent labors in behalf of the kingdom. Nevertheless, many times did the apostle take offense at those who made bold to teach in the Master's name. To them it always seemed inappropriate that those who had never sat at Jesus' feet should dare to teach in his name. This man, whom John forbade to teach and work in Jesus' name, did not heed the apostle's injunction. He went right on with his efforts and raised up a considerable company of believers at Canada before going on into Mesopotamia. This man, Aden, had been led to believe in Jesus through the testimony of the demented man whom Jesus healed near Karasa, and who so confidently believed that the supposed evil spirits which the Master cast out of him entered the herd of swine and rushed them heading over the cliff to their destruction. Instruction for teachers and believers. At Edrei, where Thomas and his associates labored, Jesus spent a day and night, and in the course of the evening's discussion, gave expression to the principles which should guide those who preach truth, and which should activate all those who teach the gospel of the kingdom. Summarized and restated in modern phraseology, Jesus taught, "Always respect the personality of man. Never should a righteous cause be promoted by force. Spiritual victories can be won only by spiritual power. This injunction against the employment of material influence refers to psychic force as well as to physical force. Overpowering arguments and mental superiority are not to be employed to coerce men and women into the kingdom. Man's mind is not to be crushed by mere weight of logic or overawed by shrewd elegance. While emotion as a factor in human decisions cannot be wholly eliminated, it should not be directly appealed to in the teachings of those who would advance the cause of the kingdom. Make your appeals directly to the divine spirit that dwells within the minds of men. Do not appeal to fear, pity, and mere sentiment. In appealing to men, be fair. Exercise self-control and exhibit due restraint. Show proper respect for the personalities of your pupils. Remember that I have said, 'Behold, I stand at the door and knock, and if any man will open, I will come in.' In bringing men into the kingdom, do not lessen or destroy their self-respect. While overmuch self-respect may destroy proper humility and end in pride, conceit, and arrogance, the loss of self-respect often ends in paralysis of the will. It is the purpose of this gospel to restore self-respect to those who have lost it, and to restrain it in those who have it. Make not the mistake of only condemning the wrongs in the lives of your pupils. Remember also to accord generous recognition for the most praiseworthy things in their lives. Forget not that I will stop at nothing to restore self-respect to those who have lost it, and who really desire to regain it. Take care that you do not wound the self-respect of timid and fearful souls. Do not indulge in sarcasm at the expense of my simple-minded brethren. Be not cynical with my fear-ridden children. Idleness is destructive of self-respect. Therefore, admonish your brethren ever to keep busy at their chosen task, and put forth every effort to secure work for those who find themselves without employment. Never be guilty of such unworthy tactics as endeavoring to frighten men and women into the kingdom. A loving father does not frighten his children into yielding obedience to his just requirement. Sometime the children of the kingdom will realize that strong feelings of emotion are not equivalent to the leadings of the divine spirit. To be strongly and strangely impressed to do something or to go to a certain place does not necessarily mean that such impulses are the leadings of the indwelling spirit. Forewarn all believers regarding the fringe of conflict which must be traversed by all who pass from the life as it is lived in the flesh to the higher life as it is lived in the spirit. To those who live quite wholly within either realm, there is little conflict or confusion, but all are doomed to experience more or less uncertainty during the times of transition between the two levels of living. In entering the kingdom, you cannot escape its responsibility or avoid its obligations, but remember, the gospel yoke is easy and the burden of truth is light. The world is filled with hungry souls who famish in the very presence of the bread of life. Men die searching for the very God who lives within them. Men seek for the treasures of the kingdom with yearning hearts and weary feet, when they are all within the immediate grasp of living faith. Faith is to religion what sails are to a ship. It is an addition of power, not an added burden of life. There is but one struggle for those who enter the kingdom, and that is to fight the good fight of faith. The believer has only one battle, and that is against doubt, unbelief. In preaching the gospel of the kingdom, you are simply teaching friendship with God, and this fellowship will appeal alike to men and women, in that both will find that which most truly satisfies their characteristic longing and ideal. Tell my children that I am not only tender of their feelings and patient with their frailties, but that I am also ruthless with sin and intolerant of iniquity. I am indeed meek and humble in the presence of my Father, but I am equally and relentlessly inexorable when there is deliberate evil-doing and sinful rebellion against the will of my Father in heaven. You shall not portray your teacher as a man of sorrows. Future generations shall know also the radiance of our joy, the buoyance of our goodwill, and the inspiration of our good humor. We proclaim a message of good news which is infectious in its transforming power. Our religion is throbbing with new life and new meaning. Those who accept this teaching are filled with joy, and in their hearts are constrained to rejoice evermore. Increasing happiness is always the experience of all who are certain about God. Teach all believers to avoid leaning upon the insecure props of false sympathy. You cannot develop strong character out of the indulgence of self-pity. Honestly endeavor to avoid the deceptive influence of mere fellowship in misery. Extend sympathy to the brave and courageous, while you withhold overmuch pity from those cowardly souls who only half-heartedly stand up before the trials of living. Offer not consolation to those who lie down before their troubles without a struggle. Sympathize not with your fellows merely that they may sympathize with you in return. When my children once become self-conscious of the assurance of the divine presence, such a faith will expand the mind, ennoble the soul, reinforce the personality, augment the happiness, deepen the spirit perception, and enhance the power to love and be loved. Teach all believers that those who enter the kingdom are not thereby rendered immune to the accidents of time or to the ordinary catastrophes of nature. Believing the gospel will not prevent getting into trouble, but it will ensure that you shall be unafraid when trouble does overtake you. If you dare to believe in me and wholeheartedly proceed to follow after me, you shall most certainly by so doing enter upon the sure pathway to trouble. I do not promise to deliver you from the waters of adversity, but I do promise to go with you through all of them. And much more did Jesus teach this group of believers before they made ready for the night's sleep. And they who heard these sayings treasured them in their hearts, and did often recite them for the edification of the apostles and disciples who were not present when they were spoken. The talk with Nathanael. And then went Jesus over to Abila, where Nathanael and his associates labored. Nathanael was much bothered by some of Jesus' pronouncement, which seemed to detract from the authority of the recognized Hebrew Scriptures. Accordingly, on this night, after the usual period of questions and answers, Nathanael took Jesus away from the others and asked, "Master, could you trust me to know the truth about the Scriptures? I observe that you teach us only a portion of the sacred writing, the best as I view it, and I infer that you reject the teachings of the rabbis to the effect that the words of the law are the very words of God, having been with God in heaven even before the times of Abraham and Moses. What is the truth about the Scriptures?" When Jesus heard the question of his bewildered apostle, he answered, "Nathanael, you have rightly judged. I do not regard the Scripture as do the rabbis. I will talk with you about this matter on conditions that you do not relate these things to your brethren, who are not at all prepared to receive these teachings. The words of the law of Moses and the teaching of the Scriptures were not in existence before Abraham. Only in recent times have the Scriptures been gathered together as we now have them. While they contain the best of the higher thoughts and longings of the Jewish people, they also contain much that is far from being representative of the character and teachings of the Father in heaven. Wherefore must I choose from among the better teachings these truths which are to be gleaned for the gospel of the kingdom. These writings are the work of men, some of them holy men, others not so holy. The teachings of these books represent the views and extent of enlightenment of the time in which they had their origin. As a revelation of truth, the last are more dependable than the first. The Scriptures are faulty and altogether human in origin, but mistake not. They do constitute the best collection of religious wisdom and spiritual truth to be found in all the world at this time. Many of these books were not written by the persons whose names they bear, but that in no way detracts from the value of the truth which they contain. If the story of Jonah should not be a fact, even if Jonah had never lived, still would the profound truth of this narrative, the love of God for Nineveh and the so-called heathen, be none the less precious in the eyes of all those who love their fellow men. The Scriptures are sacred because they present the thoughts and acts of men who are searching for God, and who in these writings left on record their highest concepts of righteousness, truth, and holiness. The Scriptures contain much that is true, very much, but in the light of your present teaching, you know that these writings also contain much that is a misrepresentation of the Father in heaven, the loving God I have come to reveal to all the world. Nathaniel, never permit yourself for one moment to believe the Scripture records which tell you that the God of love directed your forefathers to go forth in battle to slay all their enemies, men, women, children. Such records are the words of men, not very holy men, and they are not the Word of God. The Scriptures always have and always will reflect the intellectual, moral, and spiritual status of those who create them. Have you not noted the concepts of Yahweh grow in beauty and glory as the prophets make their records from Samuel to Isaiah? And you should remember that the Scriptures are intended for religious instructions and spiritual guidance. They are not the works of either historians or philosophers. The thing most deplorable is not merely this erroneous idea of the absolute perfection of the Scripture record and the infallibility of its teaching, but rather the confusing misinterpretation of these sacred writings by the tradition-enslaved scribes and Pharisees at Jerusalem. And now will they employ both the doctrine of the inspiration of the Scripture and their misinterpretation thereof in the determined effort to withstand these newer teachings of the gospel of the kingdom. Nathaniel, never forget, the Father does not limit the revelation of truth to any one generation or to any one people. Many earnest seekers after the truth have been, and will continue to be, confused and disheartened by these doctrines of the perfection of the Scriptures. The authority of truth is the very spirit that indwells its living manifestations, and not the dead words of the less illuminated and supposedly inspired men of another generation. And even if those holy men of old lived inspired and spirit-filled lives, that does not mean that their words were similarly spiritually inspired. Today we make no record of the teaching of this gospel of the kingdom, lest, when I have gone, you speedily become divided up into sundry groups of truth contenders as a result of the diversity of your interpretation of my teachings. For this generation it is best that we live these truths, while we shun the making of records. Mark you well my words, Nathaniel. Nothing which human nature has touched can be regarded as infallible. Through the mind of man divine truth may indeed shine forth, but always of relative purity and partial divinity. The creature may crave infallibility, but only the creators possess it. But the greatest error of the teaching about the Scriptures is the doctrine of their being sealed books of mystery and wisdom which only the wise minds of the nation dare to interpret. The revelations of divine truth are not sealed except by human ignorance, bigotry, and narrow-minded intolerance. The light of the Scripture is only dimmed by prejudice and darkened by superstition. A false fear of sacredness has prevented religion from being safeguarded by common sense. The fear of the authority of the sacred writings of the past effectively prevents the honest souls of today from accepting the new light of the gospel, the light which these very God-knowing men of another generation so intensely long to see. But the saddest feature of all is the fact that some of the teachers of the sanctity of this traditionalism know this very truth. They more or less fully understand these limitations of Scripture, but they are moral cowards, intellectually dishonest. They know the truth regarding the sacred writing, but they prefer to withhold such disturbing facts from the people, and thus do they pervert and distort the Scriptures, making them the guide to slavish details of the daily life, and an authority in things non-spiritual, instead of appealing to the sacred writings as the reciprocity of the moral wisdom, religious inspiration, and the spiritual teaching of the God-knowing men of other generations. Nathanael was enlightened and shocked by the Master's pronouncement. He long pondered this talk in the depth of his soul, but he told no man concerning this conference until after Jesus' ascension, and even then he feared to impart the full story of the Master's instruction. The positive nature of Jesus' religion. At Philadelphia, where James was working, Jesus taught the disciples about the positive nature of the gospel of the kingdom, when in the course of his remarks he intimated that some parts of the Scripture were more truth-containing than others, and admonished his hearers to feed their souls upon the best of the spiritual food. James interrupted the Master, asking, "Would you be good enough, Master, to suggest to us how we may choose the better passage from the Scriptures for our personal edification?" And Jesus replied, "Yes, James, when you read the Scriptures, look for these eternally true and divinely beautiful teachings, such as, 'Create in me a clean heart, O Lord. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. You should love your neighbor as yourself. For I, the Lord your God, will hold your right hand, saying, Fear not, I will help you. Neither shall the nations learn war any more.'" And this is illustrative of ways Jesus day by day appropriated the cream of the Hebrew Scripture for the instruction of his followers and other inclusions in the teaching of the new gospel of the kingdom. Other religions had suggested the thought of the nearness of God to man, but Jesus made the care of God for man like the solicitude of a loving father for the welfare of his dependent children, and then made this teaching the cornerstone of his religion. And thus did the doctrine of the fatherhood of God make imperative the practice of the brotherhood of man. The worship of God and the service of man became the sum and substance of his religion. Jesus took the best of the Jewish religion and translated it into a worthy setting in the new teachings of the gospel of the kingdom. Jesus put the spirit of positive action into passive doctrines of the Jewish religion. In the place of negative compliance with ceremonial requirements, Jesus enjoined the positive doing of that which his new religion required of those who accepted it. Jesus' religion consisted not merely in believing, but in actually doing those things which the gospel required. He did not teach that the essence of his religion consisted in social service, but rather that social service was one of the certain effects of the possession of the spirit of true religion. Jesus did not hesitate to appropriate the better half of a Scripture while he repudiated the lesser portion. His great exhortation, "Love your neighbor as yourself," he took from the Scripture which reads, "You shall not take vengeance against the children of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself." Jesus appropriated the positive portion of the Scripture while rejecting the negative part. He even opposed negative or purely passive non-resistance. Said he, "When an enemy smites you on one cheek, do not stand there dumb and passive, but in positive attitude turn the other. That is, do the best thing possible actively to lead your brother in error away from the evil path into the better ways of righteous living." Jesus required his followers to react positively and aggressively to every life situation. The turning of the other cheek, or whatever act that may typify, demands initiative, necessitates vigorous, active, and courageous expression of the believer's personality. Jesus did not advocate the practice of negative submission to the dignities of those who might purposely seek to impose upon the practitioners of non-resistance to evil, but rather that his followers should be wise and alert in the quick and positive reaction of good to evil, to the end that they might effectively overcome evil with good. Forget not that truly good is invariably more powerful than the most malignant evil. The Master taught a positive standard of righteousness. "Whosoever wishes to be my disciple, let him disregard himself and take up the full measure of his responsibility daily to follow me." And he so lived himself in that he went about doing good, and this aspect of the gospel was well illustrated by many parables which he later spoke to his followers. He never exhorted his followers patiently to bear their obligation, but rather with energy and enthusiasm to live up to the full measure of their human responsibility and divine privileges in the kingdom of God. When Jesus instructed his apostles that they should, when one unjustly took away a coat, offer the other garment, he referred not so much to a literal second coat as to the idea of doing something positive to save the wrongdoer in place of the olden advice to retaliate, an eye for an eye, and so on. Jesus abhorred the idea either of retaliation or of becoming just a passive sufferer or victim of injustice. On this occasion he taught them the three ways of contending with and resisting evil. 1. To return evil for evil, the positive but unrighteous method. 2. To suffer evil without complaint and without resistance, the purely negative method. 3. To return good for evil, to assert the will so as to become master of the situation, to overcome evil with good, the positive and righteous method. One of the apostles once asked, "Master, what should I do if a stranger forced me to carry his pack for a mile?" Jesus answered, "Do not sit down and sigh for relief while you berate the stranger under your breath. Righteousness comes not from such passive attitudes. If you can think of nothing more effectively positive to do, you can at least carry that pack a second mile." That will of a certainty challenged the unrighteous and ungodly stranger. The Jews had heard of a God who would forgive repentant sinners and try to forget their misdeeds. But not until Jesus came did men hear about a God who went in search of lost sheep, who took the initiative in looking for sinners, and who rejoiced when he found them willing to return to the Father's house. This positive note in religion Jesus extended even to his prayers, and he converted the negative golden rule into a positive admonition of human fairness. In all his teaching, Jesus unfailingly avoided distracting details. He shunned flowery language and avoided the mere poetic imagery of a play upon words. He habitually put large meanings into small expressions. For purpose of illustration, Jesus reversed the current meaning of many terms such as salt, leaven, fishing, and little children. He most effectively employed the antithesis, comparing the minute to the infinite and so on. His pictures were striking, such as the blind leading the blind. But the greatest strength to be found in his illustrative teaching was its naturalness. Jesus brought the philosophy of religion from heaven down to earth. He portrayed the elemental needs of the soul with a new insight and a new bestowal of affection. The return to Magadan. The mission of 4 weeks in the Decapolis was moderately successful. Hundreds of souls received into the kingdom, and the apostles and evangelists had a valuable experience in carrying on their work without the inspiration of the immediate personal presence of Jesus. On Friday, September 16th, the entire corps of workers assembled by a prearrangement at Magadan Park. On the Sabbath day, a council of more than 100 believers was held, at which the future plans for extending the work of the kingdom were fully considered. The messengers of David were present and made reports concerning the welfare of the believers throughout Judea, Samaria, Galilee, and adjoining districts. Few of Jesus' followers at this time fully appreciated the great value of the service of the messenger corps. Not only did the messengers keep the believers throughout Palestine in touch with each other and with Jesus and the apostles, but during these dark days they also served as collectors of funds, not only for the sustenance of Jesus and his associates, but also for the support of the families of the 12 apostles and the 12 evangelists. About this time Abner moved his base of operation from Hebron to Bethlehem, and this latter place was also the headquarters in Judea for David's messengers. David maintained an overnight relay messenger service between Jerusalem and Bethesda. These runners left Jerusalem each evening, relaying at Sychar and Sycopolis, arriving in Bethesda by breakfast time the next morning. Jesus and his associates now prepared to take a week's rest before they made ready to start upon the last epoch of their labors in behalf of the kingdom. This was their last rest, for the Perean mission developed into a campaign of preaching and teaching which extended right on down to the time of their arrival at Jerusalem and the enactment of the closing episodes of Jesus' earth career. End of paper 159. Paper 160. Rodan of Alexandria. On Sunday morning, September 18th, Andrew announced that no works would be planned for the coming week. All of the apostles, except Nathanael and Thomas, went home to visit their families or to sojourn with friends. This week, Jesus enjoyed a period of almost complete rest. But Nathanael and Thomas were very busy with their discussions with a certain Greek philosopher from Alexandria named Rodan. This Greek had recently become a disciple of Jesus through the teaching of one of Abner's associates, who had conducted a mission at Alexandria. Rodan was now earnestly engaged in the task of harmonizing his philosophy of life with Jesus' new religious teaching, and he had come to Magadan hoping that the Master would talk these problems over with him. He also desired to secure a first-hand and authoritative version of the gospel from either Jesus or one of his apostles. Though the Master declined to enter into such a conference with Rodan, he did receive him graciously and immediately directed that Nathanael and Thomas should listen to all he had to say and tell him about the gospel in return. Rodan's Greek philosophy. Early Monday morning, Rodan began a series of 10 addresses to Nathanael, Thomas, and a group of some 24 believers who chanced to be at Magadan. These talks, condensed, combined, and restated in modern phraseology, present the following thoughts for consideration. Human life consists in 3 great drives: urges, desires, and lures. Strong character, commanding personality is only acquired by converting the natural urge of life into the social art of living, by transforming present desires into those higher longings which are capable of lasting attainment, while the commonplace lure of existence must be transferred from one's conventional and established ideas to the higher realms of unexplored ideas and undiscovered ideals. The more complex civilization becomes, the more difficult will become the art of living. The more rapid the changes in social usage, the more complicated will become the task of character development. Every 10 generations, mankind must learn anew the art of living if progress is to continue. And if man becomes so ingenious that he more rapidly adds to the complexity of society, the art of living will need to be remastered in less time, perhaps every single generation. If the evolution of the art of living fails to keep pace with the technique of existence, humanity will quickly revert to the simple urge of living, the attainment of the satisfaction of present desires. Thus will humanity remain immature. Society will fail in growing up to full maturity. Social maturity is equivalent to the degree to which man is willing to surrender the gratification of mere transient and present desires for the entertainment and those superior longings, the striving of whose attainment affords the more abundant satisfaction of progressive advancement toward permanent goals. But the true badge of social maturity is the willingness of a people to surrender the right to live peaceably and contently under the ease-promoting standards of the lure of established beliefs and conventional ideas for the disquieting and energy-requiring lure of the pursuit of the unexplored possibilities of the attainment of undiscovered goals, of idealistic spiritual realities. Animals respond nobly to the urge of life, but only man can attain the art of living, albeit the majority of mankind only experiences the animal urge to live. Animals know only this blind and instinctive urge. Man is capable of transcending this urge to natural function. Man may elect to live upon the high plane of intelligent art, even that of celestial joy and spiritual ecstasy. Animals make no inquiry into the purpose of life, therefore they never worry, neither do they commit suicide. Suicide among men testifies that such beings have emerged from the purely animal stage of existence, and to the further fact that the exploratory effects of such human beings have failed to attain the artistic levels of mortal experience. Animals know not the meaning of life. Man not only possesses capacity for the recognition of values and the comprehension of meanings, but he also is conscious of the meaning of meanings. He is self-conscious of insight. When men dare to forsake a life of natural craving for one of adventurous art and uncertain logic, they must expect to suffer the consequent hazards of emotional casualties, conflicts, unhappiness, and uncertainties, at least until the time of their attainment of some degree of intellectual and emotional maturity. Discouragement, worry, and indolence are positive evidence of moral immaturity. Human society is confronted with 2 problems: attainment of the maturity of the individual and attainment of the maturity of the race. The mature human being soon begins to look upon all other mortals with feelings of tenderness and with emotions of tolerance. Mature men view immature folks with the love and consideration that parents bear their children. Successful living is nothing more or less than the art of the mastery of dependable technique for solving common problems. The first step in the solution of any problem is to locate the difficulty, to isolate the problem, and frankly to recognize its nature and gravity. The great mistake is that, when life problems excite our profound fears, we refuse to recognize them. Likewise, when the acknowledgment of our difficulties entails the reduction of our long-cherished conceit, the admission of envy, or the abandonment of deep-seated prejudice, the average person prefers to cling to the old illusions of safety and to the long-cherished false feelings of security. Only a brave person is willing honestly to admit and fearlessly to face what a sincere and logical mind discovers. The wise and effective solution of any problem demands that the mind shall be free from bias, passion, and all other purely personal prejudice, which might interfere with the disinterested survey of the actual factors that go to make the problem presenting itself for solution. The solution of life problems requires courage and sincerity. Only honest and brave individuals are able to follow valiantly through the perplexing and confusing maze of living to where the logic of a fearless mind may lead. And this emancipation of the mind and soul can never be effected without the driving power of an intelligent enthusiasm which borders on religious zeal. It requires the lure of a great ideal to drive man on in the pursuit of a goal which is beset with difficult material problems and manifold intellectual hazards. Even though you are effectively armed to meet the difficult situations of life, you can hardly expect success unless you are equipped with that wisdom of mind and charm of personality, which enables you to win hearty support and cooperation of your fellows. You cannot hope for a large measure of success in either secular or religious work unless you learn how to persuade your fellows to prevail with them. You simply must have tact and tolerance. But the greatest of all methods of problem-solving I have learned from Jesus your Master. I refer to that which he so consistently practices, and which he so faithfully taught you, the isolation of worshipful meditation. In this habit of Jesus going off so frequently by himself to commune with the Father in heaven is to be found the technique, not only of gathering strength and wisdom for the ordinary conflicts of living, but also of appropriating the energy for the solution of the higher problems of a moral and spiritual nature. But even correct methods of solving problems will not compensate for inherent defects of personality or atone for the absence of the hunger and thirst for true righteousness. I am deeply impressed with the custom of Jesus in going apart from himself to engage in these seasons of solitary survey of the problems of living, to seek for new stores of wisdom and energy for meeting the manifold demands of social service, to quicken and deepen the supreme purpose of living by actually subjecting the total personality to the consciousness of contacting with divinity, to grasp for possession of new and better methods of adjusting oneself to the ever-changing situations of living existence, to effect those vital reconstructions and readjustments of one's personal attitude which are so essential to enhanced insight into everything worthwhile and real, and to do all of this with an eye single to the glory of God, to breathe in sincerity your Master's favorite prayer, "Not my will, but yours be done." This worshipful practice of your Master brings that relaxation which renews the mind, that illumination which inspires the soul, that courage which enables one bravely to face one's problem, that self-understanding which obliterates debilitating fear, and the consciousness of union with divinity which equips man with the assurance that enables him to dare to be godlike. The relaxation of worship or spiritual communion as practiced by the Master relieves tension, removes conflicts, and mightily augments the total resource of the personality. And all this philosophy, plus the gospel of the kingdom, constitutes a new religion as I understand it. Prejudice blinds the soul to the recognition of truth, and prejudice can be removed only by the sincere devotion of the soul to the adoration of a cause that is all-embracing and all-inclusive of one's fellow man. Prejudice is inseparably linked to selfishness. Prejudice can be eliminated only by the abandonment of self-seeking, and by substituting, therefore, the quest of the satisfaction of the service of a cause that is not only greater than self, but one that is even greater than all humanity, the search for God, the attainment of divinity. The evidence of maturity of personality consists in the transformation of human desires, so that it constantly seeks for the realization of those values which are highest and most divinely real. In a continually changing world, in the midst of an evolving social order, it is impossible to maintain settled and established goals of destiny. Stability of personality can be experienced only by those who have discovered and embraced the living God as the eternal goal of infinite attainment. And thus to transfer one's goal from time to eternity, from earth to paradise, from the human to the divine, requires that man shall become regenerated, converted, reborn again, that he shall become the recreated child of the divine Spirit, that he shall gain entrance into the brotherhood of the kingdom of heaven. All philosophies and religions will fall short of these ideals are immature. The philosophy which I teach, linked with the gospel with which you preach, represents the new religion of maturity, the ideal of all future generations. And this is true because our ideal is final, infallible, eternal, universal, absolute, and infinite. My philosophy gave me the urge to search for realities of true attainment, the goal of maturity. But my urge was impotent, my search lacked driving power. My quest suffered from the absence of certainty, of directionization, and these deficiencies have been abundantly supplied by this new gospel of Jesus, with its enhancement of insight, elevation of ideals, and subtleness of goals. Without doubts and misgivings, I can now wholeheartedly enter upon the eternal venture. The art of living. There are two ways in which mortals may live together, the material or animal way and the spiritual or human way. By the use of signals and sound, animals are able to communicate with each other in a limited way, but such forms of communication do not convey meaning, values, or ideas. The one distinction between man and the animal is that man can communicate with his fellows by means of symbols, which most certainly designate and identify meaning, value, ideas, and even ideals. Since animals cannot communicate ideas to each other, they cannot develop personality. Man develops personality because he can thus communicate with his fellows concerning both ideas and ideals. It is this ability to communicate and share meaning that constitute human culture and enables man, through social association, to build civilizations. Knowledge and wisdom become cumulative because of man's ability to communicate these possessions to succeeding generations, and thereby arise the cultural activities of the race, art, science, religion, philosophy. Symbolic communication between human beings predetermines the bringing into existence of social groups. The most effective of all social groups is the family, more particularly the two parents. Personal affection is the spiritual bond which holds together these material associations. Such an effective relationship is also possible between two persons of the same sex, as it's so abundantly illustrated in the devotions of genuine friendship. These associations of friendship and mutual affection are socializing and ennobling because they encourage and facilitate the following essential factors of the higher levels of the art of living. 1. Mutual self-expression and self-understanding. Many noble human impulses die because there is no one to hear their expression. Truly, it is not good for man to be alone. Some degree of recognition and a certain amount of appreciation are essential to the development of human character. Without the genuine love of a home, no child can achieve the full development of normal character. Character is something more than mere mind and morals. Of all social relations calculated to develop character, the most effective and ideal is the affectionate and understanding friendship of man and woman in the mutual embrace of intelligent wedlock. Marriage, with its manifold relations, is best designed to draw forth those precious impulses and those higher motives which are indispensable to the development of a strong character. I do not hesitate thus to glorify family life, for your Master has wisely chosen the father-child relationship as the very cornerstone of this new gospel of the kingdom. And such a matchless community of relationship, man and woman, in the fond embrace of the highest ideals of time, is so valuable and satisfying an experience that it is worth any price, any sacrifice requisite for its possession. 2. The union of souls, the mobilization of wisdom. Every human being sooner or later acquires a certain concept of this world and a certain vision of the next. Now it is possible through personality association to unite these views of temporal existence and eternal prospects. Thus does the mind of one augment its spiritual values by gaining much of the insight of the other. In this way, men enrich the soul by pooling their respective spiritual possessions. Likewise, in the same way, man is enabled to avoid that ever-present tendency to fall victim to distortion of vision, prejudice of viewpoint, and narrowness of judgment. Fear, envy, and conceit can be prevented only by intimate contact with other minds. I call your attention to the fact that the Master never sends you out alone to labor for the extension of the kingdom. He always sends you out 2 by 2. And since wisdom is super-knowledge, it follows that, in the union of wisdom, the social group, small or large, mutually shares all knowledge. 3. The enthusiasm for living. Isolation tends to exhaust the energy charge of the soul. Association with one's fellow is essential to the renewal of the zest for life, and is indispensable to the maintenance of the courage to fight those battles consequent upon the ascent to the higher levels of human living. Friendship enhances the joys and glorifies the triumph of life. Loving and intimate human association tend to rob suffering of its sorrow and hardship, much of its bitterness. The presence of a friend enhances all beauty and exalts every goodness. By intelligent symbols, man is able to quicken and enlarge the appreciative capacity of his friends. One of the crowning glories of human friendship is this power and possibility of the mutual stimulation of the imagination. Great spiritual power is inherent in the consciousness of wholehearted devotion to a common cause, mutual loyalty to a cosmic deity. 4. The enhanced defense against all evil. Personality association and mutual affection is an efficient insurance against evil. Difficulty, sorrow, disappointment, and defeat are more painful and disheartening when borne alone. Association does not transmute evil into righteousness, but it does aid in greatly lessening the sting. Said your master, "Happy are they who mourn, if a friend is at hand to comfort." There is positive strength in the knowledge that you live for the welfare of others, and that these others likewise live for your welfare and advancement. Man languishes in isolation. Human beings unfailingly become discouraged when they view only the transitory transitions of time. The present, when divorced from the past and the future, becomes exasperatingly trivial. Only a glimpse of the circle of eternity can inspire man to do his best, and can challenge the best in him to do its utmost. And when man is thus at his best, he lives most unselfishly for the good of others, his fellow sojourners in time and eternity. I repeat, such inspiring and ennobling associations find its ideal possibilities in the human marriage relationship. True, much is attained out of marriage, and many marriages utterly fail to produce these moral and spiritual fruits. Too many times marriage is entered into by those who seek other values, which are lower than those superior accompaniments of human maturity. Ideal marriage must be founded on something more stable than the fluctuations of sentiment and the fickleness of mere sex attraction. It must be based on genuine and mutual personal devotion. And thus, if you can build up such trustworthy and effective small units of human association, when these are assembled in the aggregate, the world will behold a great and glorified social structure, the civilization of moral maturity. Such a race might begin to realize something of your master's ideal of peace on earth and goodwill among men. While such a society would not be perfect or entirely free from evil, it would at least approach the stabilization of maturity. The lures of maturity. The effort toward maturity necessitates work, and work requires energy. Whence the power to accomplish all this? The physical things can be taken for granted, but the Master has well said, "Man cannot live by bread alone." Granted the possession of a normal body and a reasonably good health, we must next look to the lures which will act as stimulus to call forth man's slumbering spiritual forces. Jesus has taught us that God lives in man. Then how can we induce man to release these soul-bound powers of divinity and infinity? How shall we induce men to let go of God, that he may spring forth to the refreshment of our own souls, while in transit outward, and then to serve the purpose of enlightening, uplifting, and blessing countless other souls? How best can I awaken these latent powers for good which lie dormant in your souls? One thing I am sure. Emotional excitement is not the ideal spiritual stimulus. Excitement does not augment energy, it rather exhausts the power of both mind and body. Whence, then, comes the energy to do these great things? Look to your Master. Even now he is out on the hills taking in power, while we are here giving out energy. The secret of all this problem is wrapped up in spiritual communion, in worship. From the human standpoint, it is a question of combined meditation and relaxation. Meditation makes the contact of mind with spirit. Relaxation determines the capacity for spiritual receptivity. And this interchange of strength for weakness, courage for fear, the will of God for the mind of self, constitutes worship. At least, that is the way the philosopher views it. When these experiences are frequently repeated, they crystallize into habits, strength-giving and worshipful habits, and such habits eventually formulate themselves into a spiritual character, and such a character is finally recognized by one's fellows as a mature personality. These practices are difficult and time-consuming at first, but when they become habitual, they are at once restful and time-saving. The more complex society becomes, and the more the lures of civilization multiply, the more urgent will become the necessity for God-knowing individuals to form such protective habitual practices designed to conserve and augment their spiritual energies. Another requirement for the attainment of maturity is the cooperative adjustment of social groups to an ever-changing environment. The immature individual arouses the antagonism of his fellows. The mature man wins the hearty cooperation of his associates, thereby many times multiplying the fruits of his life's effort. My philosophy tells me that there are times when I must fight, if need be, for the defense of my concept of righteousness. But I doubt not that the master, with a more mature type of personality, would easily and gracefully gain any equal victory by his superior and winsome technique of tact and tolerance. All too often, when we battle for the right, it turns out that both the victor and the vanquished have sustained defeat. I heard the master say only yesterday that the wise man, when seeking entrance through the locked door, would not destroy the door, but rather would seek for the key wherewith to unlock it. Too often we engage in a fight merely to convince ourselves that we are not afraid. This new gospel of the kingdom renders a great service to the art of living, in that it supplies a new and richer incentive for higher living. It presents a new and exalted goal of destiny, a supreme life purpose. And these new concepts of the eternal and divine goal of existence are in themselves transcendent stimuli, calling forth the reaction of the very best that is resident in man's higher nature. On every mountaintop of intellectual thought there are to be found relaxation for the mind, strength for the soul, and communion for the spirit. From such vantage points of high living, man is able to transcend the material irritation of the lower levels of thinking, worry, jealousy, envy, revenge, and the pride of immature personality. These high-climbing souls deliver themselves from a multitude of the cross-current conflicts of the trifles of living, thus becoming free to attain consciousness of the higher currents of spirit concept and celestial communication. But the life purpose must be jealously guarded from the temptation to seek for easy and transient attainment. Likewise might it be so fostered as to become immune to the disastrous threats of fanaticism. The balance of maturity. While you have an eye single to the attainment of eternal realities, you must also make provision for the necessities of temporal living. While the spirit is our goal, the flesh is a fact. Occasionally the necessities of living may fall into our hands by accident, but in general, we must intelligently work for them. The two major problems of life are making a temporal living and the achievement of eternal survival. And even the problem of making a living requires religion for its ideal solution. These are both highly personal problems. True religion, in fact, does not function apart from the individual. The essentials of a temporal life, as I see them, are 1. Good physical health. 2. Clear and clean thinking. 3. Ability and skill. 4. Wealth, the goods of life. 5. Abilities to withstand defeat. 6. Culture, education, and wisdom. Even the physical problems of bodily health and efficiency are best solved when they are viewed from the religious standpoint of our Master's teaching, that the body and mind of man are the dwelling place of the gift of the gods, the Spirit of God becoming the spirit of man. The mind of man thus becomes the mediator between material things and spiritual realities. It requires intelligence to secure one's share of the desirable things in life. It is wholly erroneous to suppose that faithfulness in doing one's daily work will ensure the rewards of wealth. Barring the occasional and accidental acquirement of wealth, the material rewards of the temporal life are found to flow in certain well-organized channels, and only those who have access to these channels may expect to be well rewarded for their temporal efforts. Poverty must ever be the lot of all men who seek for wealth in isolated and individual channels. Wise planning, therefore, becomes the one thing essential to worldly prosperity. Success requires not only devotion to one's work, but also that one should function as a part of some one of the channels of material wealth. If you are unwise, you can bestow a devoted life upon your generation without material reward. If you are an accidental beneficiary of the flow of wealth, you may roll in luxury even though you have done nothing worthwhile for your fellow man. Ability is that which you inherit, while skill is that which you acquire. Life is not real to one who cannot do some one thing well expertly. Skill is one of the real sources of the satisfaction of living. Ability implies the gift of foresight, far-seen vision. Be not deceived by the tempting rewards of dishonest achievement. Be willing to toil for the later returns inherent in honest endeavor. The wise man is able to distinguish between means and ends. Otherwise, sometimes over-planning for the future defeats its own higher purpose. As a pleasure seeker, you should aim always to be a producer as well as consumer. Train your memory to hold in sacred trust the strength-giving and worthwhile episodes of life, which you can recall at will for your pleasure and edification. Thus build up for yourself, and in yourself reserve galleries of beauty, goodness, and artistic grandeur. But the noblest of all memories are the treasured recollections of the great moments of a superb friendship. And all of these memories, treasures radiate their most precious and exalting influences under the releasing touch of the spiritual worship. But life will become a burden of existence unless you learn how to fail gracefully. There is an art in defeat which noble souls always acquire. You must know how to lose cheerfully. You must be fearless of disappointment. Never hesitate to admit failure. Make no attempt to hide failure under deceptive smiles and beaming optimism. It sounds well always to claim success, but the end results are appalling. Such a technique leads directly to the creation of a world of unreality and to the inevitable crash of ultimate disillusionment. Success may generate courage and promote confidence, but wisdom comes only from the experience of adjustment to the result of one's failure. Men who prefer optimistic illusions to reality can never become wise. Only those who face facts and adjust them to ideals can achieve wisdom. Wisdom embraces both the fact and the ideal, and therefore saves its devotees from both of those barren extremes of philosophy. The man whose idealism excludes facts, and the materialist who is devoid of spiritual outlook. Those timid souls who can only keep up the struggle of life by the aid of continuous false illusions of success are doomed to suffer failure and experience defeat, as they ultimately awaken from the dream world of their own imagination. And it is in this business of facing failure and adjusting to defeat that the far-reaching vision of religion exerts its supreme influence. Failure is simply an educational episode, a cultural experience in the acquirement of wisdom. In the experience of the God-seeking man who is embarked on the eternal adventure of exploration of a universe. To such men, defeat is but a new tool for the achievement of higher levels of universe reality. The career of a God-seeking man may prove to be a great success in the light of eternity, even though the whole temporal life enterprise may appear as an overwhelming failure, provided each life failure yielded the culture of wisdom and spirit achievement. Do not make the mistake of confusing knowledge, culture, and wisdom. They are related in life, but they represent vastly differing spirit values. Wisdom ever dominates knowledge and always glorifies culture. The religion of the ideal. You have told me that your master regards genuine human religion as the individual's experience with spiritual realities. I have regarded religion as a man's experience of reacting to something which he regards as being worthy of the homage and devotion of all mankind. In this sense, religion symbolizes our supreme devotion to that which represents our highest concept of the ideals of reality and the farthest reach of our minds towards eternal possibilities of spiritual attainment. When men react to religion in the tribal, national, or racial sense, it is because they look upon those without their group as not being truly human. We always look upon the object of our religious loyalty as being worthy of the reverence of all men. Religion can never be a matter of mere intellectual belief or philosophic reasoning. Religion is always and forever a mode of reacting to the situations of life. It is a species of conduct. Religion embraces thinking, feeling, and acting reverently towards some reality which we deem worthy of universal adoration. If something has become a religion in your experience, it is self-evident that you have already become an active evangel of that religion, since you deem the supreme concept of your religion as being worthy of the worship of all mankind, all universe intelligences. If you are not a positive and missionary evangel of your religion, you are self-deceived, and that what you call a religion is only a traditional belief or a mere system of intellectual philosophy. If your religion is a spiritual experience, your object of worship must be the universal spirit reality and ideal of all your spiritual concepts. All religions based on fear, emotion, tradition, and philosophy I term the intellectual religions, while those based on true spirit experience I would term the true religions. The object of religious devotion may be material or spiritual, true or false, real or unreal, human or divine. Religions can therefore be either good or evil. Morality and religion are not necessarily the same. A system of morals, by grasping an object of worship, may become a religion. A religion, by losing its universal appeal to loyalty and supreme devotion, may evolve into a system of philosophy or a code of morals. This thing, being, state, or order of existence, or possibility of attainment, which constitutes a supreme ideal of religious loyalty, and which is the recipient of the religious devotion of those who worship, is God. Regardless of the name applied to this ideal of spirit reality, it is God. The social characteristics of a true religion consist in the fact that it invariably seeks to convert the individual and to transform the world. Religion implies the existence of undiscovered ideals, which far transcend the known standards of ethics and morality embodied in even the highest social usage of the most mature institutions of civilization. Religion reaches out for undiscovered ideals, unexplored realities, superhuman values, divine wisdom, and true spirit attainment. True religion does all of this. All other beliefs are not worthy of the name. You cannot have a genuine spiritual religion without the supreme and supernal idea of an eternal God. A religion without this God is an invention of man, a human institution of lifeless intellectual beliefs and meaningless emotional ceremonies. A religion might claim as the object of its devotion a great ideal, but such ideals of unreality are not attainable. Such a concept is illusionary. The only ideals susceptible of human attainment are the divine realities of the infinite values resident in the spiritual fact of the eternal God. The word God, the idea of God, as contrasted with the ideal of God, can become a part of any religion, no matter how puerile or false that religion may chance to be. And this idea of God can become anything which those who entrain it may choose to make it. The lower religions shape their ideas of God to meet the natural state of the human heart. The higher religions demand that the human heart shall be changed to meet the demands of the ideals of true religion. The religion of Jesus transcends all our former concepts of the idea of worship, in that he not only portrays his Father as the ideal of infinite reality, but positively declares that this divine source of values and the eternal center of the universe is truly and personally attainable by every mortal creature who chooses to enter the kingdom of heaven on earth, thereby acknowledging the acceptance of sonship with God and brotherhood with man. That I submit is the highest concept of religion the world has ever known, and I pronounce that there can never be a higher since this gospel embraces the infinity of realities, the divinity of values, and the eternity of universal attainment. Such a concept constitutes the achievement of the experience of the idealism of the supreme and the ultimate. I am not only intrigued by the consummate ideals of this religion of your master, but I am mightily moved to profess my belief in his announcement that these ideals of spirit realities are attainable, that you and I can enter upon this long and eternal adventure with this assurance of the certainty of our ultimate arrival at the portals of paradise. My brethren, I am a believer. I have embarked. I am on my way with you in this eternal venture. The Master says he came from the Father, and that he will show us the way. I am fully persuaded he speaks the truth. I am finally convinced that there are no attainable ideals of reality or values of perfection apart from the eternal and universal Father. I come, then, to worship not merely the God of existence, but the God of the possibility of all future existence. Therefore must your devotion to a supreme ideal, if that ideal is real, be devotion to this God of past, present, and future universes of things in being. And there is no other God, for there cannot possibly be any other God. All other gods are figments of the imagination, illusions of mortal mind, distortions of false logic, and the self-deceptive idols of those who create them. Yes, you can have a religion without this God, but it does not mean anything. And if you seek to substitute the word God for one reality of this ideal of the living God, you have only deluded yourself by putting an idea into the place of an ideal, a divine reality. Such beliefs are merely religions of wishful fancy. I see in the teachings of Jesus religion at its best. This gospel enables us to seek for the true God and to find him. But are we willing to pay the price of this entrance into the kingdom of heaven? Are we willing to be born again, to be remade? Are we willing to be subject to this terrible and testing process of self-destruction and soul reconstruction? Has not the Master said, "Whoso would save his life must lose it"? Think not that I have come to bring peace, but rather a soul struggle. True, after we pay the price of dedication to the Father's will, we do experience great peace, provided we continue to walk in those spiritual paths of consecrated living. Now, are we truly forsaking the lures of the known order of existence, while we unreservedly dedicate our quest to the lures of the unknown, an unexplored order of the existence of a future life, of adventure in the spirit worlds of the higher idealism of divine reality. And we seek for those symbols of meaning wherewith to convey to our fellow man these concepts of the reality of the idealism of the religion of Jesus. And we will not cease to pray for that day when all mankind shall be thrilled by the communal vision of the supreme truth. Just now, our focalized concept of the Father, as held in our hearts, is that God is spirit as conveyed to our fellows, that God is love. The religion of Jesus demands living and spiritual experience. Other religions may consist in traditional beliefs, emotional feelings, philosophic consciousness, and all of that. But the teaching of the Master requires the attainment of actual levels of real spirit progression. The consciousness of the impulse to be like God is not true religion. The feelings of the emotion to worship God are not true religion. The knowledge of the conviction to forsake self and serve God is not true religion. The wisdom of the reasoning that this religion is the best of all is not religion as a personal and spiritual experience. True religion has reference to destiny and reality of attainment, as well as to the reality and idealism of that which is wholeheartedly faith accepted. And all of this must be made personal to us by the revelation of the Spirit of Truth. And thus ended the dissertation of the Greek philosopher, one of the greatest of his race, who had become a believer in the gospel of Jesus. End of paper 160.